Good evening, everyone. Thank you to... I just opened up my Streamlabs sibling thing to see who donated $10. It doesn't tell me who donated $10, or I can't tell because I'm not signed in. Because I didn't know you needed to be able to see who donated the most recently. So, it could either be... Let's see. It could either be LMC Figs, or it could be Splatch. I don't know who. Thank you for donating $10. And if anybody else wants to follow in their lead, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. What are we doing today, you guys? 10-minute countdown, holy way ambitious. I mean, yeah, I think I basically did like a 15-minute countdown. That's not bad. That's not bad. And if you're on YouTube, please like the stream. Heard y'all changing the format. Please keep it 8+ hours long. Weathered Ham, did you even watch that? Did you even click that VOD? Because Pisco's only there for like a little bit of it. He's only there for like 3 hours, and then it's 5 hours of me yapping and covering something I didn't expect to cover for so long. I mean, like, I don't know that I want to do 8 hours of streaming, I'll be honest. Because I like to prepare, and I kind of did that Megyn Kelly thing off the cuff, but... All right, what are we starting with? Let's start with Cenk and Anna being like, we're not suicidal. If we get killed, it's because Israel or whatever. Like, okay, guys. Prepare, you say? Yeah, I actually do prepare. Like, I have a document with like the stuff, like links of all the things that I want to cover. And I looked. Okay, I didn't realize that's what you were setting it up for. Yes, like Pisco does for dinner, correct? Oh, yeah. Okay, so I see this tweet come across my feed last night. They put, can we pause for a second and just acknowledge how insane it is that 2 American media commentators are having to tell us on record that they're not suicidal because Israelis and extreme pro-Israel groups are threatening their lives. I don't know if that's what they'll claim in this. I only saw a part of Anna's, and I don't think she claimed that. I think she's just like, I got the sense she's being a little bit paranoid and LARPing a little bit because, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Israel and the Mossad have, like, a history of killing people, but there are people dissidents far more controversial than Anna and Cenk that have not been killed, and I just don't know that they're going to be. Like, I don't know. How the fuck is this happening in the United States of America? So, let's see.
I think it's important for people to understand why there are so...
Whoa, holy speed. Wait, let's slow it down a little bit to normal speed and turn it up to this.
I think it's important for people to understand why there are so many figures in the media who are terrified of accurate reporting of Israel. And more importantly, I'm not suicidal. And if anything happens to me, it's not an accident, okay? I'm just putting it out there. I just want it to be on the record. Here's one more example. I think it's important for people to understand why they're...
I mean, when she says, like, it's important for people to understand why they're scared to say anything, it's not really, from what I understand, like death threats or whatever. It's because you're going to get fired for criticizing it. I mean, losing your livelihood is serious, obviously, but it's different than like fearing for your life if you cover a story.
So this is disgusting, but I know that no one will care. I know.
Okay, let's slow it down.
That. I'm going to say this in case they might care about this. So groups like Canary Mission are
terrorist groups?
Yeah, well, of course. What they're doing is they're encouraging stochastic terrorism. Yep. So they're saying, okay, this person is an anti-Semite because he or she criticized Israel. They're not allowed to criticize Israel. They're all anti-Semite. And then they get like tons of death threats against that person, probably every single time. And then they probably laugh their ass off behind the scenes. Let's go. Cross your fingers. Hope to get lucky that one of them murders Anna. Okay. And meanwhile, the U.S. government takes their list.
Okay, Cenk is easily like outdoing Anna here as far as theatrics.
And arrests Americans based on their list.
Yep.
So now there's a pro-Israel group inside America that is encouraging death threats against Americans. And the U.S. government works for them like goddamn dogs, and they'll ruin your life if you criticize Israel. So we're all supposed to stay quiet about this. Well, you came to the wrong place, brothers and sisters. I'll double down what Anna said. If any harm comes to us, it was definitely Israel. We love life. We love America. This is proof of life, okay? If any of these months...
This is serious. I shouldn't be laughing. There's just something absurd about it that I find very, very funny. And this ties into what... I've not heard anybody else say it. Maybe he didn't come up with it originally, but what Walsh calls the TYT gas leak theory, that there was a gas leak that started making Anna and Cenk crazy. And that's coming to mind for no particular reason with watching these clips.
Do anything. It was almost
the what? Yeah, he thinks that like there was obviously like Anna started to make her like unaligned, independent, free thinker type bullshit pivot after the birthing person discourse on Twitter, and then after she had that encounter with a homeless person where she was assaulted, and she felt like the online left, like aka Twitter, people in her Twitter replies like we're not supportive enough. Cenk then did his whole thing with like he's literally trying to pander to the center and to MAGA Republicans by insisting, you know, people have these Trump voters have economic anxiety and we need to listen to that, or we should pander to them or whatever. Like very 2016, like post Hillary loss shock, trying to figure out like what went wrong and like changes in strategy. And this very, very like kind of old school, like honestly, like conservative Democrat, moderate, like let's reach out to the middle of the road voters and couch all of our criticisms and not be super upfront about our policies because we don't want to lose people in the center. Or instead of the center, though, he'll say the MAGA populace, the economic populace that we can agree with. And that kind of all happened around the same time. And that's why he calls it the gas leak theory, because if there was a gas leak, it would explain why they both kind of started to make a unexpected pivot where they were previously not on track to do that.
Most definitely Israel supporters who are maniacal and cheer on serial killers every single day. Oh no, we didn't kill enough Palestinian babies. I can't stand it. And by the way, okay, this is the part where the only reason why anyone might care about the story. A predecessor group to them was called Masada 2000. And what they did was they put together a list of 8,000
It also doesn't help that Cenk is like ridiculously sweaty in this segment for some reason.
Hating Jews, okay? And they targeted those Jewish Americans as well. How dare you criticize Israel? And I tell you that partly because if you're Muslim or Christian, no one cares about you in this country. Okay, I'm keeping it real. I'm sorry. Show me one person who cares, then I'll totally change my mind.
No one cares about you if you're Christian? I don't know what he means by that, but we currently have an administration that is attempting to institute pretty much a Christian theocracy or Christian nationalism in what would, you know, previously have been a secular society. But I mean, I guess like, does he mean as far as being coddled? Because I would say like Christians are the most coddled in this country, not Jews or Muslims.
Okay, I'm keeping it real. I'm sorry. Show me one person who cares, then I'll totally change my mind. But you have to criticize anyway. So.
Or unless he's saying like, nobody cares if you criticize Christians or Muslims, which, yeah, generally, I guess generally so. I'm glad Anna Kasparian pushed back on Cenk Uygur here because while I understand what he's trying to do because I used to do the same, she's right to correct him. We don't need to launder their reputation. They support this genocide. It was hard for me to accept too. I struggled accepting that even the everyday citizens there support the slaughter. I used to separate the population from the government because I don't generally think it's fair to make all citizens responsible for the actions of their government. But in this case, their government is representing the will of their people. Let's see.
They don't represent all Israelis. We just have.
I get why they like sped it up because if you don't pay, you can't like have upload what you want, but I can't understand.
Guys, they don't represent all Israelis. We just had a protest of 500,000.
I thought he said no one cares about Muslims. He said no one cares about Muslims. He said no one cares about Christians.
Israelis that showed up that said, you know, they were fighting for the hostages back. They're fighting for peace. You know, mixed reasons why.
They want the hostages back. They don't care about what's happening to the Palestinians at all. Let's not needlessly launder their reputations and let's just call it for what it is and who they really are. They don't care about the Palestinians. They're in favor of the starvation. They're in favor of the mass slaughter. They just want their hostages back, and that's it. Guys, they're worried about IDF soldiers now committing suicide because they probably can't live with themselves considering the atrocities they're carrying out. They only care about the Israelis. That's it. There might be a handful of Israelis who might care about all those innocent people being slaughtered in Gaza, but polling indicates a vast majority of Israelis love the slaughter, and it disgusts me. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to.
She's not wrong about this. The polling does largely reflect this.
To love that? I'm supposed to sit
like to the extent that the Israeli population wants a ceasefire is because they want the hostages returned, not because they are concerned for humanitarian reasons.
This show and talk about how wonderful Israel is? No, they're committing a genocide, and the vast majority of people in that country love it.
So that's according to the polling. I wish it wasn't the case. It's not some random thing that somebody's throwing out as a trope or whatever. Last poll I saw, 82% of Israeli Jews said, keep going in Gaza. Jesus Christ, man. So they'll say something different about the hostages because those are precious Israeli lives. Guys, they don't represent all Israelis. We just had a protest.
Okay. It's funny how quickly he folded on that then. I mean, I guess in like a technical sense they don't, but like, where is it? This article explaining why. Is it the conversation? There we go. Okay. This explains it though. So this is an article from The Conversation. Israelis have a skewed view on the extent of Gaza's hunger plight driven by censorship and media that downplay humanitarian crisis. Before I even read parts of this, keep in mind that there were no shortage of terrible, horrible polls as far as Israeli opinion of Arabs, Muslims, Palestinians go pre-October 7th. I'm not denying that. There's no need to whitewash it. That's for a lot of different reasons. But as far as why it's particularly bad now, it has more to do with like, it's a combination of like those attitudes being fostered. It's also because of their media censor. Hold on. Okay. Does credible information change attitudes? Our survey pointed to the role that media bias and censorship may be playing in distorting Israelis' understanding of suffering in Gaza. Media bias is a common phenomenon during war, but since the October 7, 2023 attack, in which 1,182 Israelis were killed by Hamas fighters, media bias over the war in Gaza has been institutionalized in Israel. Citing national security reasons, the IDF has ramped up censorship. A recent analysis suggests that more than 35% of articles from Israeli media have been partially redacted and almost 10% completely censored in 2025. While Israelis are free to consume international news, many do not due to language barriers and perceived bias against Israel. As a result, what Israeli citizens read, hear, and see in national media increasingly reflects the interests of the government. Furthermore, online platforms such as Facebook and X are designed to promote posts that reinforce users' pre-existing beliefs, resulting in an echo chamber rather than exposing people to diverse viewpoints. So pretty much, I mean, like, propaganda works. The Israel's population, again, already had those horrible opinions that did not just come out of anywhere. That was intentionally manufactured by greater powers than just the individual Israelis can even hope to know that exists here in the United States as well. But, like, it's, like, shocking how little they know about what's going on and what the country is doing, especially considering that the physical and geographical proximity Gaza and the West Bank have to Israel proper, quote unquote. Because to find out the exact misperceptions shape opposition to humanitarian aid, we surveyed close to 3,000 Jewish Israelis between January 21st and March 19th, 2025 across all age groups, regions, income levels, and sex in an online survey. We found that many respondents believe that fewer than 10% of Gazans are going hungry, revealing a stark disconnect between public perception and the situation reported by international humanitarian orgs. Indeed, we asked to explain their opposition to humanitarian aid. One of those we surveyed responded, "They don't have a shortage of food, it's just presented that way." Another replied, "The vast majority of Gaza residents have enough food. There are restaurants and shopping malls operating in Gaza." So you'd kind of expect, I mean, you wouldn't expect them to be like in favor of starvation, but they're in favor of withholding aid because they don't like believe that there's any starvation, that there's any sort of humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza, let alone a humanitarian crisis manufactured by Israel and the US. And then they asked them, like, they showed them, like, credible information, trying to see what happens if they give them, like, different perspectives, if they show them information. And there was only, like, a 5% change from Israelis being, like, no food at all to, like, okay, maybe they can have some food. But, you know, a single news story, no matter how compelling, it is unlikely to outweigh the cumulative effect of months of emotionally charged and partially censored media coverage, political messaging, and social media discourse that emphasizes threat and distrust. In such an environment, deeply entrenched narratives are difficult to shift. In this regard, the fact that reading even a single brief news story had any effect is encouraging. It suggests that a more accurate and sustained information environment, one that conveys the true extent of humanitarian suffering and the complexity of public sentiment in Gaza, could have a much greater impact on Israeli public opinion. But this will take forever. So what do we think? Do we think they're being paranoid, or do we think that this is like the energy that American media correspondents that are critical of Israel should be taking? Is it a LARP or is it legit, you know? Do you think they're answering honestly? Some of them literally do civilian blockades on food going in. They have binoculars pointed at Gaza from the hilltop to get a good view. I mean, we know about those because, I mean, like, they stand out because they're particularly disgusting examples of a lack of humanity for on the part of Israelis to Palestinians. But just going off polling data, like it is a randomized sample across all age groups, sexes, or whatever. It's hard. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody who is sympathetic to that or participated in that or knows somebody who participated in that was bold in this. But yeah. Let's see. What's next? Sammy Seder. Is it reset as bad as they say it is? How do you mean? Like the censorship? Yes. Sammy Seder on Abby Phillips. The show. I mean, like, I only know this. The show is like getting more and more viewership to me, it seems. Because I'm like, I feel like I'm seeing like the show start to like pop off now. I think it's a LARP because there are lots of people a lot more critical who aren't saying these types of things. Yeah, that's what I like. Oh, you mean like Anna, like, and Cenk being like, I'm not suicidal. Yeah, like a lot of what they're repeating is not like original information. They didn't publish original research that, like, you know, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, because Israel didn't kill X person or Y person, that means it could never happen or whatever. It's just like you're saying, there are people that are far more critical that, like, you know, I would think that if Israel is targeting like critical voices or whatever, they would not go towards Anna and Cenk first and foremost, because they're far from the most critical.
Mail-in ballots. He was fine with it.
Well, it was because his Republican strategists were panicking because they realized that they were going to lose without getting those mail-in ballots now. And I would imagine this time around, those same Republican strategists are also panicking because if he goes out there and starts to spread the word that mail-in ballots aren't going to work, these are going to be a real problem in the midterms for those Republicans. Plus the fact that he has no authority to do this. I mean, he tried to pass he wrote up an executive order a couple of months ago to deal with the voting.
I mean, he doesn't have any authority to do this. Will this stop him? I sincerely doubt it. I know that they are going to take meaningful efforts to attempt to do away with mail-in voting, but we'll see. There's 50 states to contend with.
Shot down by 2 different federal judges. So there's really no path for him here, and it's sort of fascinating that all it takes is one suggestion from Putin. I mean, what were they doing talking about 2020 during these meetings? Like he's like a cat. It's like no object permanence here.
Where were the staff to remind them?
Hey, that's meat against cats. Don't cats have object permanence? I know babies don't. He's more like a baby. But yeah, Sam in a suit. Sam looking sharp. Dude, this is the thing. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, Trump tweets out something insane on Truth Social. I need to like look and see if there's any data to see like how much of his Truth Social ramblings actually end up being kind of reflected in like actual policy that gets carried out, or if it is just relegated to his thoughts for the day. But the Texas redistricting is happening. They got what they wanted. Texas House approves redistricting maps just as Trump wanted. This is earlier today. The Texas House passed an aggressively partisan congressional map on Wednesday after weeks of legislative combat, giving President Trump the gerrymander he requested and possibly 5 new Republican seats in the U.S. House next year. After more than 8 hours of at times tense and emotional debate, the final vote, 88-52, fell along party lines. It capped bitterly partisan political wrangling with a Democratic walkout and Republican retaliation, and set off a redistricting fever that has sped from Austin to Sacramento to Albany, New York. The state Senate is expected to vote on the map as soon as Thursday evening, then send it by the end of the week to Governor Greg Abbott for his promised signature. The redrawing of Texas's map was only the first battle in what is likely to be a bruising and protracted coast-to-coast clash over redistricting between states led by Republicans and those led by Dems over the coming months. The California legislature is expected to vote Thursday on a newly drawn congressional map designed to flip as many as 5 Republican-held seats to the Democrats as a counterweight to Wednesday's vote in Texas. California's changes would then have to be approved by voters in a referendum on November. This part is critical to any liar who is attempting to say that Gavin Newsom and California are trying to subvert the will of the voters because it's going to be put to a vote in November. It's not something that they can unilaterally do. It's not even something, I mean, maybe if it doesn't end up happening in November, like they would try to, but I don't see it happening. Because again, Gavin Newsom is just doing this as what, there's no one that can have a conversation about this without bringing up that Gavin Newsom is only doing this to become president, which is true. And I don't see him extending that fight if voters reject the ballot measure or the constitutional amendment or like the referendum, pushing beyond that. If the fight broadens significantly, the outcome of the redistricting war could help determine control in U.S. House of Representatives, where Republicans hold a slim majority even before a single vote is cast in what were expected to be very close midterm elections in 2026. And I mean, Republicans are doing everything that they can to tilt the odds in their favor, because as it is, I'm pretty sure historically, most midterm elections, you will see whichever presidential party ended up winning the office of the presidency in the executive branch, they will lose seats come the midterms pretty much always. So as a counterbalance to that, they were doing this like kind of unprecedented, like, let's do a mid-year redistricting. Like, it's supposed to be every 10 years, in line with the consensus, but they're doing it in 5 years to anticipate these elections so they can win. Already, Mr. Trump and his allies have been looking past Texas to other Republican states, including Indiana, Missouri, and Florida. Beyond California, Democratic state leaders are looking at Illinois and Maryland ahead of the 2026 midterms and New York ahead of the 2028 presidential election, vowing to embark on their own mid-decade redistricting efforts. For Dems, however, the fight is proving harder. The California effort will require working around the state rules that give an independent commission responsibility for redistricting. That is why the map that is up for passage in the state legislature there on Thursday would have to be approved by voters. The path to passage in Texas has been far simpler, despite sustained Democratic opposition. If they don't have the numbers, they don't have the numbers, right? Wednesday's vote on the map has been delayed by more than 2 weeks by dozens of Democratic state representatives who left the state to halt its passage by denying the House enough members to meet. But as soon as they returned on Monday, Republican lawmakers moved swiftly to ensure its passage. Like, they couldn't stay in exile forever. It was just to draw attention to the issue, and that they were trying to, and nationally and at the state level, that they're trying to do this shit. Lawmakers moved swiftly to ensure its passage, rapidly approving an updated version out of 2 committees and assigning each Dem a state police chaperone to ensure that representative could not leave again. I didn't see this. This is fucking insane. This is fucking crazy. A chaperone to literal adults, to literal politicians in the state to make sure that they could not leave. The underlying goal of this plan is straightforward. It cannot go unremarked. Could you imagine if Biden did this? Could you imagine if Obama did this? Could you imagine if Hillary had won, if she had done some shit like this? That is insane. Like, holding them hostage. The underlying goal of this plan is straightforward. Improve Republican political performance. Todd Hunter, a Republican state representative from Corpus Christi, said Wednesday in a speech introducing the MAP legislation, known as House Bill 4. I mean, at least they're being honest about it. At least they're not trying to spin it in some other stupid way. According to the U.S. Supreme Court, we can use political performance in drawing congressional districts, he said, and that is what we've done. This is also true. The court is pretty much agnostic or neutral as far as political gerrymandering. They see it as a state issue. One Republican member from the Fort Worth area, David Lowe, wore an oversized round pin reading "Big, Beautiful Map" in reference to Mr. Trump's description of the Texas redistricting. When did he say this? He said, Republican state legislatures in the great state of Texas, which I love and won big 3 times, including with 6.4 million votes in 2024, by far most votes in history, just introduced a bill for one big, beautiful congressional map. Thank you to Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Speaker Dustin Burrows, and the Texas legislature. Oh, cool. They actually link up. Texas legislature, for your great work. It is wonderful to see Republicans everywhere standing up to save our country. It is one of the most popular initiatives I ever supported. This is probably the biggest lie in this tweet. Republicans love watching us fight for a great cause. Please pass this map ASAP. Thank you, Texas. Make America great again. Jesus Christ. Look at these fucking, these bizarre districts to attempt to minimize how many Dems could be elected. As debate began, chants and cheers could be heard through the closed doors from dozens protesting in the Capitol Rotunda against the redistricting. House Bill 4 is an illegal and racially discriminatory congressional map that this body has no business passing, says Chris Turner, a Dallas area Democratic state representative. This illegal and rigged mid-decade redistricting scheme is dividing our state and our country. Republicans have revised the map that has been under consideration since it was introduced. It would still aim to flip the 5 seats that Mr. Trump has publicly called for, but it was reworked slightly to place additional Republican voters in the districts where Republicans already hold seats. Please pass this map ASAP, Mr. Trump urged on social media on Monday. Thank you, Texas. With passage in the State House, the map goes to the State Senate, where Republican leaders have an even stronger hand. Once Mr. Abbott signs it, Democrats have said they will challenge its legality, and they will not challenge it on partisan bases. They will probably have to challenge it as it relates to like race or discrimination or like gender, age, something, which is largely what it's based on. And the Supreme Court has already ruled you can't use race as a proxy for political partisanship, but that's why they go out of their way to say we're doing this explicitly for partisan reasons, not for racial reasons or anything like that as plausible deniability. Texas will have to go to the court, said State Representative Gene Wu, a Houston Democrat who led the walkout, imploring Dem-led states to now take action. California, New York, Illinois, Michigan, and many other states look at what's happening here, he said. The actions by Texas and California this week will likely narrow the battlefield for control of the U.S. House next year, a critical fight that will shape the remainder of Mr. Trump's term. Even so, with the House so narrowly divided, the expanding fight over redistricting alone is not likely to determine control of the chamber. Some of the districts being redrawn in the two states could remain competitive in a non-presidential election. Even without the states most likely to redistrict, Texas, California, and Ohio, 27 House seats that were decided in 2024 by fewer than 5 percentage points will remain in states unlikely to redraw their maps. Of those, 14 are held by Republicans, 13 by Dems. Still, Texas is the biggest prize available for Republicans, Mr. Trump has said, and tensions have been rising in the state capitol this week. When the House chamber officially opened for Wednesday's proceedings, arriving lawmakers were greeted by an unusual sight. Several of the Democratic lawmakers were already inside after spending the night there in protest. Those lawmakers objected to being forced to sign a permission slip that linked them to a state police officer assigned to follow them. As they should, because again, this is fucking crazy. Those escort officers were a condition set by the Republican speaker for allowing them to leave the Capitol after they returned from their walkout. And what, if they don't do it, they get fucking arrested? One state representative, Nicole Collier of Fort Worth, refused to sign the permission slip. She slept in the brown leather chair at her legislative desk. Is there like a video or what? On Monday, along with two others that joined her. On Tuesday, the group had grown to about half a dozen, as several members tore up the slips they had signed and went into the chamber. Ms. Collier was then told by a senior Republican House member on Wednesday that she could be arrested after other female lawmakers complained that she was conducting a video call inside a bathroom in the Capitol. The call was organized by the Democratic National Committee and included Governor Gavin Newsom of California. What is it? You can't film inside or what?
Democratic elected official.
Sorry, I have to leave. They said it's a felony for me to do this. Apparently, I can't be on the floor or in the bathroom. Well, you told me I was only allowed to be here in the bathroom. No, hang on. Bye, everybody. I've got to go.
Hey, that is outrageous. And first of all, let me tell you something. Representative Collier in the bathroom has more dignity than Donald Trump in the Oval Office.
There you go.
That is outrageous. What they're trying to
Apparently the permission slips are lawful. It's just a BS law. That actually doesn't really surprise me.
Right there is silence an American leader, silence a black woman.
His YouTube chat not working?
And that is outrageous. And I hope everybody took note of that. The fact that she can't even let her voice be heard is freaking outrageous.
It is.
And this is what we're fighting for here. This is ultimately what this is about. What we just witnessed, them trying to shut her down and say it's illegal for her to be in the bathroom and on this call. This is the lengths that they're going to in Texas to try to bring about a system so unjust and so unjustifiable that they are going to try to silence those leaders from being heard and speaking out.
I'm so annoyed with Cory Booker right now that I'm not even like, I can't even like praise him for this shit, but because he's all talk and no action. All right, let's test this shit. Frickin'. Can't say the F-bomb. But he stands for Jersey, let it be known. Yeah, Texas law prohibits photographing or recording a visual image of another person in a bathroom without consent. Ms. Collier abruptly left the call. The drama has drawn national attention, but none of the Democrats' actions could undo the political reality that Republicans in the Texas House outnumbered Democrats 88-62. 10 Democrats were recorded as absent in the vote on Wednesday. The strict attendance rules imposed by the House would expire after the passage of the map, the House Speaker, Justin Burrows, said on Wednesday. The day's most heated moments came over the question of race and how the new map impacts districts currently occupied by black members of Congress in the Houston and Dallas area. In Houston, the map moves the 9th Congressional District, held by U.S. Representative Al Green, an outspoken Trump critic, to an area where Republican voters predominate. Mr. Hunter and Barbara Gervin Hawkins, a Democratic state representative from San Antonio, argued over whether the black members of the House were consulted over the map. We weren't asked any questions, says Ms. Gervin Hawkins, who is black. Mr. Hunter, who is white, disagreed. The two members interrupted each other several times. Members, please try not to speak over one another. Mr. Burrows interjected at one point. You own the walkout, Mr. Hunter said to Miss Gervin Hawkins, talking loudly across a chamber that had grown otherwise quiet. Don't come into this body and say we didn't include you. You left us for 18 days. Oh, so if they just hadn't done the walkout, then they surely would have been consulted about this map, right? This map that they have explicitly said is to increase Republican winning margins. The vote on Wednesday took place during a 30-day special legislative session, the second such session called by Mr. Abbott to address redistricting and measures related to the deadly July 4th floods in the Texas Hill Country. The first session expired without any action because of the Democratic walkout. No votes have been taken on the House floor related to flood recovery. That was set to be handled later after redistricting. Texas has their constituents in mind and their priorities in order. Republicans getting, ready to tilt the midterms in their favor. That's number one on the docket. Getting relief to constituents that have been affected by floods that killed literally dozens and like over 100 people in Texas in 2025. A little bit lower, I suppose. Let's see. What are we doing next? All right, let's do this. Oh, wait. Yeah, Stephen Miller going off on my kind, on communists. For some reason.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you to the Vice President for...
This says, I'm glad they're here today. Stephen Miller lets loose on crazy communists protesting him in D.C. This was 7 hours ago.
Thank you, Secretary, for your leadership and most importantly, thank you to the men and women of the National Guard. I think here's the most important point. There are residents who lived in Washington, D.C. their entire lives. Their parents lived here. Their grandparents lived here. And they have lived for generations in intolerable conditions of crime and decay. There are parts of the city, I moved to the city 20 years ago. There are places where I've seen graffiti that has been untouched for 2 decades. There are homeless encampments that have made it impossible for families to use public parks and public recreation for as long as I've lived here. There are hundreds of residents.
Let's be real. Homeless encampments are people even going to parks anymore? I'll be honest. Like, is that a good situation for either constituent? Is that a good situation for homeless people? No. Is that a good situation for people that want to go to the park? No. But I'll be real. This whole, they can't even use the park because of that. It's like, our obesity rates tell me that I don't think that homeless people are what's stopping parks for, people from visiting parks. I'll be real.
Of this city who are shot in street violence every single year, making it one of the most violent cities on planet Earth. And for too long, 99...
Okay, is DC one of the most violent cities on planet Earth? Spoiler, it's not. Fact, yes, DC crime is out of control. Okay, most dangerous city in the world and most dangerous city in the US. Let's see if it even breaks the top 10. This is this is literally like a business. I don't even know. Let's see what they say here. California, Texas. Oh fuck, but wait, District of Columbia. I don't know if they would include it in any data that's gathered on this. Fuck. I don't know. Okay, so this is worldatlas.com. Let's see what they say. The most dangerous cities in the world. The world's most dangerous cities are not defined solely by perception or anecdote, but by persistent socioeconomic challenges, high crime rates, and deeply entrenched security issues. The article ranks 10 cities based on data from Numbio's 2025 Crime Index, which aggregates residents' reported experiences of crime and personal safety. Cities such as Peter-Maritzburg, Pretoria, and Caracas top the list, highlighting geographic diversity and the multifaceted nature of urban insecurity. High crime indices in these areas reflect not just street-level violence, but also systemic issues, unemployment, weak policing, political instability, and organized crime. Rather than sensationalizing danger, the list offers a nuanced lens into cities where vigilance and informed decision-making are essential for navigating the complex realities of 21st century urban life. So, as of 2025, the most dangerous cities in the world are Peter-Maritzburg in South Africa, Pretoria, South Africa, and Caracas in Venezuela, with crime as high as 82%, 81%, respectively. Or crime, the index is just 82 on a scale of 100, I guess. Papua New Guinea, South Africa, Honduras, South Africa, Memphis, Tennessee. Republican state, probably. Republican-led city, probably. Crime index in Brazil, pretty high. So, no. It's not the most dangerous city in the fucking world. Not that that really needs fact check, but it's like insane.
9% of street violence.
What are the most violent cities on the planet?
Every single year, making it one of the most violent cities on planet Earth.
More violence than Gaza. Or it's up there.
Too long. 99% of this city has been terrorized.
I'm sorry, Gaza City, to be specific.
By 1% of this city. And the voices that you hear out there, those crazy communists, they have no roots. They have no connections to the city. They have no families they are raising in this city. They have no one that they are sending to school in this city. They have no jobs in this city. They have no connections to this community at all.
The only people in Washington, D.C. that could possibly disagree with Stephen Miller and the Trump administration are crazy communists that are single, childless, and don't even live there. They're I guess Soros paid them off to come infiltrate the District of Columbia, like, you know, public city hall or something.
They're the ones who've been advocating for the 1%, the criminals, the killers, the rapists, the drug dealers. And I'm glad they're here today. Because me, Pete, and the Vice President are all going to leave here, and inspired by them, we're going to add thousands more resources to this city to get the criminals and the gang members out of here. We're going to dismantle those networks, and we're going to prove that a city can serve for the law-abiding citizens who live there. We are not going to let the communists destroy a great American city, let alone the nation's capital.
Not the communists, certainly not the Marxist-Leninists, to be specific.
And let's just also address one other thing. All these demonstrators that you've seen out here in recent days, all of these elderly white hippies, they're not part of the city and never have been. And by the way, most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C.
If that's the case, then like, why are they so worried about it? If these are people that don't even actually live in the city, why are you so concerned? They're not actually going to have any impact on anything related to D.C. then.
Are black. This is not a city.
Wait, black?
Most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C. are black. This is not a city that has had...
Is he saying because it's like a majority white demonstration that they must not be DC residents?
...any safety for its black citizens for generations. And President Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old. And we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American...
They're old. These people are like... I based off what he was describing, when he was like saying like childless, they don't have any family. That can describe elderly people, but I got to be real. I was thinking like young people. I was not thinking like old people.
People and the citizens of Washington, D.C. Thank you, Stephen. A few questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Jesus Christ. Okay, that actually reminds me, since Vance was the end of that one, let's see this interview that he did with Laura Ingraham. Let's see. So, Vice President J.D. Vance, it would be a huge mistake for Elon Musk to go forward with a third party. It's not on YouTube. It's only on their horrible player, unfortunately. So, this is what we're stuck with.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for having us here today.
Good to see you.
So you had quite an eventful morning over at Union Station, as we saw in that clip. Tell us about how you decided to go over there. You know, a lot of us D.C. residents and former D.C. residents know it well, but it's been the site of a lot of crime in recent years.
Of course.
And you decided to pay a visit. What happened?
Well, so a couple things. So first of all, I had heard from a couple of friends who used to avoid Union Station because there were vagrants and there were crazy people screaming at kids that they avoided Union Station. But over the past 9 days, since the president did this emergency order, it looks a lot better. It feels a lot safer. So I was talking with Stephen Miller and with Pete Hegseth about this in the Oval Office yesterday. And I was like, you know, we should just go over there and say hello to people. And you've got a lot of National Guardsmen over there, some D.C. cops who have been heckled by some.
Saying hello to people is when you say, get the fuck out, you single, filthy, disgusting white communists. That's their way of greeting people.
So I thought, what a good show of moral support to have the vice president and some of the senior team at the White House show up. We bought him some burgers, hang out with him a little bit. And actually, the most interesting thing, Laura, was after the cameras left, Pete and Steve and I stayed and, had lunch with these troops and just learned a lot about what they're seeing, about how much the city has changed in just the past 9 days. So crazy statistic, violent crime has dropped in D.C. 35% in 9 days. Robberies.
Okay, is that even true? Has violent crime in D.C. dropped, what was it, 39% in 9 days? He's a pretty boy now? No, he ain't. No, he ain't. Not to me. I think he looks like a racist Care Bear to steal from somebody's tweet. Okay, so factcheck.org. Let's see. According to the Washington Post, a 9-day sample size is not a serious way to even look at it. It's you could see an acute drop and then it could immediately spike. It's not sustainable. It's not even it's not going to tell you anything. Justice Department investigating DC police over fake crime data. Oh, wait. No. When did that come out? See, these are too old. I need new ones. I don't know why I thought that these were newer ones. Maybe this. Where are they getting this? It's clearly a lie. I know, but I want to see what it's even based off of. Arrests? Is it based off of reports? Is it based off of people saying that they feel safer? We asked 604 DC residents about Trump's takeover. Here's what they said. They overwhelmingly opposed President Donald Trump's decision last week to take over the DC police and order federal law enforcement and the National Guard onto district streets. And 65% don't think his actions will make the city safer from violent crime, according to a Washington Post SCAR school poll. 31% of district residents say crime is extremely or a very serious very serious problem in the city, down from 50% in May and 65% in spring of 2024. While the latest poll finds strong opposition to several tactics Trump has employed, residents show some agreement on one view. Just under half think increasing punishments for convicted teenagers would reduce violent crime. No shit. This is again, this is all anyone ever supports is more punitive measures. Does it ever reliably decrease crime? No, but they will support it nonetheless. The vast majority of residents, though, don't want Trump controlling law enforcement efforts in the city. About 8 in 10 D.C. residents oppose Trump's executive order to federalize law enforcement in the city, with 7 in 10 opposing it strongly. So it's people complaining, eh? Record high share of Washingtonians favor D.C. statehood. It would be funny if the result of this actually led to the District of Columbia becoming a separate state, which would only benefit Democrats. I'm pretty sure. Fears of theft, carjacking, assault, and burglary all down from 2024. Most Washingtonians. I don't like this word, I'll be honest. Why can't I say residents of D.C.? Say D.C. police should not help federal government deport undocumented immigrants. Most oppose shutting down homeless encampments. Only 25% support it, 64% oppose it. But I thought Stephen Miller said that nobody can use a park anymore because in this large open park, there's a few people that have tents set up. Mayor Bowser's job ratings are unchanged for May. Almost half of DC residents say Bowser should do more to oppose Trump, that she's not doing enough. Where are they even getting this stat? And this interview is too new for it to be fact-checked.
In D.C. have dropped 55% in 9 days. And it highlights the fact that this living with lawlessness and disorder, that's fundamentally a question of political will. If you've got the political will to enforce the law, you can make even cities like D.C. safe again. And that's what we're...
What comes out of a racist Care Bear's tummy instead of a rainbow?
Demonstrating.
I don't want to just default to couch memes.
People take an important lesson.
You guys have to help me think of something creative.
DC is a federal city. New York, LA, these places are not. I hope the American people just recognize that you don't have to live with lawlessness. You don't have to live with third world murder rates. If you just take control of these cities, you can make them safe places to live in.
So your pal Gavin Newsom calls this an abuse of power, that this is just a power grab, and this is all stunt for show, and that you all are going to roll through other cities. You've heard things about, oh, it's martial
lips are looking fucking insane. Let's go back a little bit and take a closer look. Hold on.
And to that, you say that this
Look
is
at this.
Third world murder rates. If you just take control of these cities, you can make them safe places to live in.
So your pal Gavin Newsom calls this an abuse.
I thought her voice sounded weird. It's like she could barely move her mouth because her fucking lips are so insane from the injections.
And that you all are going to roll through other cities. You've heard things about, oh, it's martial law is going to be declared. And to that, you say?
Well, first of all, how is it a power grab or how is it a stunt when we've already declined murders by 35% in 9 days? How many people are living and breathing?
How is it a stunt if I lie about the effectiveness of this policy that the DC residents largely oppose? Your Honor, how could I have murdered them if I didn't skin them alive?
Today because Donald Trump had the willpower to say, you know what, we're sick of D.C. being a home to lawlessness. We're going to bring some public order back to the nation's capital. So what I would say to Gavin Newsom or to anybody else in some of these big blue states or big blue cities is you can have law and order, you can have common decency, you can have public spaces that young families can go to again. I'll tell you a story, Laura. A couple of years ago, the last time I was in Union Station, I took my little kids there to get lunch, and they were being screamed at by homeless people, not compassionate to the homeless people to let them just fester when they clearly have mental health problems, not compassionate to young families to not be able to go into one of America's great public
I hate
spaces.
how many people will fall for that language. The idea that what they're doing by breaking up these homeless encampments or slandering them all as like mentally ill or on drugs or whatever is going like actually makes people think that there is actually this, they care about them.
Without being screamed at by a person clearly suffering
Why are Democrats
from a mental
doing
illness.
this?
I don't know.
Why is this
I
a
don't
political
know.
strategy?
Laura,
She just
I
had to interrupt to
so
ask why
often
Democrats
and
are
so
doing
many
this.
times. I don't know why Democrats seem to love public disorder and chaos almost as a political ideology. And I think that part of what's going on is Democrats have gotten so divorced from the communities that they allegedly serve that they don't realize the gross majority of residents in D.C., they want to walk through Union Station and just have a bite to eat or enjoy the space with their families. They don't realize that so many people have been absolutely...
I mean, like, notice that the question that he's answering was in response to whether or not this is going to lead to martial law or the institution of this in other cities. One, she already knows and he already knows that Donald Trump has already explicitly said that he wants this to be the case in Chicago and Baltimore and LA. Like, he wants to have the National Guard mobilized and on the ground in those blue cities, these blue states, regardless of whether or not actually, obviously, in spite of the fact that the leadership there does not want it, that the constituents there do not want it. He didn't address that at all. And he's just said, like, it can't be a stunt because we've seen, short-term results because of this fucking crackdown.
Terrorized by Democrat crime policies, and so maybe they just
Democrat
don't make the
crime
connection
policies.
between what Gavin Newsom says and the fact that places
I would love him to name one Democrat crime policy. Would love to hear that.
like D.C. or Los Angeles have some of the highest murder rates in the world.
And the D.C. police are being investigated for potentially manipulating their crime data. I've heard this from other police forces across the country. Great cops, beat cops in places like Chicago have said, some of the crimes are reclassified to make a burglary something that's more of a disturbance, and that kind of stuff happens. But is this a federal issue at this point, if this is a manipulation of data and if it's widespread?
Well, it's certainly something that's being investigated, and I hope that we'll uncover what's going on. But even aside from any manipulation of data, when you have 911 wait times that are so long, a lot of crime doesn't even get...
Watch. If I never go outside, that I reduce my risk of skin cancer by 90%. Flawless logic and practical. It's the same. If we don't test for COVID, then we don't have COVID.
Reported. And we heard this all the time. People would say, well, my home's being robbed. I'm not even going to call the police because it's going to be 45 minutes before they show up. And that's not an indictment of the beat cop, by the way. They're so overwhelmed by how much violent crime there is that they're unable to actually bring public safety to these communities. So what we're doing is just changing the balance a little bit. We're putting more...
Describe to me in detail, JD Vance, how a cop brings public safety to a community.
And we're taking more bad guys off the streets. And we think that's the sort of thing that's going to bring public safety back to D.C. Again, it's already working in a very big way.
Now, on to Ukraine. Your February meeting with Zelenskyy and the president. That was quite something to behold.
It was good
how did you all break the ice this time? Take us into the room, because we're all dying to know that.
Well, I think when President Zelenskyy walked into the Oval Office, I was chatting with him, with the president, with some of the senior Ukrainian delegation. I said, Mr. President, so long as you behave, I won't say anything. And he just chuckled a little bit. It was a good little icebreaker. I mean, what the
the hell does that mean? Why do I have a feeling that J.D. Vance would never say that to Donald Trump?
What the president's trying to do, meaning our president is trying to do, is bring a 3.5-year very brutal conflict to a stop. It's killed way too many Ukrainians, way too many Russians. It's completely transformed the economy of Europe and of big parts of Asia.
This is like, do you think that he ever brings up when he talks about like the Gaza genocide, or what he would refer to, I'm sure, as the Israel-Hamas war, that, oh, we need to get a cease, if they ever started to say we need to like secure a ceasefire, that they would ever draw attention to any Palestinian suffering? Or do you think would it exclusively refer back to IDF casualties, October 7th, or any Israeli casualties that have been sustained since then?
Yeah.
But with this, it's Russian and Ukrainian casualties.
I think you heard Vladimir Putin say this, that if Donald Trump had been president in 2022, this war would have never started. And now the president is really spending a lot of time, a lot of effort.
They are putting like so much stock in the fact that Putin made this comment. Now, Putin, reliable source on things.
Joe Biden's war. Without him being weak and provocative, I don't think that Russia would have invaded Ukraine. And now we have a situation where the president is trying to be strong and bold and trying to bring this thing to a close.
Now, take us into the room when the president said,
trying to bring it to a close, but he left the Alaska summit completely empty-handed and extracted zero concessions from Putin, as far as anyone can tell.
Call Putin now. And you got the Western leaders, they've all come to Washington. Now, what was their facial expression at that point? Did they anticipate that this was going to happen? Because it was, 8 hours ahead Moscow time?
Yeah, it was like 1 a.m. Moscow time, and they had no anticipation. So we're actually in the east wing of the White House, and the president says, we've had a pretty good meeting. I'm going to go call Vladimir Putin and see what he says about it. And everybody's like, oh, you're going to call him next week? And he's like, no, what time is it in Moscow? Let's call him right now. And I think one of the things I've realized about President Trump's leadership is he cuts through the BS of some of these diplomatic protocols and just says, I'm going to get things done. If I want to talk to somebody, I'm going to talk to somebody. You had a lot of the Europeans who were saying, no, there needs to be proper, vetting, and the teams have to prepare the phone call.
This is like, they tried to paint Donald Trump's flagrant, like his complete uninterest in observing any sort of norms or procedures as something like revolutionary, instead of him just like throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks and just smearing it all over the place.
Call and blah, 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 blah. And the president was like, no.
Like a video I want to react to on the next episode of Just Press Play is Michael Knowles. Like, I skimmed through it a little bit and he's like, you don't get to criticize Donald Trump for anything that he did here because everybody is begging him to adhere to all of the standards of the past, but all of the standards of the past got us nowhere. So you should be embracing this newfound strategy that Donald Trump and his team are using, because maybe that'll actually bring about change or something new, and everything else has failed us. Even though there's something in between those 2 points.
Kind of no holds barred, no BS diplomacy is part of the reason why we've made the progress we have. And we've made a lot of progress, Laura. Look, who knows what's going to happen? The president tells me this all the time. You can never say with certainty what the outcome in this situation is going to be. But we now have the Russians talking to the Ukrainians. They're talking details about what would be necessary on each side to stop the fighting and stop the killing.
The war started in 2014, JD. If you bring that up, here's what they'll say. Oh, so you mean under Obama and Biden? That'll be the exact pivot. They're going to completely move on from the fact that they are ignoring the annexations, but whatever.
We've made more progress in 3 months than the country had made in 3 years in stopping this conflict. And I think it's because sometimes you just need a president who will pick up the phone and call somebody.
When Vladimir Putin meets with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, can we assume that all the big details will have been discussed and generally agreed upon, namely the security agreement and land swap?
It's a good question. I think that if you go through the bureaucratic process, then the answer is yes. But I think the president's preference and my preference would be, let's have them meet regardless. You don't have to figure out every issue. And sometimes leaders sitting down face to face can break the logjam that their teams don't necessarily have the ability to do. There really are 2 big questions lingering out there. And in some ways it's very simple, but in some ways it's very complicated. Number one is Ukraine wants to know that it's not going to get invaded again by Russia. It wants to know that it's got territorial integrity long into the future. The Russians want certain pieces of territory, most of which they've occupied, but some of which they haven't. So that is really where the meat of the negotiation is. The Ukrainians want security.
One side has a completely reasonable demand that is in line with international law and wants their sovereignty and borders to be respected. The other party does not feel like adhering to those things, and I guess we're going to meet somewhere in the middle to appease Russia
security guarantees. The Russians want a certain amount of territory. Again, we finally got the details. We're working on them, but we haven't figured everything out. And I don't think that we should force, we shouldn't say that they can't sit down until you figured out every little detail. Sometimes them sitting down is what facilitates figuring out those details.
You have been so strong on the idea of Europe paying for Europe's defense.
Sure.
And I think a lot of Americans don't understand that the EU GDP last year was about $19.18 trillion, if I'm right, give or take. And the UK's is about $2.9 trillion. Sure. Ours is $29.8 trillion, right?
You know the numbers better than I do. You should be Treasury Secretary.
Yeah. Sorry, Scott, I got your job. No, but so this is a...
It's like forced laughter at himself. It's so painful to watch.
A lot of money. Europe has the money to defend itself. So the security agreement, my question to you is, why should...
Okay, this whole, like, they can defend themselves or whatever, like, this is a bipartisan issue or whatever, but, like, it was the U.S. that discouraged the EU from, like, bulking up their own defense and military in favor of wanting them to still be part of NATO back in, like, the 90s. So the U.S. is, like, complicit in that. And now, overnight, we're attempting to get them to pay their fair share, quote unquote. But, like, their GDP, they only contribute, like, 2%, less than 2% of their GDP. To be able to meet the required amounts that Donald Trump wants them to pay, they're having to, like, double it overnight. Like, and the most we've extracted is, like, pledges for them to do this. But we're, like, still not going to see money for a long time, if ever, from some of these countries. They just simply can't afford it.
Should America carry the lion's share of the burden from now until Lord knows when for Europe, when Europe has the money to defend itself?
Like, again, she thinks that this, like, just dropped out of nowhere, that, like, the United States doesn't have the most say in, like, how NATO has been, or that only Democrats decided to set this up, as if this wasn't, like, bipartisan. There was bipartisan consensus on how NATO and the strategic military alliance between us and other NATO countries was going to be dictated, and all of those terms, again, were created with mostly, like, shaped primarily by the United States. This just dropped out of nowhere. Did you know that they don't pay their fair share? Did you know that, like, just so stupid to me.
Here, I think that we should be helpful if it's necessary to stop the war and to stop the killing. But I think that we should expect, and the president certainly expects, Europe to play the leading role here. And what he said very clearly is, look, the United States is open to having the conversation, but we're not going to make commitments until we figure out what's going to be necessary to stop the war in the first place. And I think that it's, the president is very good. He never takes anything off the table. He never puts anything fully on the table because he doesn't want to give away his leverage. And this is the private conversation that we're all going to have about what's necessary to stop the war. But no matter what happens, no matter what form this takes, the Europeans are going to have to take the lion's share of the burden. It's their continent, it's their security, and the president's been very clear, they're going to have to step up here.
What's it like?
I mean, like, we know that that's his feelings, though, right? Because, like, Vance, Signal, group chat, leaks, Europe, NATO, will it come up? He was like, why the fuck should Europe not pay? Or, like, I'm mad that, like, Europe is why they should pay. Or it was something stupid. If Europe wasn't already on notice, the extraordinary leak of deliberations by J.D. Vance and other top-level Trump admin officials over a strike against the Houthis in Yemen was another side that has a target on its back. Yeah, on the face of it, okay, so this was related to the Houthis. It wasn't related to Ukraine, but, like, his attitude on Europe is, like, this is obviously the same. On the face of it, the strike against the Houthis had far more to do with the administration's policies on protecting maritime trade and containing Iran than its concerns about Europe freeloading on U.S. defense spending and military prowess. But Vance appears determined to push that angle as a reason to postpone the strike. I think we're making a mistake, wrote Vance, adding that while only 3% of U.S. trade goes through the Suez Canal, 40% of European trade does. There is a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary, he added. The strongest reason to do this, as Trump said, to send a message. Vance was contending that once again, the United States is doing what Europe should be. It is consistent with his past arguments that the U.S. is overpaying for European security and the derision he's displayed towards European allies, almost certainly the UK and France, when he described them as some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years. Thank you for the follow. Both fought in Afghanistan and the UK fought alongside the US in Iraq. It was during, and then this is what it says, at Pete Hegseth, if you think we should do it, let's do it. I just hate bailing Europe out again. let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. And if there are things we can do up front to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. And then Pete Hegseth is like, VP, I fully share your loathing of Europe.
Meeting Putin. Just what was he like, just one-on-one?
So I've actually never met Putin. The president did that meeting. I've talked to him on the phone a number of times. You know, it's interesting. He's more soft-spoken than you would necessarily expect. You know, the American media has a particular image of him. He's soft-spoken in a certain way.
He's a misunderstood, gentle, kind soul, Vladimir Putin.
Very deliberate. He's very careful. And I think fundamentally he's a person who looks out for the interests as he sees it of Russia. And I think one of the reasons he respects the President of the United States is because he knows the President looks out for the interests of the American people. And while they often disagree about issues, and obviously the President has been very critical of Vladimir Putin, the President's also willing to work with anybody if he thinks it's going to accomplish an important goal for America. And we all agree an important goal is to stop the killing.
Let's move to the economy, because that is still the #1 issue in the United States for most voters.
Sure.
The Democrats seem to be banking on an economic downturn, just like they seem to be banking on chaos in the streets against the National Guard.
Sure.
How do you see the economy in the next 6 months? As we're seeing some...
I mean, it's like not like this is not wish fulfillment from Democrats. This is something that is going to happen because it's just a matter of time when it's going to happen because of Donald Trump's tariffs.
Continuing uncertainty regarding interest rates and Jerome Powell.
Well, unfortunately, you have the Democrats. I think they really are betting against the United States. We're betting on the United States and the American people. There are a lot of good things happening in the economy. You have a lot of new investment coming in part because of the tariffs. People are trying to avoid the tariffs by building in the United States, which is their whole point, Laura, and why the president has been right about this issue from the beginning. You see blue-collar wages rising at their fastest rate in 50, 60 years. You see inflation.
Is that even true? Are blue-collar wages rising at the fastest rate in 50 years? The citation for this is literally the White House. Of course, only like far-right rags reporting on this. Does anyone fact-check anything anymore? This was reported June. This is their memo, June 17th of this year. Okay. Trump administration says blue-collar wages rising fastest in more than 50 years. The gain in wages thus far represents the highest increase in pay for blue-collar workers since '68. Is it like every single source is just like somebody in Trump's admin? Exclusive blue-collar wage growth under Trump sees largest increase in 60 years. Treasury Secretary reveals on Pod Force 1. Don't know what the fuck that is. The 1.7% pay bump is in stark contrast to negative growth under Joe Biden, according to new data from the U.S. Department of the Treasury. The recovery from a 1.7% decline recorded in Biden's first 5 months as inflation outpaced earnings suggested a shift in economic conditions for this financially stressed segment of the workforce. The only other time it's been this high was during President Trump's first term. Is this literally, what do you want to bet that if somebody fact-checked this has far more to do with COVID, quarantine, and all of that affecting those jobs because a lot of them were in person, and maybe some of them would have been sent home? Yeah. But it's like they're like zooming into these like specific areas where it's been like how it's gone up and down. But like the main claim of like 50 years.
Inflation cooling off, though there's still a lot of work to do there. So
negative growth is such a funny term because it's an oxymoron. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't just say decline.
You can never predict the future. But I think what people all over the world recognize is that It's a time to build in the United States of America. If you want to build a car, you want to build a car manufacturing facility, if you want to build a next generation technology facility, if you want to build houses, whatever you want to do, we are the place to do business.
How about rare earths and magnets, which is what we're dependent on with China, which gives them an...
This is not a manufacturing economy. This country is a service-based economy. We export we have services, hospitality, and culture. That's it. And weapons. We're like this whole thing about like, oh yeah, cars are gonna get made here, dude. Not with the fucking Zeal tariffs. You're fucking Donald Trump is instituting.
Enormous amount of leverage over us.
And that's something the president has really directed the entire team to fix that issue, because whether it's rare earth magnets or pharmaceuticals, he wants the United States.
Wait, I just saw this in chat. Straighterade, I don't have a problem arming Ukraine in perpetuity, but what are we going to do with a nuclear power we don't have leverage over? Makes it clear they aren't interested in diplomacy. You've just described North Korea.
On Americans.
Which no one here is really worried about.
In a situation where foreign adversaries or competitors have control over critical parts of our economy. Think about this, Laura. God forbid Americans are in some sort of conflict and we can't get antibiotics because we're in a conflict against a country that makes the antibiotics. You don't have economic freedom and you don't have real prosperity unless you make your own stuff. That's why the president of the United States is making it so much easier to build things and make things in America.
Now, I know you love talking about...
Like, we're going to bring the jobs back. We're going to bring, like, no one is actually going to start expanding these types of, trying to start these types of businesses under Donald Trump's economy with these fucking tariffs. They're going to wait for him to fuck off and for him to not be president anymore and for the tariffs to go away, even though everybody's going to have to deal with the effects of them.
Politics, because you're going to say, well, we can't look forward to 2028. I understand that.
I'm sick of politics,
But Democrats are still doing their 2024 autopsy.
Yes.
Okay. And part of their autopsy is that going forward, they need to kind of be more like Trump in tone, tougher, have nicknames. Newsom's given you a nickname, which I don't even understand, called Just Dance Vance. So I guess, what's your favorite dance? What's your favorite dance music? I mean, it's the dumbest nickname. But how lost are the Democrats right now? And you can answer the dance question.
I mean, look, the autopsy for the Democrats, some free political advice from the President of the United States is stop sounding like crazy people. That really is all it is. I mean, this idea that Gavin Newsom is somehow going to mimic Donald Trump's style, I think that ignores the fundamental genius of President Trump's political success, which is that he's authentic. He just is who he is. You've got to be yourself. You've actually got to talk to people honestly about the issues. I don't think it's that complicated.
Vance and Quaid.
Don't be a crazy person. Be authentic. If the Democrats did that,
is the don't be a crazy person their version of the like just don't be weird? Trying to like co-opt the Democratic messaging that they were fucking struggling to oppose like a year ago.
Do a hell of a lot better. But the thing is, the Democrats really can't help themselves. If you look at the transgender issue, they're still talking about letting, men play in women's sports.
Transgender sports.
They're calling Donald Trump a fascist for taking action that in 9 days has dropped armed robberies by 55%. So part of
you're just gonna keep repeating this stat.
Being less crazy, and if the Democrats were less crazy, I think we'd all get along a whole lot better.
I mean, like they're repeating this stat. So if they ever discontinue the National Guard presence in D.C., which don't see an end in sight to it, because they could easily keep going past the 30 days that they said that they're going to do it, like only until 30 days, right? This is an acute change if it's even true, and then they'll blame that on the fact that we ended martial law in D.C.
In California, because I am a member of the California bar, so don't get me here. But look, we've had a situation where they're giving commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens who can't speak English,
who don't have basic English competency.
And
who's they? Who is they? Are you talking about the DMV? Why would it be illegal for somebody to get a driver's license in California just because they're only a permanent resident or they have a green card or a visa?
Killing Americans,
which matters a whole lot, because if you're going to read a road
killing
sign,
Americans,
Laura, you might as well, or you need to actually read.
Or like can't speak English, like
California bar. So don't get me here. But look, we've had a situation where they're giving commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens who can't speak English.
They don't have basic English competency.
And they're killing Americans,
which matters a whole lot.
I'm not sure why you need to speak English to drive. Like, wait until somebody tells him how many people in this country are monolingual and it's not English. It's only Spanish, or it's only Chinese, or it's only any like Korean. There's tons of different areas of the country where people are just fine and they don't speak English.
If you're going to read a road sign, Laura, you might as well, or you need to actually read the language the road sign is written in. And of course, this illegal alien in California killed 3 innocent people because he was reckless, he was dangerous, he shouldn't have been in the country. But now we come to find out he can't even read in the language the road signs are written in. So this is, again, it goes to the Democrats' basic problem, which is they're just too crazy. Imagine if you had a Democratic Party that was focused on...
Can you believe the Democrats are responsible for this driver making an error and it ending in a fatal car crash? Now Democrats are responsible for car crashes?
Enhancing the prosperity and the safety of American citizens rather than bringing in millions of low-wage illegal immigrants, giving them the right to vote and allowing them to effectively...
Again, that's the Democrats' fault. Apparently, that's not the fault of private capital or businesses that employ these people for less wage, like less money than they should be earning. No, that's on Democrats.
Make it harder for Americans to live a good life. That's all this is about. They care more about low-wage foreigners than they do about their own people. That is the fundamental craziness at the heart of the Democratic Party. And until they change that, Gavin Newsom can mimic Donald Trump all that he wants to. They're still going to lose unless they get better policies that actually serve.
They're so mad about the tweets, man. They're so mad about the tweets.
The American people.
Given the fact that they're endangering the lives and killing American citizens, as we saw with that horrific crash in Florida.
Literally killing American citizens.
Literally killing Americans. I mean, these are...
This emphasis on these anecdotes or whatever, just fucking chef's kiss. Genius.
These are not made up statistics. These just happen. I mean, federal highway funds.
Especially when it comes to illegal immigration, because they always just make this brain dead argument like, were it not for this person's presence in this country, this would not have happened, period. But it doesn't matter how many other stats you can point to show that has really nothing to do with accident statistics. It doesn't correlate in any statistically significant way. That the thing that's going to determine whether or not somebody is a safe driver is like experience or age or eyesight or any number of other factors. It doesn't matter because most people will not think past the first or like part of, oh, but if they weren't here, that wouldn't have happened. They don't care how many Americans kill each other on the road. It's just, but we could have prevented that, like those 2 crashes.
That's leverage that the federal government has over the states that refuse to do the basics.
That's exactly
Would you
right.
consider advising that DOT and the administration pull back on federal highway funds for these states?
So I don't want to get ahead of any administration announcements, but we are looking at a whole host of points of leverage we can exercise over California and other states to make sure they comply with the law. Sanctuary cities are killing people because you allow these violent criminals to set up shop in your cities. Obviously, you saw this case with a person who murdered people on the road, 3 people on the road, because he couldn't even read the road signs. We have a lot of points of leverage.
But he wouldn't have had, I mean, somebody in my chat is saying that, like, he wouldn't have even had that license if he didn't speak English already. But, like, you have to speak some English. Do you have to demonstrate competency in English to get a commercial driver's license? I know I misspelled license. English language proficiency requirement executive order. Let's see. This is just Florida. Do I need a CDL? All applicants for a commercial driver's license are required to have an operator's license, pass the vision requirements, and pass knowledge and skills test. Applicants must be at least 18 years of age. If they're under 21, they will be restricted to interstate operation only. Applicants must be a Florida resident. Knowledge tests are offered in multiple languages and may be taken orally in English or Spanish with the exception of the hazardous materials test. Skills tests must be conducted in English. Interpreters may not be used during the admin of any tests. Review the CDL handbook. Somebody's already thought about this. It is interesting though that the skills test can be or like certain parts of the test can be in Spanish.
tell the governor of California or the governor of New York that you have to stop putting the interests of illegal aliens over American citizens. We need the American people to stand with us. And I think that they will. I think that they are. But we're definitely not going to let this slide, Laura. You can't do it. You've got to stop putting the interests of foreigners who don't have the right to be here over the interests of American citizens. That is the entire.
Yeah, that's Democrats doing it, not private corporations, not capitalists, not billionaires, not businesses. It's Democrats that are encouraging this.
Point and purpose of the Democratic Party. If you go back to the election of 2024, what was the big issue? The big issue was illegal immigration. They were actually defending the rights of illegal immigrants to come into our country, to vote in our elections, to collect Social Security and Medicaid that ought by right go to American citizens, to say nothing of housing. This is actually the biggest driver of housing costs in some of these big blue cities, is that they've flooded the zone with illegal immigrants. As we've kicked illegal aliens out of our country, you actually see housing costs start to level off. So fundamentally, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is.
What? Why would those two things be correlated?
We care about
housing prices now are determined by how many illegals are in the country.
Actually defending the rights of illegal immigrants to come into our country, to vote in our elections, to collect Social Security and Medicaid that ought by right go to American citizens, to say nothing of housing. This is actually the biggest driver of housing costs in some of these big blue cities, is that they've flooded the zone with illegal immigrants. As we've kicked illegal aliens out of our.
Yeah, illegal immigrants known for if you're an illegal immigrant, you're probably wealthy enough to be able to get a mortgage and a loan from a bank in America. You probably have built up enough credit history to be able to buy a house. And now that we're getting those people out, now housing is going to go down. The cost of housing is going to go down.
Our country, you actually see
what a bizarre stat.
So fundamentally, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is we care about American citizens. They actually don't like American citizens and want to replace them with low-wage foreigners. It's a very stark difference, and I think the American people are going to continue to reward us because of it.
All right. When Elon Musk departed, he said it was dramatic departure. And I know you know him well, you're good friends with him, but he said he's going to start a third party and that sent everyone into the stratosphere. But he's since kind of backed off that. And now, according to the Wall Street Journal, he is considering backing you in 2028. I know you don't want to get ahead of the president. He's only 7 months into this. But would that be something you would welcome, certainly his staying in politics and perhaps supporting you down the road?
Yeah, so I saw the story, and as far as I can tell, the story is completely fake. I've never talked with Elon Musk or, frankly, any other donor about 2028. I do think that it would be a huge mistake for Elon to go forward with a third party. And my argument to him is whether you like.
I happen to disagree. I would love nothing more than Elon Musk to continue his ketamine binges and keep tweeting out criticisms of Donald Trump, pissing off MAGA for whatever reason, and saying that he is going to do this stupid third party that will undoubtedly split the MAGA vote. Completely fine with me. I'm a huge fan of it.
Like it or not, you are now perceived by the far left as on the side of the American right. You believe in law and order. You believe in closed borders. You believe in economic growth and prosperity. You believe in making things in the United States of America. The idea that Elon is ever going to go back to being sort of in the middle where Democrats and Republicans both like him, that's just not going to happen. He is perceived as being on the American right. And so if he doesn't like things the Republican Party is doing, my advice to Elon would be try to fix the Republican Party. Try to push it in your own way. Disagree with me all you want. Disagree with the President of the United States, but don't pretend that you can make a big difference with a third party. I think Elon would make a much bigger difference if he stayed loyal to President Trump's Republican Party. And if he had disagreements, express those disagreements from the inside as opposed to from the outside.
The New York Times just reported that the Democrats are in a voter registration spiral. 2.1 million Americans ditched the Democrat Party between 2020 and 2024. Meanwhile, the GOP is doing pretty well. They're gaining 2.4 million. So is this a moment where we could see the midterm curse reversed and the Republican Party gain some ground?
If Republicans gain ground, it will literally be because of things like redistricting in Texas and stuff like that, like trying to make that the outcome. That's why you have Donald Trump saying that they need to do away with mail-in ballots. It will not be because Republicans are doing such a bang-up job. It will not be because independents are impressed with Donald Trump. It will not be because of any of that.
I think we have a good chance, but take nothing for granted, Laura. You have the Democrats are still trying to register illegal aliens. They still explicitly say that they want illegal aliens to vote in federal elections. We still have, I think,
Is there a single Democrat that advocates for illegal immigrants participating in federal elections? Just one. Maybe ChatGPT can help me out with this. You're asking whether any single Democratic politician supports allowing illegal immigrants to participate in federal elections. The short answer, no credible Democrat currently advocates for illegal immigrants voting in federal elections, which remains illegal under U.S. law. Here's what the latest reliable sources show. Current law and Democratic position on federal voting. Federal law prohibits non-citizens, including undocumented immigrants, from voting in federal elections, and violations can result in criminal penalties, including deportation. When claims have surfaced that Democrats support allowing such voting, they've been fact-checked and debunked. A Democratic-backed amendment to translate voting materials into multiple language did not include or intend to include non-citizen voting provisions. It's already illegal. What is this? Having to say that a Democratic proposal is not going to allow non-citizens to vote just because they're like, yeah, it should also be available in like Spanish. Democrats have just voted for illegal immigrants that are not U.S. citizens to be able to vote in elections. And an Instagram user wrote in a post that contained more than 3,500 likes. There's no hiding it. Democrats want non-citizens voting in our elections. The GOP account continued alongside an image of a proposed amendment to the voting-related bill. And it failed. It didn't even make it into law. There was also like they wanted to vote to make vote like illegals like hold on, Republicans and Democrats vote to reaffirm that illegal immigrants can't vote in elections. This was literally a thing that they wasted time doing. What is this? Oh, yeah. And like some local districts, they can participate or whatever. It wasn't this. It was like... There was like a law that they literally... Like some virtue signal law that was reaffirming a thing that was already illegal that they made Democrats take a vote on as well as themselves, saying that like non-citizens can't vote.
A lot of headwinds from the media. They never tell the truth about what we're doing, about what the president has accomplished for the American people. So don't rest on our laurels. Keep on achieving victories for the American people and keep on trying to win. That's our path to being able to continue to govern this country.
Vance is a poor liar compared to his boss. The reason why is because he's younger and he sounds more cogent. So Donald Trump's lies get laundered into the fact that he's old and you expect him to sound kind of insane and like he has dementia. And he's all over the place and just constantly interrupts himself. So his lies just come out so much more naturally than JD Vance, who clearly comes off as like very, very rehearsed, very measured. So it sticks out when he's trying to like enthusiastically make some claim that he clearly prepared for and clearly rehearsed before saying it out loud.
Look, I'm not going to
Trump just riffs
anything in 2026. We just have to keep working at it.
Who's your best friend in the cabinet?
We have a lot of good friends, right? I mean, the weird thing is,
cabinet best
you
friend.
say it's one
Stephen
person,
Miller?
then fundamentally that's an insult to other people. I mean, Marco and I are very close. We were close in the Senate. He's been a great friend of mine. I think he's doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, who I went to Union Station, I think is doing a great job as Secretary of Defense. And really, the D.C. swamp tried to destroy Pete Hegseth unlike anybody in the administration. And that really kind of, whenever I see the worst people in the world trying to tear a guy down, that makes me think he's on our side.
Are you doing push-ups and pull-ups with him and Bobby? Are you?
I have not yet done. I'm sure they can do more push-ups and pull-ups than I have. But I am.
RFK Jr. working out montage.
This presidential focus on fitness. And Bobby and Pete are obviously leading the way, but I'm going to participate as much as I can.
You're going to Georgia, big, beautiful bill. Can we expect any fireworks down there? What can we say?
Well, I guess it depends on who's going to show up to the rally. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun, talk about the big successes of the big, beautiful bill, the fact that it lowers taxes.
Working out in jeans is nasty work. Just another day for RFK Jr.
Things in America again. So we're going to have a good time, and we're going to talk about all the things the president's doing just to make people's lives better. That's the whole reason we're doing this. We want Americans to be able to live safe, prosperous lives in their own country. We made a lot of progress in 7 months. We're going to make a lot more.
Love that. We're going to make so much more progress, you guys. More of the same. More of this bullshit. No way Stephen Miller doesn't fuck with anyone who has a brown wife.
Oh, I like that intro.
Hey, Pisco says Stephen Miller is not a Nazi because he's Jewish, so he can't be a Nazi. So take it back. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's see what we're going to do next. What is this? Speaking of Marco Rubio, okay, let's watch Asmongold give foreign policy takes.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio joins us now.
This was uploaded 13 hours ago. 361,000 views. This never happened before. Thumbnail was just him in the corner, his fucking stupid face in the corner, and Marco Rubio's even dumber face, you know, blasted. So let's see.
All right, Secretary, you were in the room this afternoon with President Trump, Zelenskyy, all the European leaders. Was there a big moment that happened?
Well, I think the whole thing was a big moment. Unprecedented, really, when you think about all these European leaders came here, 7 that were there, and that included the head of NATO and the head of the EU. And they all said the same thing, which is this, you know, after 3 years of sort of deadlock and no talks and no change in circumstances, this is the first time where there seems to be some movement. Now, look, this is a complicated war. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's
obvious they're going to end the war, in my opinion. I think it's obvious. Unless something really stupid happens, I would say like the probability of this getting ended relatively soon is like 80%, 90%.
Going on for 3.5 years. A lot.
Lock it in, boys. 80 to 90% chance that this is getting ended soon. No one doubts that it's probably going to end within the next year or two. Okay, probably within the next year. It's a matter of how favorable are the conditions going to be stacked in Russia's favor versus Ukraine's or the United States'.
A lot of people have died. A lot of territories exchanged back and forth. So
watch it be wrong as fuck. I actually don't think, given like Ukrainian polling and how they support an end to the war, plus what Trump is pushing for, that it will be negotiated in the next, at least the next year. I'd be shocked if it like even a year and a half it takes.
Thing to unwind. But nothing was happening on this war. Literally, the only option that we were given under the previous administration was continue to fund Ukraine for however much they need, for however long it takes. And now you have people actually talking about pathways towards ending it. Now it's going to take a little bit more.
There's a generic dipshit percentage take. It's not like anyone in his audience is going to fucking remember or hold him accountable. So
more work and a little bit more time. But we are
the same people that believe Donald Trump when he said, I'm going to end it in 24 hours are also going to believe this dipshit when he says 80 to 90% chance it gets ended soon. Soon could mean 6 months. It could mean a week. It's whatever allows him to say, I told you so.
Making progress. It's not me saying it. That is virtually every leader there today said that in front of the cameras.
Well, most importantly, it's Putin that's able to come and meet and talk about ending it. And also Zelenskyy, who's willing to meet with Putin. Zelenskyy wasn't even willing to meet with them previously. I think that for sure that it's basically over. Like, I think that both sides are probably at a certain point. I think this is a war that nobody won. Ukraine isn't winning. Russia isn't.
Russia, yeah. I'm sure Russia feels that way. That's why they don't want to end this thing, right? Because they're losing.
Winning, they're both losing.
Saying it for a reason, because it's true and they're witnessing it and they've been a part of it.
So these European nations, and some of these are NATO countries, are they willing?
It's a stalemate. That's so true.
To put troops on the ground in Ukraine to cement this peace deal? Would that make Ukraine kind of like a NATO ally?
That's a big one.
What's being contemplated, look, any sovereign country in the world has a right to enter into security alliances with other countries. You know, it's not just NATO. We have such alliances with South Korea. We have it with Japan. Other countries have it with each other. And so I think everyone would acknowledge, including, by the way, for the first time, the Russian side.
Russia's obtaining all their stated goals. I think that what I think the outcome of this will be is that Russia will probably legally be given Crimea and maybe some other small thing. And then that way Putin can come back and see guys, I got.
Legally, explain to me how Russia legally obtains land it acquired by force, Asmongold. Please go into detail. Don't spare me.
Something. and withdraw from the war without looking like he lost.
Thank you for the follow.
To his people, Donbass too. Yeah, people are saying that. I don't know all the politics around that yet, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But yeah, that's Crimea and Donbass, maybe, right? And so the point is, yeah, strategic victory. Yeah, exactly, right? Because Putin can't walk away from this with nothing. He can't. And so, like, the
Russia is fucked strategically. They burn through assets they can't replace unless China helps them. Yeah, like, there are obviously disadvantages. Like, it's just way too much to say that like, it's a stalemate in any way, shape, or form. Russia clearly has the upper hand, even if there are mitigating circumstances surrounding their upper hand, you know?
Most painless way to do that is to give him an area that they're already controlling legally. Just really, that's how it is. He's too proud. Well, he's effectively a dictator. He's a dictator. And if you're a dictator, your ability to be the controlling force in your country revolves around your ability to be respected and feared among the people that you're ruling over. If you don't bring home the bacon, you get turned into bacon. That's what happens. So he has to come back with something. He's a dictator with nukes and tons of resources and money.
Like, dude, I was about to say the idea that there could be this, like, organic, like, of, like, Russian revolution to, like, overthrow Vladimir Putin when, like, fucking, what's his name? Alexei, I can't even think of his name, was, like, probably killed by Russia. You're talking about, like, a nuclear arm, a superpower, like, kleptocracy, ridiculously corrupt, like, a government that is on the side of one man and one man alone, or money, and you're going to be able to, like, rise up against that. Like, does he realize that would be difficult to do even in a free democracy like the United States? Because the United States has fucking tanks and a military.
He is, but once enough...
Yeah, Navalny, that's what I'm thinking of.
People in his country don't respect him and don't support him. It will also cause all kinds of issues domestically.
It's like the way that he makes it sound. He's like 2 seconds early. He's like, oh yeah, he's a dictator. They fear them, but also he needs the consent of the governed. Otherwise, he'll be overthrown. That's literally the opposite of how a dictatorship works.
Even if
you can consolidate and hold power regardless of public opinion. It does not matter how unpopular you are. If you control all of the money, if you control all of the violence, if you control the state, if you have bought off every single bureaucrat, you are going to be in control of that country.
Usurp him, it will cause him a bunch of problems and it will make him look bad. He doesn't want to have that happen, period. Obviously, like, getting deposed is like the worst possible scenario for him, but there are many other negative scenarios that exist in that spectrum.
Wait, Putin why would he be deposed?
Used domestically. He's a dictator with nukes and tons of resources and money. He is, but once enough people in his country don't respect him and don't support him, it will also cause all kinds of issues domestically, even if they don't.
Yeah, Vladimir Putin remains dictator because enough people in Russia respect him.
Usurp him, it will cause him a bunch of problems and it will make him look bad. He doesn't want to have that happen, period. Obviously, like, getting deposed is like the worst possible scenario for him, but there are many other...
Deposed by who? Who is going to depose Vladimir Putin? Why would he ever... What?
Negative scenarios that exist in that spectrum.
Under President Trump's sort of pressure or, a suggestion is that, in fact, a Ukraine post-conflict has a right to enter into security agreements with other countries. And we will work with our European allies and non-European countries, by the way, to build such a security guarantee. We're working on that right now. We'll continue to work on that. And that'll be something that'll have to be in place after a peace deal, so that Ukraine can feel safe moving forward. And we're coordinating that as we speak. We're involved in the coordination of it. So, yeah, there are a number of countries that are willing to step forward and provide Ukraine security guarantees. But as the Ukrainians have said to us, and I think have said publicly, the strongest security guarantee they can come up with their future is to have a strong...
In my opinion, I think, again, the probability of Trump getting of Putin, I got every single one wrong, of Putin getting something out of this is, in my opinion, 100%. I think that
I'm guessing someone in the power league could bump off Putin. It doesn't have to be done by some nobody. If that were to ever happen, it wouldn't be, I sincerely doubt it would be just some individual. It would be like a coordinated effort. But he was claiming that it could be through like a sheer democratic will or like Russians like coming together to try to overthrow the Russian government. But that's not going to happen.
Does not end until he gets some form of territory.
Military moving forward, and that's the other dynamic that's changed. We're no longer giving Ukraine weapons. We're no longer giving Ukraine money. We are now selling them weapons, and European countries are paying for it through NATO. They are using NATO to buy the weapons and transfer them to Ukraine. That's another big change.
Ukraine won't accept that and shouldn't. They will accept it, I think, because he's been killing so many of them. Eventually, they're going to stop. They're going to want to stop dying. Survival is more important than what's wrong.
I mean,
or
like Donald Trump is helping bring about this outcome because he's not like he's not willing to arm them.
He's killing them. He's systematically killing them. He's taking over their cities. He's blowing up their buildings.
Like he's not willing to arm them to the extent that they'd need to actually make any major gains.
He's killing all of their soldiers. They will eventually run out of people.
So, I mean, correct. If you put them in a weaker position militarily, then they have no choice but to effectively surrender and compromise because they literally just do not have the weapons to hold the territory that they need. That's correct. As a matter of like, that would logically follow, but you've again guaranteed that outcome.
They're going to give it up. I agree with you that I don't think that they should. I don't think it's fair. But I think that's what's going to happen.
This war was approached just just under the Biden administration.
Or if we stepped in, it could potentially be a different scenario, but they're not committing. I mean, J.D. Vance had said at one point that committing troops to that region is not off the table, which is even further than even Biden was willing to go. Biden said unequivocally, we are never going to commit U.S. troops to the ground in that region to defend Ukrainian sovereignty. But they have reversed course on that, and he made it clear that even for like security guarantees, Trump doesn't want to have like any U.S. soldiers deployed.
For example,
absolutely. Yeah. And the minerals deal is also a nice security guarantee.
And by the way, polling supports.
It was this. Yeah, Trump vows not to send U.S. troops to Ukraine for a peacekeeping mission. We'll come back to this.
What I'm saying.
Wait,
Ukrainian people.
Were you in the room when the president talked to Vladimir Putin?
I was,
Ooh,
and in that conversation, what came from it is that the president suggested that Zelenskyy and Putin meet. So we're working on that now to try to set that up for them to meet somewhere, which again would be unprecedented. And then if that goes well, hopefully the next meeting will be a meeting between Presidents Putin, Trump, and Zelenskyy, where we hope to finalize a deal. We're not there yet, but that's what we're aiming towards, and that's one of the things that was discussed today is how to get to that point.
So in Russian war of attrition? Well, here Russia is losing many more men. Again, like I used the example before, I'll use it again. Xerxes' army in 300. The 300 were better soldiers, and they killed more of Xerxes' army than Xerxes' army killed of Spartans. But the 300 died. That's basically, it doesn't matter. Like, if you have an
Aren't both of these countries struggling with conscription?
Overwhelming force, it doesn't matter if you have a positive KD. Like, you're still going to end up losing. I think that there was another good example. German tanks were way better than American tanks. And I think it was like Germany said, like, yeah, for one tank, for every one German tank, they could stop 4 American tanks. But we had 5, and we just beat them. That's it. It doesn't matter. Like, even if you can beat somebody 1v1, doesn't make a difference. You just bring in enough people, and you still win.
Just the fact that Putin...
Why does he... This is such a fucking stupid way of looking at how military conflicts are won, but whatever.
Saying, sure,
like, it's not like sheer size alone is like not going to be the thing that dictates it. We've lost to fucking Vietnam. It's clearly also like a combination of like strategy.
Yep. Zelenskyy. That's a big deal. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to leave
using a movie reference for actual life. Yeah, using the movie 300 as the rubric to explain to your fucking like live viewers why like Russia would win, or I can't even remember what point was being made there.
Friends, I'm not saying they're going to leave that room with a peace deal.
Well,
but
I was talking about something different.
People are now talking to each other. This wasn't happening for 3.5 years.
Aaron thinks size doesn't matter. Confirmed. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that that's your first time chatting in Twitch.
A stalemate war of death and destruction. And let me tell you something. This president hates war. And he hates it. He thinks it's a waste of money and a waste of lives. And he has made it a priority, President Trump has, to bring about peace. If he sees an opportunity to step in and broker a peace, he wants to do it. He's been successful already 6 times in 6 months in achieving that. And he wants to achieve it with Ukraine and Russia as well.
What is it, the 6th time? Okay, so I guess you're referring to Israel, Iran, which we helped manufacture. Okay, so yeah, you ended a war that you started. India, Pakistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan. What are the other 3 that they have to be talking about? Because Israel, Gaza is not done.
Well,
so the timeline, it looks ideally, is Vladimir Putin meets with Zelenskyy, and then President Trump and Zelenskyy and Vladimir Putin meet, the 3 of them, and hopefully cement some sort of peace deal then.
Okay, let's see. What does the BBC say? Congo, Sudan, which is so hot. Yeah. How many wars has President Trump really ended? As President Donald Trump tries to broker an end to Russia-Ukraine war, he has been highlighting his track record in peace negotiations since starting his second term in office. Speaking at the White House on August 18th, where he was pressed by European leaders to push for a ceasefire, he claimed, "I've ended 6 wars. All of these deals I made without even mention of the word ceasefire. This is a lie. I don't even know why he tries to claim this. Iran, Israel, ceasefire." There is literally just a Wikipedia article dedicated to the fucking Truth Social post that he made announcing the ceasefire. The following day, the number he cited had risen to 7 wars. Another war he ended. The Infinity War, perhaps. The Trump administration says a Nobel Peace Prize is well past time for the peacemaker-in-chief and has listed the wars he has supposedly ended. Some lasted just days, although they were the result of long-standing tensions, and it is which we fanned the flames of. And it is unclear whether some of the peace deals will last. Trump has also used the word ceasefire a number of times in talking about them on the Truth Social platform. BBC Verify has taken a closer look at these conflicts and how much credit the president can take for ending them. So Israel and Iran, the 12-day conflict began when Israel hit targets in Iran on June 13th. Wow, how come it doesn't say preemptively struck to protect themselves and defend themselves and save themselves, whatever. Pakistan and India. Tensions between these two nuclear-armed countries have existed for years, but in May, hostilities broke out following an attack in Indian-administered Kashmir. I didn't even try to cover this. I don't know anything about this region. I feel like there was no commentary that I could add that would be responsible or insightful to literally anyone. Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Long-standing hostilities between these two countries flared up after the M23 rebel group seized mineral-rich territory in eastern DR Congo earlier in the year. In June, 2 countries signed a peace agreement in Washington aimed at ending decades of conflict. Trump said it would help increase trade between them and the U.S. The text called for respect for the ceasefire agreed between Rwanda and DRC in August 2024. Since the latest deal, both sides have accused each other of violating the ceasefire, and the M23 rebels, which the UK and US have linked to Rwanda, have threatened to walk away from peace talks. There's still fighting between Congo and Rwanda, so that ceasefire was never really held, says Margaret Macmillan, a professor of history who taught at the University of Oxford. Surely she must not have contacted or spoken to J.D. Vance or President Donald Trump, who emphatically disagree because they keep citing this as an example of an ended war. Thailand and Cambodia. I love when the sentence starts off with, Trump posted on Truth Social saying this thing. I'm calling on the acting prime minister of Thailand right now to likewise request a ceasefire and end to the war which is currently raging. A couple of days later, this was on July 26th, the two countries agreed to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire after less than a week of fighting at the border. Malaysia held the peace talks, but President Trump threatened to stop separate negotiations on reducing U.S. tariffs, taxes on imports. Unless Thailand and Cambodia stop fighting, both are heavily dependent on exports to the U.S. On August 7, Thailand and Cambodia reached an agreement aimed at reducing tensions along their shared border. Never was raging. I was about to say, the fighting at the border, we're talking about like a war, like constituting a war. Armenia and Azerbaijan, this deal is insane. It's terrible on refugees. We are locked into a 99-year agreement to manage an Armenian strait now, which could be completely reversed anytime a new administration comes in and decides to reverse this. I don't even know why that was in the agreement, but whatever. The leaders of both countries said Trump should receive the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts in securing a peace deal, which was announced at the White House on August 8th. I think he gets good credit here. The Oval Office signing ceremony may have pushed the parties to peace, says Mr. O'Hanlon. In March, the two governments had said they were ready to end their nearly 40-year conflict centered on the status of Nagorno-Karabakh. I'm terrible at saying these names. The most recent serious outbreak of fighting was in September 2023 when Azerbaijan seized the enclave where many ethnic Armenians lived. It's leaving out that like a bunch were expelled, but whatever. Karabakh. Egypt and Ethiopia. There was no war here for the president to end, but there have long been tensions on a day. Like all of this is like there's long been tensions, there's long been tensions, there's long been tensions. After 12 years of disagreement, Egypt's foreign minister said on June 29th that talks with Ethiopia had ground to a halt. Trump said, if I were Egypt, I'd want the water in the Nile. Profound. I'm sure many people were touched when he said that. He promised that the U.S. was going to resolve the issue very quickly. Egypt welcomed Trump's word. No way. Corrupt piece of shit. Al-Sisi fucking loves Trump. And shocking. But Ethiopian officials said they risked inflaming tensions. No formal deal has been reached between Egypt and Ethiopia to resolve their differences. Serbia and Kosovo. June 27th, Trump claimed to have prevented an outbreak of hostility. Oh, so you ended a war. He didn't just end it. He preemptively ended it. So he gets credit for that as well. Trump claimed to have prevented an outbreak of hostilities between them, saying Serbia and Kosovo was going to go at it, going to be a big war. I said, you go at it. There's no trade with the U.S. They said, well, maybe we won't go at it. Please tell me there's like a clip of this. This is not just like a Truth Social screech. Where did he say this? Sounds like it would be a hilarious clip to watch. No, I don't. I want to hear him say it. No, okay, like, so this is a transcript. So he did say it in some interview. Two countries have long been in dispute, a legacy of the Balkan Wars of the 1990s, with tensions rising in recent years. Serbia and Kosovo haven't been fighting or firing at each other, so it's not a war to end. Professor McMillan told us. Yeah, somebody said, maybe Trump has precogs, a la Minority Report. Maybe he himself is a precog. And he just envisioned himself not only like ending a war that has not yet started. It was revealed to him in a dream. The White House, his only bargaining chip is always trade with the U.S. It's like, acting like this can prevent or be the thing that stops all conflict internationally. It's like this one trick that presidents, should use, but people hate when they use it. Like, dude, if this were a way to like solve international relations or whatever, like there would never be any wars because the United States would just make them bend to their will. Aaron, would you react to Amanda Seales on Jubilee, her versus 20 black conservatives? No, because it gets claimed, so it needs to be a really good Jubilee for me to want to do it. I will be doing the PBD one. The PBD one I'm excited for, okay? The White House pointed us towards Trump's diplomatic efforts in the first term. The two countries signed economic normalization agreements in the Oval Office with the president in 2020, but they were not at war at the time.
The issue about giving land back seems to be the sticking point.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's what everybody cares about.
The main sticking point is that Russia wants to keep the land that it's taken militarily. And how do you get around that? What's the negotiation over there?
Yeah, I don't think it's helpful to go into all the details of that.
He's not going to say that. Obviously,
because these negotiations, frankly, work best when they're done privately.
Yeah.
And in our negotiation setting.
Wait, you don't want to do it on national TV on Jesse Waters' primetime, Secretary? I mean, that's just crazy.
We'll be more. When we have a deal, I'll describe it to you for sure. But look, that's why you got to give these guys space to work. I mean, they have their own constituencies, okay? They have their own considerations, and you don't want to give away one side's leverage in that regard. But let me just say this about it. I think everyone understands that some of the key elements to bringing this about is Ukraine has to feel safe moving forward. In essence, they have to believe that at the end of this war, they are in a position to never get invaded again. I think what's also true, and I think it's common sense, and I don't know why it's so hard for a lot of people to understand it, is in any negotiation to bring about the end of a war, or any conflict for that matter, it's going to require both sides to receive, but also to give. In essence, one side's not going to get 100% here. Each side is going to have to.
Yeah, they're obviously like that. This is 100% what's going to happen. Yeah, for sure.
Make some concessions.
Stunning commentary from Asmongold there. This channel is literally just him re-uploading Fox clips.
And obviously, land or where you draw those lines, where the war stops, is going to be part of that conversation. And it's not easy, and maybe it's not even fair, but it's what it takes in order to bring about an end.
That's crazy. He just says it. Damn. He just fucking says it.
Conversation. And it's not easy, and maybe it's not even fair, but it's what it takes in order to bring about an end to a war. And that's has been true in every war. The only wars that don't end that way are the ones that have unconditional surrender by one side or the other, and we're not going to see that in this.
I can think of one, as far as I know. I could be a little bit wrong on my history for this, but I feel like one of the wars where one of the countries didn't get anything at the end of the war was Germany after World War I. That was not a good time. That didn't end well. That was
World War I
conflict. So obviously the issue of that will be talked about, and the president's been very clear.
If you watch Asmongold's coverage on Amanda Jubilee, will it get claimed? I don't know if it'll get claimed.
The end, what those lines look like are up to Putin and up to Zelenskyy and up to the Ukrainian side to decide what each one can live with. We are going to be there to facilitate that and make that possible and make sure that both sides are talking. And by the way, President Trump is the only leader in the world, acknowledged by all the Europeans, the only leader in the world that can talk to both of them and bring them both to a meeting is Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States.
That's not true, but whatever.
He's the only one. And the fact that he's willing to do it.
I really wish I had a hype man like Marco Rubio. Honestly, like, this guy is just going to bat for Donald every day. Yeah, like he is.
Like to the extent that that's true, that has far more to do with just the office of the presidency and not the person who's inhabiting it at the time.
Bro, that to have this as your main guy, best wingman. Yeah, exactly. You got Tectone? Yeah, maybe, right? Yeah.
Thing that every American, including Democrats, should be happy that.
I mean, yeah, Marco Rubio is like a really good dick rider for Trump. That's not wrong.
Peace president. We should be proud that we have a president that's made peace a priority in his administration.
Absolutely. And I think Zelenskyy symbolically already making some concessions because he put on kind of a suit. So that is progress.
It looked good, right?
I think it looked great.
Yeah.
We'd like to see
great.
it.
Yeah.
Well, great job. And keep up the great work. I know it's tough stuff, but looks like there is.
These two men are so foul.
There's a lot of momentum here.
Thank you.
I mean, there it is, right?
Peace is a priority. Don't mention the Iran strikes. Oh, you mean the ones that completely obliterated their nuclear program, surely?
And crazy how stuck on it's not fair some people are. Well, it's because they think like children. That's the reason why. They think like kids, and they don't understand the consequences of, like what they're saying. That's the reason why. It's just Reddit mentality. I mean, I wouldn't really take it that, it's not fair.
Take it from a Redditor to know what Reddit mentality is.
Or it's not fair. Yeah, the world isn't fair. That's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes. If Russia wants to take your lands, the world ain't fair, he says. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Where's the... Oh, yeah, we're going to do this. Trump vows. So Trump vows not to send U.S. troops to Ukraine for a peacekeeping mission. President Donald Trump says European nations would be willing to commit soldiers to protect Ukraine from further Russian attacks. No, I don't want you full screen.
Are now underway to bring Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelenskyy together for peace talks. All of this, of course, comes after Trump met with the Ukrainian president and European allies at the White House just yesterday. Trump also spoke to Putin on the phone from the Oval Office, and here's what he said earlier today about a
maybe if you react to
Zelenskyy-Putin
Asmongold's and you mirror it, would be enough to get to avoid getting detected. I doubt it, because Pisco said that his shorts on YouTube, which are literally less than a minute long, were got taken down by Jubilee because he included a clip from it.
I thought I'd do first let them meet. They haven't been exactly best friends. They haven't gotten along very well. And I called President Putin yesterday, and I do have a good relationship, but it only matters if we get things done. Otherwise, I don't care about the relationship. So we're setting up a meeting. I sort of set it up with Putin.
Why did he say that? Why did he say that? Why did he say that out loud?
President Putin yesterday, and I do have a good relationship, but it only matters if we get things done. Otherwise, I don't care about the relationship. So we're setting up a meeting. I sort of set it up with Putin and Zelenskyy.
If I can't get what I want, I don't really give a fuck.
And, they're the ones that have to call the shots.
They're the ones that have to call the shots. Also yesterday, President Trump was caught on a hot microphone speaking about Putin to French President Emmanuel Macron. Listen to this.
That should be a war crime, the way that she tried to pronounce his name.
That have to call the shots. Also yesterday, President Trump was caught on a hot microphone speaking about Putin to French President Emmanuel Macron. Listen to this.
At least she tried.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds.
He's so smitten, just saying that. He's you can hear him kicking his feet in the air. Putin wants to make a deal just for me.
I think he wants to make a deal. Despite President Trump's push for peace, Russia has continued to launch these deadly strikes on Ukrainians.
She actually got it. No, I actually respect Americans that don't bother trying more than the ones that do. They know their limits,
Cities. NBC News White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is live in Washington, D.C. Yamiche, first, I want to lay out.
Aaron, would you react to Straighterade on Tim Pool with Myron Gaines and Alex in the future? Don't give me $50 and then I'll do it. Okay. I really don't want to react to that debate. Look boring.
What the potential options are at this point currently on the table. There's been questions of Ukraine joining NATO, having NATO-like protections, of a ceasefire, everything from a peace deal. I mean, the range feels like it's still wide, but it also narrowed a bit after this meeting with Zelenskyy. Tell us where we stand now.
Well, things are really a sort of live ball here, and things have narrowed in that President Trump has said that he does want to see NATO-like security guarantees for Ukraine. Yesterday, he also left the door open to the idea that U.S. troops might get on the ground in Ukraine. But then this morning in an interview, the president slammed that door shut, saying that he could assure Americans that U.S. troops will not be on the ground in Ukraine, though he said that there might be aerial support and that other European nations might have troops on the
Thought you did must have been Pisco. If you ever confuse me with Pisco to that extent again, you will be banned from this chat.
ground. The other thing to note here is that both Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy as well, and this is key, we are also hearing from the Kremlin, both of those countries are saying...
I'll match that 50 to not. I kind of can't stand her. Well, I'm all for a bidding war over my reaction to a debate I definitely don't want to watch.
The talks are moving forward. We could see a meeting within the next 2 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, but it is in some ways a sign of progress, Morgan.
Speaking of that progress,
even it's saying Trump rules out sending U.S. troops to Ukraine. I mean, I didn't think that he was really going to do that in the first place, but his mind is jello. He changes his mind constantly, so it's not the door's not necessarily slammed shut.
I mean, Trump sounds, based on everything you described, pretty optimistic.
Dan Norton debate went. He never DM'd me. I guess he genuinely was offended that I slandered him, and I'm not chasing him down for a fucking debate.
About a peace deal, but what about the?
But he's the one closing the door on a debate with me because I'm not running from a fucking objectivist. He's the one who did it. I told him we could still debate. I'm not. I was like, okay, if you're not going to admit that you're a troll, then you're a fucking sea lion. Okay.
Showed up in that room, apparently in support of Zelenskyy and Ukraine more broadly. What are they saying about the next steps?
It's interesting. There is, of course, this issue of a ceasefire. European leaders saying that they want to see a ceasefire in order for peace negotiations to really move forward. The president is changing his opinion on that. And then you have the French president, Emmanuel Macron, who essentially says that he's
all these pronunciations, Emmanuel Macron.
Pessimistic about all of this. Take a listen to what he told our colleague, Kristen Walker.
As far as I'm concerned, when I look at the situation and the facts, I don't see President Putin very willing to get peace now. But perhaps I'm too pessimistic. As long as President Putin and his people will consider they can...
It's very amusing to me that his pronunciation leads him to calling him President Putin.
Win this war and get a better result by force, they will not negotiate.
And Morgan, I should also note that President Trump has said that even though he thinks President Putin might want to make a deal for him, he's also acknowledged that President Putin might not want to make a deal at all.
Even though, but Asmongold said there's a 90% chance it's ending real soon. And his predictions are never wrong. All right. So apparently Trump says the Smithsonian focuses too much on how bad slavery was. And we're going to read this so I can react to Matt Walsh saying, no, it wasn't. And actually, probably white people deserve credit. I will bet anything that that's going to be his what he says. Trump says Smithsonian focuses too much on how bad slavery was. The remark made as president has ordered a wide-ranging review of museum exhibits added to his pattern of minimizing Black history. President Trump accused the Smithsonian Institution on Tuesday of focusing too much on how bad slavery was and not enough on the brightness, the shiny white brightness of America as his administration conducts a wide-ranging review of the content in its museum exhibits. The Smithsonian is out of control, all caps, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. Mr. Trump said in a social media post, this country cannot be woke because woke is broke. Can you guys believe that there's not much about the future in a museum which is meant to have exhibits of the past and history? No way. This country cannot be woke because woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our museums. I have a feeling this was ghostwritten by Stephen Miller. Mr. Trump made the comments a week after the White House told the Smithsonian that its museums would be required to adjust any content that the administration finds problematic in tone, historical framing, and alignment with American ideals within 120 days. Again, In his first administration, this is the same person who put the 1776 project, hold on, like published that on the White House website. And then the second he got back at commission, that's what it is. The second he got back into office, they like reinstated it because Biden got rid of it. Yeah, the 1776 Commission, also nicknamed the 1776 Project, is an advisory committee established in September 2020 by then U.S. President Donald Trump to support what he called patriotic education, not authoritarian or like despotic sounding whatsoever. The commission released the 1976 report on January 18, 2021, 2 days before the end of Trump's term of office. Historians overwhelmingly criticized the report, saying, quote, it was filled with errors and partisan politics. The commission was terminated by the successive President Joe Biden on January 20, 2021, his first day in office, and it was reestablished by Trump in January 2025. It was conceived partly as a response to the New York Times 1619 Project, which argues that, like, I think that 1619 should be considered, like, the day that we actually understand as, like, the birth of, like, the United States, because that's when, like, the first slave was brought here or something. Like, literally, fucking Charlie Kirk was part of this. The 18-member commission was composed of conservative activists, politicians, and intellectuals, and included no professional experts in American history. 18 people. They did not think to include a single fucking historian. 0. Because if you included even a single historian, none of this would have even happened in the first place. At least any historian worth their salt, right? So who made it on here, right? A Bush speechwriter. There was room for him. Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA. Phil Bryant, Republican, former governor of Mississippi. A former Trump appointee. Scott McNeely, founder of online curriculum company Kuriki. Thomas Lindsay, a political science professor, but not a historian. And then Ben Carson, who was the HUD secretary at the time. So the contents of this, among other things, the document identifies progressivism and racism and identity politics as challenges to America's principles and likens them to communism, slavery, and fascism. It refers to the pro-slavery U.S. politician and former U.S. Vice President John C. Calhoun as, quote, the leading forerunner of identity politics, and criticizes some aspects of the civil rights movement. The document also describes American universities as often today hotbeds of anti-Americanism, libel, and censorship, and criticizes feminist movements. It concludes with recommendations to promote positive stories and images of the country's founders at home, in schools, and in arts, among other things. So does this sound familiar? Does this, nothing about the future? This is, nothing about brightness. That, like, this is literally just like, he forgot that he did this shit. He forgot that he reinstated this shit. Or he wants them to adopt it, I suppose. Mr. Trump made the comments a week after the White House told the Smithsonian that its museums would be required to adjust any content that the administration finds problematic in tone, historical framing, and alignment with American ideals within 120 days. Taken together, the administration's examination and Mr. Trump's post on Tuesday with the latest example of Mr. Trump trying to impose his will on a cultural institution and minimize the experiences and history of Black people in the United States. Fuck it, let's get RFK on there too. It really is a huge oversight that of the 18-person commission, they did not make room for RFK Jr., who works out in jeans. So he's very, very trustworthy. Very, very smart people do this. It's the epitome of dumbness to criticize the Smithsonian for dealing with the reality of... it's like, it literally is, but it's also Donald Trump, so you would expect that. To criticize the Smithsonian for dealing with the reality of slavery in America, says Douglas Brinkley, a presidential historian. So it led to our Civil War and is a defining aspect of our national history. Yeah, but it's really mean, though, and it makes white people feel bad, so... And the Smithsonian deals in a robust way with what slavery was, but it also deals with human rights. Thank you for the follow, Actually Active. And civil rights in equal abundance. Oh, abundance? Abundance reference? A reference to Ezra Klein's abundance agenda? Let's fucking go. Since taking office, Mr. Trump has led an effort to purge diversity, equity, and inclusion policies from the federal government and threatened to investigate companies and schools that adopt such policies. He has tried to reframe the country's past involving racism and discrimination by de-emphasizing that history, preferring to instead spotlight a sanitized, rosy depiction of America. Classical historian Victor Hansen, whatever the fuck that means, was included in the commission. Let's see. Let's see what this dude. This article may rely excessively on sources too closely associated with the subject, potentially preventing the article from being verifiable and neutral. Victor Davis Hansen is an American classicalist, military historian, and conservative political commentator. He has been a commentator on modern and ancient warfare and contemporary politics for the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the National Review, the Washington Times, and other media outlets. He is a professor of emeritus of, am I saying that right? Emeritus? Of classics at California State University, Fresno. Okay, we get it. You have stuff. All of these are like citation needed, citation needed. Hansen notes autobiographically that he was, quote, a full-time orchard and vineyard grower from 1980 to 1984 before joining the nearby CSU, or California State University, in 1984, literally 1984, to launch a classical studies program there. In 1991, Hansen was awarded the American Philological Association's Excellence in Teaching Award, given annually to the nation's top undergrad teachers of Greek and Latin. So he's a visiting professor of classics at Stanford. Citation needed that he was actually a fellow at Berkeley. A better source needed that he was held the visiting Schifrin Chair of Military History. In 2004, he took early retirement from Cal State Fresno to focus on his political writing and popular history. He's held a series of positions in conservative-leaning institutions and private foundations. Citation needed. He was appointed fellow in California Studies at the Claremont Institute in 2002. Citation needed. He was a senior fellow at the Hoover Institute. But citation needed for him being a visiting professor at the School of Public Policy at Pepperdine University, a private Christian university in California. Whoops. Where did this guy have the fucking time, man? He's like constantly rotating to different positions. He gave the Riston Lecture in 2004 for the Manhattan Institute, whose mission is to develop and disseminate new ideas that foster greater economic choice and individual responsibility. Citation needed. He became a board member of the Bradley Foundation in 2015 and served on the H.F. Guggenheim Foundation board for over a decade. Citation needed, even though he did this for over a decade. Cool dude. Oh, wait, what is... political views, really quick. So he used to be a Democratic Party member. But he's a conservative who voted for George W. Bush in the 2000 and 2004 elections. As of 2020, he was a registered independent. He defended George W. Bush's policies, especially the Iraq War, putting that military history to good use to see that, yeah, the Iraq War was definitely going to be a good idea. He defended George W. Bush in his, he vocally supported Bush's Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, describing him as, quote, a rare sort of secretary of the caliber of George Marshall, and a proud and honest speaking visionary whose hard work and insight are bringing us ever closer to victory. So just glazing the fuck out of Rumsfeld for some reason. Hansen, a supporter of Trump, no way, wrote a 2019 book called The Case for Trump. Trump praised the book. Okay. Interesting. What did Trump say about it, though? I put The Case for Trump. In The Case for Trump, historian Victor Davis Hansen also treats 2016 as a reaction by voters tired of progressive orthodoxy. Again, always funny how this only goes one direction. It doesn't matter how far right the Trump administration is now. You could never expect to see a communist backlash, apparently. But anytime the Democrats and the progressives have gone too far, everybody suddenly needs to start embracing fascism. Globalization and left-wing identity politics. Trump did not create these divides. He simply found existing existing sectarianism politically useful. Trump's insults, vile language, and incessant denigration of opponents are just part of his uncouth authenticity, which appeals to supporters and enrages the rest. From the start of his campaign, Trump displayed an uncanny ability to troll and create hysteria. Again, this guy is like in his 60s and he's writing down his ability to troll. Among his media and political critics, Hansen marvels. In their anti-Trump rage, they revealed their own character flaws. Oh, so when you criticize Trump, that's all projection and you don't know how bad you look, sweaty. What did he say, though? How did Trump praise it? Did Trump even praise it? What is this? Somebody wrote a review. I looked up the piece, a process delayed by Hanson's misspelling of the author's name, and learned that the quoted academic was not a Washington insider, but a North Africa specialist living in France. That the essay's author describes such views not as realistic predictions, but as the fantasies of an impotent resistance. Such sloppiness undercuts not only the case for Trump, but also the case for trusting Victor Davis Hanson. Yeah, it's a great book. A lot of words. He certainly does say a lot of words in this book. Okay, I'm not seeing where Trump praised it, though. But whatever. So he's like a neocon. Obama. He has a subsection just on Obama criticism. He was appeasing Iran. In May 2016, Hanson argued that Obama failed to maintain a credible threat of deterrence and that the next few months may prove the most dangerous since World War II. Nice. He's one of those people that's like, we're 2 seconds away from Iran nuking everybody with this nuke they definitely have. Whatever. Back to present day. I can only go down so many rabbit holes when it comes to the grifters that Trump surrounds himself with, but that was kind of fun. The administration has worked to scrub or minimize the government references to the contributions of black heroes from the Tuskegee Airmen who fought in World War II. You're welcome, Granny the Hun. To Harriet Tubman, who guided enslaved people among the Underground Railroad. Mr. Trump commemorated Juneteenth, the celebration of the end of slavery in the U.S. that became a federal holiday in 2021, by complaining that there were too many non-working holidays in America. He's called for the return of Confederate insignia and statues honoring those who fought to preserve slavery. And he has previously attacked the exhibits on race at the Smithsonian, which has traditionally operated as an independent institution that regards itself as outside the purview of the executive branch as divisive race-centered ideology. Mr. Trump's comments also ignore the breadth of the displays in the Smithsonian museums. While the National Museum of African American History and Culture, for example, does include exhibits on the Middle Passage and slavery, it also showcases civil rights and cultural icons of Black history. But what about white history? How come they never include the good stuff that the white people did? Which they do, but they just don't frame it as like white history, right? The director of that museum, Kevin Young, stepped down this spring as Mr. Trump increasingly targeted the Smithsonian, its museum intended to tell the African American story for all its Americans. Why step down? Because he targeted him? Was this voluntary? Maybe it was pressured. Like, why kowtow to this? And like, if that was a board decision, shame on the board for like actually pressuring him to resign. So, let's see. Mr. Trump has often stoked divisions in the U.S. by tapping into white grievance and framing himself as a protector of white people, both in the U.S. and overseas. Quentin James, a co-founder of the collective, which aims to elect black officials in America, said Mr. Trump's comments about the museums were an attempt to protect white fragility. Is this person like a Robin DiAngelo enjoyer? Because I'm probably not going to like what else they have to say if that's the case, but whatever. For all of us, it's an assault on our history and an assault on what we know to be true, Mr. James said, while for Mr. Trump, it is about white grievance and exerting his authority. Okay, he's not missing here. This is probably correct. The White House did not respond to requests for comment. Wow. Mr. Trump added in the social media post that he had instructed his lawyers to go through the museums and start the exact same process that has been done with colleges and universities. His administration has pursued an effort to investigate universities that have adopted diversity, equity, and inclusion, aka DEI, programs leading to court fights, funding battles, and in many cases, the removal of diversity initiatives. Okay, so they're also the White House is also partnering with PragerU, so put a pin in both of those things. There was a Republican that was called on to defend the PragerU video on slavery that Pisco and I reacted to, and he does so very, very emphatically. We really need to bring more Republicans on media to have them react Andy to this shit and affirm that they believe in it, that they will defend it.
Successfully defunded public media and continues to wage an all-out culture war on higher education. But for years, Trump allies have also been eyeing a self-described pro-American kids edutainment company called PragerU. And recently, the Trump administration has been cozying up to it. PragerU was founded by controversial conservative talk show host Dennis Prager. His team creates kid-friendly cartoons and patriotic content that extols conservative values. And despite its name, it's not a university or any kind of accredited academic institution. Still, the White House hosted the nonprofit in June to unveil its so-called Founders Museum, and Education Secretary Linda McMahon lavished praise on it. And as of today, 10 states have approved PragerU as an educational source. And to give you an idea of the kind of
10 fucking states. 10 states have approved this shit.
PragerU,
all red states, surprisingly. No way.
Children. We want to show you this clip from a cartoon that shows kids traveling back in time to speak to Christopher Columbus and learn about slavery.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed.
We all did a little bit of slavery, so, you know, are we really going to point fingers here? Fuck, I didn't mean to do that.
Founders Museum, and Education Secretary Linda.
The only way I can have it this large is if I have it zoomed out this much, but then I can't really easily press the like play button, so I'll zoom out just a little bit.
Man lavished praise on it.
Okay.
Killed, no? And amongst the people.
There we go.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
Joining us now is Republican state.
You should be grateful that you're a slave. At least you're not dead. It's fine. What's the big deal? Everybody does this. You could literally defend using this sort of moral relativist logic. What couldn't you defend? Every like atrocity at some point was more widespread then than it used to be now. You could defend literally, if this is how they feel about morality, why are you against abortion? Abortion is common because culturally it's accepted. So it's fine. Why are you against murder? Murder is common. It's widespread in the United States, apparently, especially in D.C., because Stephen Miller said that's like one of the most dangerous cities in the whole world. So why are we against murder? It's really common.
Representative Gabe Woolley from Oklahoma, that's one of the 10 states that's using PragerU in some classrooms. And it's good to see you, Representative Woolley. You have used PragerU when you were a teacher. That clip, it just said being taken as a slave is better than being killed. Fake Christopher Columbus basically just said he sees no problem.
This man is he has used PragerU in his classroom curriculum. He is about to tell these black people to their face, like, why he defends that.
Have you ever shown that video to students? And do you think that's an accurate and appropriate way to teach about American history?
I have shown the video,
yes.
And he didn't say that there was no problem. I believe what he said was that slavery was better than death. I think what they're alluding to is that.
Oh, difference. Very, very important difference to note. He didn't literally say the words, it's fine. He just said, at least you're not dead.
If you're still alive, you have the opportunity for change and for freedom and for reformation to come.
But it's actually hopeful that you were a slave, because while you were alive and not dead, you could be saying thank you to your master. And, you know, that allows you the opportunity to dream of a life where you're not a slave. Ever thought about that?
So, Gabe, that's not what but the video didn't say that. The video didn't say that if you're still alive, you have the opportunity for freedom and change and things to come. You're implying that, and so I would ask, is that what you actually imparted to the students after showing them that video? Because it certainly isn't explicitly stated as part of what we saw in that clip.
Is that all he has to say? I mean, think about it. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, you can't talk yourself out of guilt. You can only talk yourself into more guilt. So he is actually smart to keep his editorial comments to a minimum here, because he's only going to dig himself deeper. So he's correcting him on the technicalities, which I guess you can do. Highly pedantic. The only people that are gonna like not see through that are the people that already agree with you. But that's pretty much where he should stay. You didn't aren't you also editorializing by inserting that it's clearly meant to downplay slavery or relativize it in a way that's not appropriate or needed to understand the institution of chattel slavery?
Well, when he's talking about slavery being better than death, that would imply that. So obviously the teachers would be able to go into more detail with certain things. These videos are used as supplements. They're not used as the whole lesson. So you would typically go through your curriculum approved by the state and by the district, and then you would supplement things that could add a visual aspect to it, do projects, hands-on activities, and things like this.
Yeah, kids are really being deprived if they don't see this like shitty animation from PragerU. Again, a thing that is not an actual school.
There always is the room for more detail to be laid out in the classroom.
But what's the point of offering Christopher Columbus seemingly downplaying the horrors of American slavery? He's basically saying, oh, I see it all over the place. And he does say there that he doesn't see a problem. And history and slavery to students, including accounts from slaves themselves, describing how horrific that institution was, not just in the United States, but in other parts of the globe. Why turn to something like this that has an open ideological bent? I mean, PragerU doesn't even try to hide that they identify as conservative. Why turn to that?
Is he going to say just because it's partisan doesn't mean it's inaccurate?
When there are so many other good primary sources you could expose yourself.
Because if that's the case, then you're saying you're fine with partisanship. So why do you have an issue with DEI, progressivism, wokeism, as long as they're being accurate?
Students do.
I think this is just an option. The State Department of Education is not requiring that the schools use this. It's available on their state website. It can be used if you want to use it or not. Whether a district chooses to adopt that is up to them. They have local control in that policy. I anticipate that perhaps some districts will and some districts won't.
So why did you choose to show that video then? If you're saying it's up to you, then it means...
Curious. This is a voluntary choice on your part then?
It's in your classroom, you made a decision. You looked at that video, you heard that video. It's not from any peer-reviewed, accredited, as we've mentioned, academically verified material. Why would you use material that is politically indoctrinating to teach to students? And do the parents of your students know that you are sharing material that is politically and ideologically not academic, to say it very neutrally, and at the very least...
The like half smile he gave when he pointed out that these materials are not actually, and like in any way, shape, or form appropriate for a classroom is like this little like half smile.
Politically and ideologically not academic, to say it very neutrally, and at the very least, right-leaning.
I mean, I think Christopher Columbus is an academic figure, is a person from history, and it's talking about how slavery was all over the world, which is absolutely true. And I think Christopher Columbus is an academic figure, is a person from history, and it's talking about how slavery was.
I think Christopher Columbus is an academic person.
All over the world, which is absolutely true, and I think it highlights the atrocities of slavery. This is a video that I knew I wouldn't have to worry about it having any type of inappropriate content on it. I had viewed the video beforehand, and we have many other things that are certainly political in other classrooms in New York. There's the 1619 Project, things like this that are very controversial as well, that talk about.
Oh, so his argument is that it's okay because the left started it, so this is just a response to it.
About how slavery was basically the reason for the American Revolution was to solidify and protect slavery, which is not true. It was for independence from another nation. So I think it's interesting that we are having this conversation when we've been having all these other contents around the classroom. But I see something here that's historically accurate. It adds the visual aspect to it. I think it's just politically charged because people have said that PragerU is far right leaning, but what I've seen in today's day and age, that what the far right, what people are categorizing as the far right, simply seems to be logic and reasoning versus an emotional argument where something is.
It's simply common sense to draw attention to the fact that being a slave is technically better than being dead by some people's metric.
Twisted and changed to fit someone's emotions and because they feel uncomfortable about something, and I don't agree with that, much like the 1619 Project.
Do your parents, I was going to say really quick, but do the parents...
I mean, if it like, even following on that, if it's teaching common sense lessons, aren't common sense lessons by definition things that are intuitive and trivially obvious, so you wouldn't need to reiterate them in academic materials or curriculum? Why show it at all if it's completely intuitive? Because again, if that were the case, everybody would be thinking when they learn about chattel slavery, oh, but at least it's not as bad as death. Why does it need to be drilled in?
Parents of your students know that you're teaching stuff that is not peer-reviewed and academically substantiated?
I have not gone through every video that we've shown. We make sure that it's school appropriate.
Well, no. Parents don't know I'm doing this shit. But the state allows me to, so that's all that he cares about.
I have spoken to administration before. I've had other teachers in and out of the classroom. This is something where we find an appropriate video and we utilize it as a supplement for the lesson. Teachers use videos on YouTube all the time. And this is something that I knew would be safe and would not have any particular ads coming up. There have been in classrooms before where you're on YouTube, there are ads that could be inappropriate that would display on the screen, but I can go through the PragerU website and I don't have to worry about that issue.
So these aren't cheap videos. Let's just broaden out a bit. You're a
Thank God. You know, the kids might see something inappropriate, like an advertisement before a YouTube video, before the very appropriate video that they're about to watch that suggests slavery wasn't all that bad. Columbus was maybe a good guy, and that it's worse. It's not as bad as being dead.
conservative. It's so, in this era of Doge and everything is, attempting to be cut. And certainly with education, I know that school lunches, free school lunches, that's always an issue, providing students with food. Is this really the best use of the Department of Education's funding to, it's just not really impressive at all. I don't think it's going to make test scores rise, and increase our, math and science understanding. I'm all for history. I love history, but
have you ever considered that if you change what is considered true and correct and what you can just rig the test so that it assesses students on their knowledge of PragerU University videos instead? Problem solved. Test scores only go up, in fact.
It just isn't that impressive. Like, why are we wasting money on this kind of content?
I think you have to look at the risk factors when you talk about the content that's being used. I mean, I talked about the ads that come up. I talked about other agendas that could be infiltrated into things. I gave the example of the 1619 Project. Oklahoma is a majority red state, and we have a majority Republican body, and we're looking for something that is safe for children, that is historically accurate, that we can sort of get around any of these potential inappropriate things that could creep in through the internet. The internet is very vast. You have to be very careful. So again, what
the fuck are you talking about? Why does he keep bringing up like the inappropriate content on the web that you don't need? You could completely circumvent. You don't actually have to teach any curriculum off of YouTube, dude.
Think that utilizing something like this that has its own platform is, again, just an option for teachers and districts. It's not a requirement. So it's something to explore when there are plenty of other resources out there as well.
You keep suggesting that there is an element of sort of teacher choice here, local control, but we've recently learned that your state, Oklahoma, is actually partnering with PragerU to basically develop a test that Ryan Walters, who I know he leads education in your state, will use to weed out, quote.
What I find weird is that, like, if you're insisting it's voluntary, it's voluntary. If you really believe in it, why wouldn't you mandate it for all students? Why would it be voluntary if you actually think it's a helpful supplemental material?
Woke teachers. That means that PragerU has a sort of unprecedented partnership and relationship with state publicly funded education and programming, that they'll even have a say in teacher certification in your state. That does not sound like local control or parental say to me, which is something that when it comes to the education culture wars, conservatives keep saying they wanted to give back to the parents. This seems like a very top-down ideological bent where, you're calling it indoctrination when the 1619 Project or New York Times does it. But
is he going to say, well, since it's a test that's being instituted at a local level, there's no reason to look at it as top-down?
You're all for it if it's someone who agrees with your worldview.
But again, I just take it back to the logic versus reasoning. I think we have the thing here we've seen with politics, and it's made its way into the classroom. There's emotional arguments that we cater to making someone feel good, and then there's truth, and then there's facts. And
what is this entire thing about, if not finding materials to make white people feel good, to make Republicans feel good, to make all of these fucking MAGA morons feel less insecure for whatever reason about American history?
And what I have seen is the right, and why I'm a conservative and why I could not be a Democrat is because of this and where we found ourselves in the modern day age. So we need to get away from the left's infiltrated the classroom very much. They've infiltrated school boards, city councils.
They never forced anyone
states.
To take a prove your left.
Now we're literally just doing like cultural Marxists have invaded academia. Now it's not just academia. They've taken over academia already. Now they are intruding upon school boards, intruding upon like their principals at elementary schools. Did you know Democrats sometimes are even like coaches at schools? Crazy, I know. They've infiltrated every single possible level of society.
Left enough quiz to get your teacher certification.
They're not banning books either.
And they're also not making false equivalencies that are not, in fact, historical or based in fact when you're talking about the legacy of chattel slavery in America and how it continues to actually impact disproportionately people who you actually may be teaching.
Yeah, you hit on a number of things. I've certainly pulled books off of the shelf in classrooms that I have worked in, so those books are definitely there. We should not be having any type of sexualized content in the classroom, so that's just a wild idea to me that we wouldn't remove that book and that people would call it book banning. Book relocation, maybe if a parent wants to purchase that book for their child, that's on them, but in the classroom that's funded by the taxpayers, that's certainly not appropriate, and we definitely...
The book banning they're talking, it is book banning. There's no way around it. You're just gonna have to like own that. You have to just say it's like justified book banning. But the sexual content they're talking about, like the Diary of Anne Frank, and the fact that in the Diary of Anne Frank she talks about how she masturbated at one point, and that certain editions of the Diary of Anne Frank include stuff like that. Those are the types of books that they want to get, that they have banned, like in Texas.
Will not be delivering or fostering that to the students in Oklahoma. Our objective is to protect students and to educate students. But to the issue that you kind of highlighted on with the race issue and talking about minority groups and things like this. I mean, I think, again, I just want to go back to this idea that I really just feel like politically we're in a place and time where we have a battle of emotion versus logic and continuously trying to highlight
He thinks this is like a bar. This is like a fucking like MLK tier bar or something. He keeps repeating it.
That they can't change, that they shouldn't have to want to ever change, such as their gender, male and female, or their race, and trying to lean into this causes division in our nation and in our state. We don't want
changing their race. Are we doing like transracialism memes now?
These aspects about people that they can't change, that they shouldn't have to want to ever change, such as their gender, male and female, or their race, and trying to lean in.
Oh, okay. So what he's saying is that if you teach American history accurately, objectively, you're going to make white people feel bad, and they're going to want to change their race out of shame.
This causes division in our nation and in our state. We don't want a spirit of division in our nation and in our state here in Oklahoma. We want there to be facts taught. We want there to be history that's accurate. We want there to be opportunities.
We want there to be facts taught. That's why I teach from PragerU. Nothing but facts there from an institution that's not actually a fucking school.
Implement things if they choose to use it or not. And that's where we're moving in the state of Oklahoma. And I agree with Ryan Walters and what we're doing on this. It's going to be...
Pretty sure Oklahoma is like 50th in education. I'm not kidding. Is Oklahoma ranked 50th in education? Wow. According to the Oklahoma Council of Public Affairs, Oklahoma ranks 50th in the nation for public education. What? No way. With a bang of teachers like this, I am shocked. A new study ranks Oklahoma 50th in the U.S. for public education. Only New Mexico ranks behind the state. Study analysis looks at test scores, graduation rates, school safety, and bullying rates. If we make high school wrestling coach the priority and not the teaching position, we're staying 50th, says Becky Carson. Okay, well, bad news, Becky. You guys are probably staying there because I don't see that changing anytime soon. If these are, if this is your best that you're sending.
Be an option. It's going to be a local control issue.
Do you agree with the use of a quiz to try to weed out teachers who may have global or cultural perspective that Ryan Walters or Dennis Prager don't like? You think that that's a good move for an educational system designed to serve all children in your state? Do you support that?
Guys, a snowflake. Oklahoma isn't making their school education better. These dumbass new history lessons will just make these kids even dumber. That's a feature, not a bug to these people.
This quiz, when this quiz is complete and we get to see the questions, and if the legislature gets to review this, or I can certainly be requesting it on behalf of my district, I will definitely take a look at the question specifically. But from the examples that I've heard, I don't have any problem with this. Again, it's just getting back to the basics. It's just talking about the American principles. We literally live in America, so go figure. I think that makes a lot of sense. And it is an opportunity for teachers to take that assessment and see if they align with Oklahoma values. It absolutely is our job to be paying attention who's coming in to our state, into our class.
The Oklahoma values of teaching PragerU.
And infiltrating those classrooms, educating students, and parents are the number one stakeholders in education.
Infiltrating.
And we should be reflective of the values we have here in Oklahoma and in the classroom with them.
It's so weird to hear somebody like just casually drop the most insane shit. Casually like defend slavery. Casually like allege conspiracy on a level that like you would be able to very, very easily observe and document.
So I think this assessment is a step in the right direction. I also think it's a work in progress, and we at the legislature can absolutely review this and have discussions and petition for changes. This is going to be an ongoing conversation. This isn't
changes like making it permanent instead of optional.
Even a done deal in this case, and so it's going to be a work in progress, very much so. But again, with Oklahoma values that we're putting forward, America First values, that is what America voted for in all 77 counties of Oklahoma.
Oklahoma State Representative Gabe Woolley, thank you. We have.
Thank you for that, sir. Okay, Oklahoma testing some incoming teachers to spot radical leftist ideology. Apparently, this is being headed by a guy. Oklahoma authorities investigate reports of explicit images on state education chiefs TV by this guy that they were mentioning, Ryan Walters. An Oklahoma sheriff's office Monday opened an investigation, and again, this was July 28th of this year, over reports that images of nude women were displayed on the state's school superintendent office television during a meeting with education board members. Top Oklahoma lawmakers have sought answers over accounts given by two state Board of Education members who said they saw the images during a meeting in Ryan Walters' office Thursday. Another board member, Chris Van Denhendy, I don't know, said he was not in a position to see the television, but that something was on the screen that should not have been, based on Walters' reaction. The investigation's in the early stage, said Aaron Brillbeck, a spokesperson for the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office. He said it was not clear if any laws were violated. Walters, a Republican, has spent much of his first term in office lauding President Donald Trump, feuding with teachers' unions and local school superintendents, and trying to end what he describes as wokeness in public schools. Wokeness forbids me from having nude women up on the superintendent's fucking website or whatever the fuck. That guy was like going on and on about like, you don't want there to be any inappropriate imagery with you. When you use PragerU, you can guarantee that there's not going to be anything that shouldn't be seen by a kid. And like, meanwhile, like this guy is the one in charge of all this shit. Okay. So the new test will be administered to out-of-state teachers coming to Oklahoma from blue states in a move the state superintendent said is meant to root out radical leftist ideology from classrooms. The test, set to be administered by conservative educational platform PragerU, will be required for the teachers to receive an Oklahoma certification. As long as I am superintendent, Oklahoma classrooms will be safeguarded from the radical leftist ideology fostered in places like California and New York. He's leaving out Florida, where I live as a communist. Any teacher coming from these states will be required to pass out our new PragerU assessment before receiving certification, because we refuse to let Gavin Newsom's woke Marxist agenda, Gavin Newsom, famous Marxist, turn Oklahoma into the same dumpster fire California has become, Ryan Walters, state superintendent of public instruction, said. The test has not yet been administered, but a spokesperson for Walters' office said it will be very soon. While the full test was not shared, some questions seen by The Hill ask incoming teachers basic civics questions, such as the first 3 words of the Constitution, so literally a citizenship test, kind of, and why freedom of religion is important in America. The move comes after other controversial initiatives by Walters in Oklahoma, such as trying to put Bibles in every classroom and changing the way the 2020 election is taught, to work on President Trump's baseless allegations of widespread fraud. I think I might have there was a sample questions besides those 2, but let's see. Okay, here. While the full exam has not been released, state officials offered a brief 5-question preview. The sample includes questions about the Constitution, Congress, and the principle of religious freedom. 1. What are the first 3 words of the Constitution? In God we trust, so 4 words. The United States, we the people, or life, liberty, and happiness. Why is freedom of religion important to America's identity? A. It makes Christianity the national religion. B. It bans all forms of public worship. C. It limits religious teaching in public life. D. It protects religious choice from government control. 11. What are the 2 parts of the U.S. Congress? A. House of Lords and Commons. B. Courts and Senate. C. Executive and Legislative. D. Senate and House of Representatives. 16. How many senators are there? A. 435. B. 110. C. 50. D. 100. Why do so many 21? Why do some states have more representatives than others? Because they have more illegals. Just kidding. A, they cover a larger geographic area. B, they have held statehood for a longer period. C, the number is determined by military presence. D, representation is determined by population size. Supporters argue the requirement will ensure teachers entering Oklahoma's classrooms are aligned with what Walters calls the traditional American values. Critics, however, have described the move as politically motivated loyalty test designed to screen out educators based on ideology rather than ability. Okay, but like you could be a radical Democrat and pass all of this with flying colors or easy questions. But trying to do it in and of itself is fucking egregious, obviously. But we're going to watch Matt Walsh defend. I mean, what won't Matt Walsh defend? So let's see if he defends slavery.
People are being indoctrinated.
Let's see if he defends Jillian, if it comes up. Trump targets wokeness in museums. The Smithsonian showdown. This was 5 hours ago.
People are being indoctrinated to be historically illiterate buffoons who do not know anything about the history of their own country. Post-Millennial reports President Donald Trump has said that his administration will root out wokeness from the Smithsonian as well as other Washington, D.C. museums and will do so in the same way the administration has dealt with colleges. Trump posted to Truth Social. Museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segment of woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. We're not going to allow this to happen. I've instructed my attorneys to go through the museums and start the exact same process that has been done with colleges and universities where tremendous progress has been made. This country cannot be woke because woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world. We want people to talk about it, including in our museums. After Trump took the White House in January, the administration took many colleges and universities to task over discrimination, equity, and inclusion, over DEI practices, and now the same thing is happening in the Smithsonian. So the battle over the museums continues, and it's a battle very much worth
DEI is happening in the Smithsonian right now as we speak. How do you people sleep at night?
Having, and I've even heard a few conservatives say, well, why are we worried about the Smithsonian? Why does this matter? Well, it does matter. I mean, it matters a lot. Trump's point is that these museum exhibits represent the...
There is absolutely no way you found a conservative that was disagreeing with Donald Trump on absolutely anything. If he says it's an issue, it is an issue. There is no way that person exists.
Story of American history that we tell ourselves. And more importantly, the story that we tell our children. And that matters very much. Every country, every culture has a story that it tells itself about itself. And until the modern left came along, the point was always to tell a generous, positive, inspiring, heroic story about ourselves, about our country, to highlight the good rather than the bad. And this is what every country has done.
I mean, true. I mean, I don't agree with this characterization entirely, but based until the left came along, nobody was making decent criticisms of the United States that were grounded in fact. Because the right dominated too much of this shit, correct?
Every culture, everywhere on earth. This is this is coming. Many cultures, especially historically, have founding myths. Right? They're not even true stories. They make up stories.
And this is a good thing, I guess, because it makes people happy.
And there's a million examples. The Polynesians, for example, created a story about a great navigator and chief named Hawaii Iloa, or however you pronounce it. And this was their guy who discovered Hawaii centuries ago or thousands of years ago.
This clearly very important anecdote to Matt Walsh is so important that he's like, yeah, this anecdote from Polynesian culture, whatever the fuck. Yeah, they have like myths or something.
And now the guy never existed. In reality, the Polynesians likely discovered Hawaii by accident, by getting lost at sea and sort of drifting into it. But
I hate DEI. By the way, we should probably borrow from Polynesian culture because it suits my agenda momentarily.
They would prefer a story where they are skillful navigators who discovered the island on purpose. And the Polynesians were skillful navigators, but they would prefer a story where this island was discovered by them on purpose. So that's the story they came up with. And isn't
that woke shit that they have to? By your standards, couldn't you go on like a fucking 20-minute rant explaining how they like don't have anything to be proud of, so they literally have to make up lies to their kids? This is like this is supposed to be your silver bullet to this. It's like, what if I told you that The modern left is interfering with the right's ability to myth make in this country and whitewash its abuses of human rights and it's like past related to slavery. To convince you that this should continue to be the case, that we ought to be able to do these things, I'm going to tell you about a Polynesian anecdote that may or may not be true, where they lied about their founding for no other reason other than like jingoism, potentially, if I even take him at his word that that's the purpose of that myth.
Culture has done the same sort of thing where you have these legends, these founding myths. Now, I'm not saying that we should do that. I'm not saying the Smithsonian should contain...
In academic and cultural context, a myth is a traditional story, often with symbolic or metaphorical meaning that can be true, false, or a combination. If this idiot had any education, he would know that. I mean, his heart doesn't even seem like he's in it. He like didn't even remember anything related to that myth. This is like such a haphazard argument that he's just throwing together to see if anybody buys it.
In made up stories that we are pretending these founding myths. Now, I'm not saying that we should do that.
Oh, okay. Despite me, that being the first example that I bring up, I'm not saying we should literally lie. What should we do?
I'm not saying the Smithsonian should contain made up stories that we are pretending are real. I'm not even saying that we should ignore or deny the reality of slavery or any of that stuff. I'm not saying we should ignore the bad stuff.
But
what I'm saying is that we've gone, and this is the point that I think maybe not everyone quite, maybe that some people are missing, is that we've gone exactly the other way. We have gone to the opposite extreme.
Oh.
So for leftists, for decades, thanks to the left, and the indoctrination efforts, the efforts to destroy our national identity, for decades, we have been telling ourselves essentially a founding myth designed to make us hate ourselves.
Oh, so that anecdote was mobilized in service of the argument that it's actually the left that lies about the formation of this country, about the institution of chattel slavery, about white people's role in it, about Jim Crow, probably. Like, the left is actually the ones pushing the myths, even though just 2 seconds earlier it sounded like, no, we should have those myths, but they should be in favor, in the service of my preferred ideology.
And as far as I'm aware, we're the first country in the world to do this. Like, that's what you have to understand. We're the first country to ever invent a story of its own founding that's designed to make us look bad to ourselves.
I guess Matt Walsh has some version of the founding of the United States and also the institution of chattel slavery and how it contributed to that makes the U.S. look good. There's some way to tell this story where they look good without lying, apparently.
I mean, if you're going to have a founding myth, it's much, much, much better and healthier and more productive to make it something heroic and inspirational.
So see, he sees the lying and the myths as like non-negotiable. So he's saying that like instead of it working towards not having any myths and just rigorously focusing on fact and separating it from fiction, no, there's going to be myths, but they should be my myths. If you're going to lie, why not have like a better story?
Rather than depressing and embarrassing. We lie to ourselves to make ourselves sound worse. Who does this? No one does this. You can't have a culture this way. Cultures don't work this way. So our new founding myth is that America was built on the backs of slaves, which isn't true. That's not true. Yeah, we had slavery.
Oh, okay. Enlighten me, Matt Walsh.
Was America built on slavery? No.
Yes. Who else built it? Who built the White House, Matt Walsh?
Could America still have existed without slavery? Yes.
Then why didn't it? If it was so not integral to the United States, why did it persist for like 400 years, dude? If it was such a minor part, why was there literally a civil war over defending this institution, Mr. Walsh? If it was that insignificant to the fabric of American society.
So that's not true. You know, the idea that we carry some kind of unique guilt for slavery, also not true. The idea that America was built on stolen...
Also, this lie, like, who is asking you to feel guilty about slavery?
...land, not true. The idea that, we have no right to exist as a nation, not true.
So I guess there was no genocide either. No genocide, that there were not people here already when settlers came. We have no right to exist as a nation, I guess.
The idea that this country was founded by committing genocide against the Indians.
It
not
was
true.
He like just a few moments ago, he was like, I'm not saying we should lie. I'm not saying we should myth make. I'm just saying, you know, if you're going to, it should be a better story. Proceeds to say to lie about the founding of this country and its origins.
I'm saying is that is our founding myth now. That's all a myth. None of that's true. And so it's for all people on the left saying, well, we got to tell the truth.
The right to exist argument. Israelis also use this line in bad faith to defend their There is no right to exist. No country has a right to exist. It's not anywhere in international law. There's no reason for anybody to recognize the abstract right of a nation to exist. People have the right to self-determine. No state has the right to exist. Even if it did, the states enforce their right to exist, quote unquote, by force, not through laws.
About our history. It's not the truth, though. That's the myth that you've created. So we're the first country in the world to have a founding myth that's designed to be depressing and humiliating. And it's the myth that the Smithsonian and academia and the media have been spreading for decades. And we have to bring it to an end. I mean, it's good that we're bringing it to an end. This is very important. Now, of course, not everybody agrees. Obviously, the left's very upset. Here's one of the Krasenstein brothers on TikTok whining about all this. Watch.
Donald Trump just basically said that museums in the United States are out of control and woke because there's exhibits within these museums about slavery. He wrote, the Smithsonian is out of control where everything discusses how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, ... Either Donald Trump...
I didn't know he was like from Jersey. How bad?
Trump has never been to a museum in his life, which probably is true.
I see their tweets. I don't hear them talk really.
Exaggerating what he did see in these museums. Teaching Americans, especially children, about where we screwed up, like with slavery, is actually a good thing because it prevents us from following in those footsteps again. Trying to erase the history that makes us look bad is really something that dictators of the past have done time and time again. So if you want to actually teach our children and not indoctrinate them, then I would say let's not touch these museums. Do you agree?
Well, no, I
like
don't.
Literally like this middle of the road lib shit. He didn't say anything uncontroversial. I mean, just he's gonna find a way to disagree with this.
Thanks for asking, Ed.
And that's not me pretending. That's not me pretending like I don't understand what part of a liberal message might be inflammatory to a conservative. No, just genuinely, what that Krasenstein brother, I don't know which one it is, just said was not controversial whatsoever. You could only be bothered by this by pearl clutching or lying.
Do you agree?
Well, no, I don't. Thanks for asking, Ed, or whichever one you are. No to all that. Actually, it turns out that focusing obsessively on slavery does not prevent us from following in those footsteps.
No one is talking about focusing obsessively on it. We're just talking about teaching it accurately.
I mean, this is the nonsense that we hear about why we have to constantly rehash the sins of the past, and we have to constantly obsess over it because that's the only way to make sure we don't make the same mistake again. But it hasn't worked out that way. Slavery was the dehumanization and commodification of human life, as we talked about.
Okay, but like whose human life specifically in this instance?
But it was all across the globe engaged in this. And
okay, but why we engaged in it way longer than most countries globally did at this point?
Non-Western, non-white cultures engaged in it oftentimes much longer, into a much more brutal extent. But that's what slavery is. It's the dehumanization, commodification of human life. And okay, well, we are a culture obsessed with relitigating and apologizing for slavery, and yet at the same time,
like when other countries do it, that needs to be emphasized. They need that they did it much longer, that they did this terrible, terrible thing to their own population for a long period of time, or potentially to a population that they also captured and then brought back to their country to be slaves. Right. But when the United States does it, stop harping on it.
We're also engaged in the dehumanization and commodification of human life right now. Abortion, surrogacy.
I was going to say it has to be abortion.
I mean, even the arguments the left makes for illegal immigration are really just arguments for slavery,
I might not entirely disagree with him on the ethics of surrogacy, but I just fail to see how dehumanization though. That wouldn't be the criticism.
If your mattress has the supportive qualities,
what's
really just arguments for slavery, for slave labor.
Okay, saying that you wanting to provide immigrants with a path to citizenship, that's you being in favor of slavery.
Walsh. Instead of, hey,
because he's going to pretend like the liberal argument in favor of immigration is let them stay in the country and that's it, status quo, and it's not a path to citizenship. He's going to try to pretend like it's actually the left that wants this underclass of poor workers, when in reality, to the extent that anybody is like that, it's like neoliberals like Reagan.
Going to pick the cotton, it's who's going to pick the strawberries. So apparently obsessing over some dark aspect of your own past will not stop you from repeating it. If anything, and this
Wait, what? The strawberries?
Sleep.com/Walsh. Instead of, hey, who's going to pick the cotton, it's who's going to pick the strawberries.
I don't... Oh, like immigrants? Who's going to pick the strawberries? Okay.
So apparently obsessing over some dark aspect of your own past will not stop you from repeating it. If anything, and this is true in your personal life as well, I mean, this is just a general truth. If anything, the more you obsess over the bad stuff...
Even if you just advocated for the status quo, that would still be far... And for picking strawberries, for letting immigrants pick strawberries, as he's putting it, that would still be far more humane than advocating for mass deportation of people indiscriminately.
In the past, the more likely it is that you'll stay in that cycle and keep repeating it. You know, when you focus on, as Trump said in his Truth Social post, where's the light? You know, we need things that are light and bright and inspiring. And it's true, because when you focus on the dark things all the time and your mind's always just on the dark things, that's where you live. That's the road you're walking. And the other thing too, and I'll say this, and I've already talked quite a bit about the real history of slavery and how it's not a uniquely American sin. We've talked about that. I'm not going to rehash it right now, although I'm sure I will many more times. But let me point out another problem, though, with this self-hating approach to American history.
Democrats are incapable of giving them citizenship because they'd need Republican support for that, and they can't get it. I love how you blame Democrats for being incapable of giving them citizenship, when in the same sentence where you tried to claim that, Zapper, you literally admit that it's because Republicans would be the ones to stop it. Fantastic argument. You're a genius, dude. Love my chat.
And I think that this is like an underrated problem with it. It's boring. Okay, it's really just dull.
Oh, so you're like 5 IQ. That's why we're hashing all of this out, because you're bored by the facts and the truth and history. Yeah, we do that.
Awful and boring. It's one of the reasons why so many kids in this country grow up to have no interest in history. You know, we live in a country now full of historically illiterate morons. And
like this guy.
This is one of the reasons. It's because they've been relentlessly pummeled by this dreary, repetitive nonsense, and they see the whole subject as sort of excruciating and tedious and depressing. And that's really tragic, because in reality, history is fascinating. American history is especially fascinating. I would argue that we have the most fascinating history of any nation on earth.
Do you know any part of it? Because you've spent the first 12 minutes of this video denying key aspects of it.
Especially when you consider what America achieved and how quickly it achieved it. No country on earth has ever done this. It's incredible. There's so many incredible stories from our past. So many other things we could be talking about.
Again, this also relies on the assumption that the Smithsonian and other museums don't also heavily focus on achievements in history, in American history, or like just stupid.
So slavery in America is, among other things, just really not that interesting of a topic. Not interesting enough to eat up as much of the historical conversation as it does.
Slavery not interesting? Really? Seems pretty interesting to me.
2% of Americans own slaves. It's like, okay.
Okay, we're repeating the Jillian Michaels thing. We're not defending Jillian. We're just going to repeat the same lie that she was propagating on CNN with Abby Phillips, so she fucking embarrassed herself. So I feel like anytime somebody says a stat, I don't feel responsible just like letting it hang, because it's not true. So that's that. It's just not. It's not even like technically true, or like to the extent that it's technically true, it's misleading because it doesn't even give you like the full picture. That's like not even the stat that you would use to try to understand like how widespread slavery was in the United States. And this was July 16, 2021. So clearly this is a pervasive myth that has been around for a while and is not going anywhere anytime soon, unfortunately. Fact check. Stat grossly misleading about slave ownership in 1860. The claim only 1.6% of U.S. citizens owned slaves in 1860. So they put, so you can stop basing your hate for an entire race for the actions of a mere 1.6%. The 2019 Twitter post says, am I right? Because only 1.6% owned it. Not exactly. Data archived from the 1860 census shows that 1.6% is slightly off, but historians say the bigger issue is that measuring slaveholders as a percentage of the total population, which again would literally include like babies, children, women, people that were not allowed to own property, is misleading because slavery was illegal in most states by that point. Where it was still legal, slavery was far more widespread than the number that the post indicates. You can use stats to demonstrate a lot of things that aren't relevant or true, said a history professor at Arizona State University. When you search for context, the context very quickly arrives in terms of what's actually going on. Number minimizes extent of slavery. So slavery was still legal in 15 of the 33 U.S. states in 1860, and slaves represented nearly a third of the population within those slaveholding states. At the time, the U.S. population was about 31.4 million, including more than 3.9 million slaves. That left about 27.5 million free people in the U.S., according to 1860 data from the U.S. Census Bureau. The U.S. had 395,216 slaveholders at the time, so about 1.4% of free people were classified as slave owners in the 1860 census, according to data. That's slightly different from the Post. Historians, though, say that stat is hugely misleading because it both wrongly factors in the entirety of the non-slave owning states and ignores that families owned and had power over slaves, not just one individual adult. Using total population as a reference point also includes babies and children, for example. Doing so is clearly designed to make that form of property seem marginal. It wasn't, she said. Evaluating the share of households that own slaves in seceding states is a much more effective means, says another history professor. In 1860, nearly 20% of households in seceding states owned slaves, he said. To break it down, about how many U.S. citizens own slaves is absurd. If you only focus on who technically owned slaves, though, a better metric would be to evaluate the proportion of slave owners in the 15 states where slavery was still legal in 1860. About 5% of people in those states were considered slaveholders, the data shows. That's nearly 3 times higher than the number shared in the Post. But this historian says that even that minimizes the number of white people who benefited from slavery. For example, the patriarch of a family might have counted as a slave owner in the census, but other members of the household had authority to commit violence with impunity on enslaved people, he said. And then, so basically, it was like 20% in reality, right? Yeah, a more accurate way to portray the extent of slavery would be to note 20% of households in seceding states owned slaves, even though the individual owner was counted only as one person.
We had slavery in this country, as a country, we had slavery for 90 years, and 2% of Americans owned slaves. It's actually not that significant of a part of our history, actually. It's not nearly as significant a part of our history as the left would have us believe.
So if we had slavery, chattel slavery again in the United States, and it was only here for like 6 months, even just a week or two, I guess that wouldn't be a big deal. If we enslaved white people or something for like a week, Matt Walsh should be like, it's not that long. In the grand scheme of things, really nothing, honestly. Again, these are the same people that will still bring up the fucking CHOP from 2020.
And it's not we get it. Okay, we get it. We do get it. Slavery happened. It was bad. Okay? Thank you. We got it. We really do. So you have all these people on the left. No, we have to remember. Yeah, we all know that. We know. Yes, we know. Yes, it's bad. Okay, yes. Acknowledge. Everyone in the country acknowledges slavery is bad. We shouldn't have done it. It happened. It shouldn't have happened. It was bad. Okay, can we talk about
2% of Israelis have murdered a Palestinian?
Something else now? Are there other things?
There's also 1% of trans people in NCAA women's sports. Yup.
Happened in history that might be interesting to talk about. Can we talk about, I don't know, Lewis and Clark, Daniel Boone, the Apollo
program? All of those things are in museums if you actually gave a shit about any of this, but you already said it's very, very boring.
The building of the Panama Canal. I mean, a million fascinating subjects. And I know you might claim that, well, a lot's already been said on all those subjects. What are you saying, Matt? Are you saying, well, you're really claiming that we don't, nobody talks about Lewis and Clark, or the Panama Canal, or the Apollo program? Yeah, actually, that is what I'm saying. Test me on it, okay? How many high school seniors in this country do you think could write even 4 sentences explaining who Lewis and Clark were and what they achieved and when they achieved it? How many could give you 4 sentences on the Apollo missions or on the building of the Panama Canal? How many high school seniors could tell you, even within 50 years, when the Panama Canal was built? You give them a 50-year on either side cushion. Could they get within that range?
Also, do I even need to point out that he was lying when he said that slavery is only around 90 years? It was a little bit longer than that, Matt.
Without consulting ChatGPT? If you were to ask
what do you would have bet that that's a self-report about consulting ChatGPT?
High school, American high schooler in the year 2025, who are the, just to you, who are the 10 greatest American heroes up to 50 years ago, let's say. From our nation's founding to about 50 years ago, a lot of great American heroes in that time. Give me your top 10. Give me your top 10. How many high school seniors could even think of 10 names? Like, just forget about heroes. Name 10 Americans who lived between, say, the year 1800 to 1940. So kind of an arbitrary 1800 to 1940. Give me 10 Americans. Any 10.
Okay, so if they fail this, that would not be an indictment of the curriculum. That would be like, now you're just criticizing like the American education system.
10 who lived in that.
Name 10 women, name 10 books, like could name 10 countries. Could this man do this? I would actually like to see this question asked of him, not him asking the audience.
140-year time period. How many high school seniors could do that? Like, we all know the answer is, I don't know, 5%, 2%, 1%. Because we are, and this is the education system. This is all. You want to talk about indoctrination? People are being indoctrinated to be historically illiterate buffoons who do not know anything about the history of their own country. And this is all deliberate. Because if they knew something, if they knew anything about any real thing about our nation's history, they would, as a consequence, they would not be able to help but feel deeply
Wild
proud
projection. I think it'd be hard to do all that. LMAO.
out of this country. Because our history is so incredible. You wouldn't be able to help but feel pride. And the left wants to make sure that no one feels pride.
Like, I would like him to name just like 5 NASA astronauts off the top of his head. Could he even do that?
Country, and no one loves this country, and so the only way to do it is to make sure that no one knows anything about it. You got a bunch of the Americans walking around as if they just sprang out of the ground.
Thank you for the follow.
As if the world itself began at the moment of their birth, as if nothing happened before, right? Except slavery. For a lot of Americans today.
Can you do that? Buzz Aldrin, Judy Resnick. I don't even know if I can do it. Maybe I can't do it. Armstrong. I need 2 more, you guys. If I could just get 2 more, I would be able to pass my own standard.
The 2 things happened in history.
Sally Ride, yeah.
Slavery and the Holocaust. Those are the only 2 things that happened.
Why memorize astronauts, though? Because he's the one throwing out this, like, people need to be, like, can students even name American heroes between this time period or that or whatever? And clearly this dude is not interested in, like, civil rights icons. He'd probably be, if you like, I bet you anything, if he could actually ask that of a student and they started to say, like, Rosa Parks or Harriet Tubman, he'd be like, no, white people.
For a lot of people walking around there, it's slavery happened in the Holocaust and then me. It's like, that's it. That's all the things that happened in history. Nothing else happened. Maybe the Crusades. They don't know anything about the Crusades, but the Crusades, and like, I think there was the Inquisition. That's where the Catholics did some bad stuff or something. And then slavery, and then the Holocaust, and so just nothing. It's just a bunch of terrible things. And then here I am. That's the story of world history that most people have jumbling around in their heads. And
right, Matthew McConaughey.
That's a major problem, and one that I think Trump is trying to fix. Okay. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full show by going to...
Oh, I actually don't. He's so sleepy. Even sped up, he's so sleepy. I had never reacted to a Matt Walsh video, but oh my God. Let's see. Okay, next we're doing one more. We're going to do a double feature. We're doing how the View is leftist. That was sped up. Yes, it was slightly sped up. Is at 1.25 speed.
Speech is not free speech. Some speech is not okay free speech. Jesus would be the Grand Marshal.
That is literally true.
The Pride Parade. Gay people are here. They're not going anywhere.
Like libel and slander are not considered free speech. If I put a sign on my business that says whites only, that's not considered free speech.
Speaking of desperate, on The View yesterday, I just want to play this for you. It's not exactly a lead headline, but they were talking about all this yesterday, and Jesus, it's one thing to defame libs of TikTok or me or Chris Rufo or Donald Trump or, one of the...
Defame libs of TikTok. Defame the people. Defame libs of TikTok, an organization that is dedicated to doxing and defaming other people.
Usual suspects. That's one thing. Of course, infinitely more outrageous and offensive is when they try to drag Jesus Christ into this, which is what they did on The View. Listen to this.
They were in a place that accepts them for who they were, and someone came to that place.
And that's what's so sad. And I don't know that they hide behind religion, because I said this on this show once before. Jesus would be the Grand Marshal at the Pride Parade.
I don't mean about gay people. I mean in every argument we have.
But here's
we weaponize religion.
Here's my question. But it's wrong.
If you're so afraid...
Oh, yeah, John Glenn. Fuck. No, John Glenn's an astronaut.
Why are you going over there?
Yeah.
If they scare you so much, leave them alone. When stuff scares me, I leave it alone. If I don't want to be bothered, I don't go there. See,
again, this is called The View is Leftist Propaganda, Part 2, Proof for Your Liberal Friend.
That's the problem.
So apparently there's viewers that watch Matt Walsh that have liberal friends that watch The View and repeat what they hear on The View to other people.
You don't want to just have your feelings. You want everybody else to join you. And you know what? You can scream, you can cuss, you can do all the things that you say. But you know what?
I know Mark Kelly was an astronaut. This chat is, by the end of this, you guys are going to know the names of so many astronauts. It's going to be amazing.
Gay people are here. They're not going anywhere. There is nothing you can do.
Leftist propaganda is when Whoopi Goldberg says that gay people exist and they're probably not going anywhere. That's so true, King.
And scream, but as the Lord, as everybody was talking about,
The View is a bunch of hens clucking nonsense. To be fair, TBH, fuck Matt Walsh though. No, I don't like The View. This is not because I stand The View or I like The View. This is because this is fucking nobody actually watches The View. The View is a thing that is exclusively on in dentist waiting rooms or like clinic waiting, basically any doctor's office waiting room. And people watch it while they wait, and it's mostly advertisements. Nobody's actually sitting down and watching the fucking View.
Made in God's image.
Yep.
Made in God's image. There are no but except for. There's none of that.
No.
Keep that in mind when you're trying to figure out where you stand as a human being, let alone a Christian. We'll be right back.
Mark Kelly and his twin brother are both astronauts. Somebody also said that Katy Perry is technically an astronaut.
It's amazing. She says, you can't just have your feelings. You need everyone else to join you. What? That's the left to a T. That's the perfect way of describing the left, especially the LGBT left and gender ideology. You can't just have your feelings. You need everyone.
The only people on the left are LGBT.
To join you. You can't just feel like the opposite gender. You need everyone else to join you in affirming you in that. But what I really appreciate is that the one chick at the beginning starts...
Well, yeah, that's kind of how gender works, Matt. It's discursive. It only exists in language. You would kind of need for you to be recognized as a man. I don't think you would ever be satisfied with, well, I know I'm a man. I think you kind of need everybody else to be on board with the fact that you are a man.
It's by saying, and I honestly don't know any of their names except for Whoopi Goldberg and Joy. So I know those two. The other two I don't know. The other, however many.
This guy's hard to listen to. Okay, but we're capping the night off with PBD. Is it a Straighterade stream if I don't react to some PBD, you guys? So just look forward to that. Also, Ben Shapiro is reviewing Taylor Swift's album cover. We're probably doing that next. So there's stuff coming.
The chick at the beginning says that they're weaponizing religion. They use religion. And then for the rest of the segment, all the other women on the panel do what she just accused conservatives of doing. They start using religion to weaponize it against their opponents. So they're like contradicting exactly what she just said. And what we hear from one of them is that Jesus would have been the Grand Marshal at the Pride Parade. Would have been the Grand Marshal. Well, that's wrong on many levels, but let's talk about two of them. One is really basic here, is that Jesus would not be the Grand Marshal of any parade that has pride in the title. Because pride is identified in Scripture repeatedly, and by Jesus himself repeatedly, as a sin.
Okay, he says this after we just watched a video where he was ass mad that agreeing with Trump that there's nothing bright, shiny, and beautiful about the future offered in museums, and that we need to come up with myths that we can be proud of, national myths that we can be proud of, and stories that we can tell ourselves and other people to make us feel better about ourselves. What would you call that? That's not being prideful.
Okay, pride is a sin. Now, it's one thing, the English language sometimes falls short when it comes to translating biblical texts, and so we have to kind of figure out what is meant by pride, because you could say that I could say I'm proud of my children, I'm proud of my family. You could even have pride in accomplishments. You know, if you accomplish something, you say, I'm proud of doing that. I'm proud of the work that I did. Nothing wrong with any of that.
So that's a good kind of proud, I guess.
Because you're taking pride in something else, right? You're taking pride in achievement, something that was done. You're taking pride in someone else, a family member. You know, that's just, which is another way of saying love. It's just you love them. The kind of pride that we're warned about in Scripture is this kind of haughty, vain, self-centered, egotistical, I am the center of the universe kind of pride, which is exactly the sort of pride that the Pride Parade is designed to.
Why does he think that? Again, I'm positive that if I literally looked up like a what is it, like a philosophy type Wikipedia, you know, pride is a human secondary emotion characterized by a sense of satisfaction with one's identity, performance, or accomplishments. There is no delineation between the good kind of pride and the bad kind of pride. It is just pride.
Communicate and convey and celebrate. It's all about me. Hey, that's what the whole Pride Parade is, right? It's just, everyone look at me, look at me. That's all it is. So it doesn't even matter the context. Whatever the context, if you're engaging in that kind of pride, Jesus is not going to celebrate it with you. He's going to have some stern words for you about turning from your sin. But then there is also the context to keep in mind here. And
you're diminishing being gay by saying, oh yeah, let's add in people unsure about gender. Madman Lullaby, would you like to come into Discord and debate that right now with me?
You know, because you brought it up, right? They brought it up. They brought up the Bible. They brought up Christianity. You brought it up. And so we must inform you that what you're saying about Christian teaching and about Scripture is just incorrect. The Bible does, in fact, in both the Old and New Testament, in very...
Gay people are sure about gender. They like the same sex. What are you talking about? I will not do Discord or ban. I will merely do Discord or timeout. You can come justify what the hell you mean by that and explain to me why trans people should not be included in queer pride, or I will time you out. Join this Discord. Go to the waiting room. I will drag you in. If you do not do this, you will be timed out.
Explicit terms. Lay out the homosexual act as a sin. You know, in fact,
we're laying out homosexual acts. Hold on.
The Old and New Testament in very explicit terms. Lay out the homosexual act as a sin. You know, in fact, any sexual act that happens outside of the bonds of marriage is a sin, according to Christian sexual morality, biblical sexual morality, and also according to the Bible.
I mean, this he's not wrong about, but when they say that Jesus would be fine with it, they're getting at like the fact that Jesus like would like hang around with sinners. So even if like they're not disputing that homosexuality is viewed as a sin or homosexual acts are viewed as and understood as a sin. By most Abrahamic faiths, they're saying that despite that, these people would still be welcomed.
Marriage is between a man and a woman. That's what it says. Now, now if you're on The View or someone aligned with them, you can say, well, I don't care what the Bible says. All right.
Gay people know there's male, female. Go ahead, cancel me for saying option. Wow, I'm not trying to cancel you. I'm asking to debate you, which, again, if the next message is not you saying, okay, I'll join that Discord and debate you, yeah, you're going to be banned from my chat.
But you're the one who brought it up. Like, you just brought it up. So they try to do both. This is their game. And in that clip, you heard both. On one hand, no one cares what the Bible says. Don't use your religion. And then on the other hand, and by the way, I'll tell you what your religion says about this. And the game is that if you correct them on what your religion says, then they can revert back to the first talking point and says, why are you talking about religion? You brought it up. So they can make whatever claim they want about your religion, and if you correct them and say, well, actually, you're wrong, it's not what our religion teaches.
I'm going to get canceled from chat. Nobody is talking about canceling except you. See ya.
Like, can I, as a member of my own religion, can I tell you? I mean, you're a bunch of atheist, secular, godless humanists. Can I tell you as a member of that religion what it? No, I'll speak for you, they say. It's totally absurd. More than 90% of Americans don't get enough fruit.
Although I tend to agree with him in the sense that I don't think that it's a good idea for like liberals or leftists to be like, actually, Jesus would have this. Actually, your religion says this or whatever. It just never is convincing. It never ends well. I just don't like. The only people that think that's a good point are the people that already agree with you on it.
Talking this week about speech, and I want to go through.
The women on The View were squawking this week.
A couple of these clips. First of all, here's Whoopi Goldberg.
Shits and pants. Go ahead, cancel me.
Announcing tragically that she's leaving Twitter.
It has been a little over a week since Elon Musk took over Twitter, and the place it's a mess. He's already called back some of the workforce he fired a few days ago. He's putting his $8 charge for blue check verification on hold. First it was going to be $20, now it's going to be $8. He also suspended Kathy Griffin for impersonating him on a parody account, which has started a free Kathy hashtag to trend. I mean, I'm getting off. I'm getting off today because I just feel like, you know, it's so messy. Yeah. And I'm tired of now having had certain kinds of attitudes blocked, and now they're back on. Yeah. And I'm going to get out, and if it settles down and I feel more comfortable, maybe I'll come back. But as of tonight, I'm done with Twitter.
Of course, Mo, if you're like me, you hear that and you think, oh, you were on Twitter? I didn't even know that. Like, what are they? I just want to know, if I get in their own head, get in their heads, which is not really a place I want to be, but well, how do you think people are going to react to this? Do you think people are, you're making some big dramatic announcement, I'm done, I might be back later, but for now, I'm out of there.
Dude, this is literally just a Spider-Man pointing meme. What the fuck do you do, Matt Walsh, with your channel? All you do is rhapsodize and complain about all of your stupid little grievances. This is literally like to criticize anybody else in media, not on the like what they're arguing about, just on this. Who cares about this? Nobody cares about this. You're so self-centered for talking about this or whatever. It is the like lowest tier argument or complaint to make about somebody. It's literally as simple as then just don't watch it then.
Which, by the way, when it comes to dramatic announcements, that's kind of an anticlimactic way to go about it. I'm done. I mean, I might come back later, but I'm done for now. I will not be on Twitter again until at least tomorrow morning.
This dude is has zero charisma. It's actually hard to get through this.
If not a little bit sooner, but at this moment right now, I am not using Twitter at this moment while I'm on TV. But what do they expect? Do they think that people are going to, the people think it's good that Elon Musk took over Twitter, are they going to say, well, never mind. I mean, if this scares Whoopi Goldberg away, I can't imagine Twitter without Whoopi Goldberg. And then you also see, once again, just the total absolute fragility of these people. She says, "Oh, all these people I was insulated from them, and now their ideas are going to be. I'm going to maybe be exposed to some of their ideas and opinions and their words, and I can't deal with that." She also has some thoughts on the nature of free speech. I think this is in clip 6.
Communications Act, which basically allows this to happen. Mm-hmm. I think it's Section 230. It allows, protection of social media as under just platforms.
Under the
well, they just say that they're third-party platforms. They're not the ones that are putting it out there, and that can only change by legislation. And if the Republicans,
there's another part to that. They do have to make a good faith effort to moderate it. Otherwise, you're going to be held liable for the speech that's on there. But as long as they do that, then they're offered government protections under the First Amendment.
Rule the Senate.
Section 230 is a little fraught, though. It's a bit challenging. So if you treat it like a publication, then that means they're liable for any crazy thing someone posts. Which
it is. There's a way to craft it. They keep saying that it's free speech, and some speech is not all speech is not free speech. Some speech is not okay free speech. So everybody has to agree on that. But if people keep saying, "Well, you heard my free speech," it's going to be a problem. But you know what? This is our problem. But it ain't my problem today because I'm out.
That is literally just true. What is he going to say to this? That everything is considered free speech? If I called Matt Walsh a pedophile in a video game, is that free speech for me to do that?
Some speech is not okay free speech. That's it. So there's been this debate for centuries, really, about free speech. What is free speech? What counts as free speech? And is free speech absolute? And Whoopi Goldberg has, I guess, settled the debate entirely. She says that, some speech is just not okay. And how do we know if it's not okay or not? I guess she'll tell us. Meanwhile, although this maybe has been a debate,
what's funny is that these people will never recognize that a consequence, and again, I just say that in the most neutral sense of the word, a consequence of free speech, obviously, is that depending on if you use it for hate speech or whatever, it's going to have a chilling effect on the minorities that you're targeting with your hate speech. They will never concede this point. But when it comes to calling Republicans homophobic, racist, transphobic, calling out any sort of bigotry, suddenly they understand how words work. Suddenly they understand that, yes, if you call somebody those things, if you attempt to malign them, if you attempt to label them those things, they are going to have a harder time getting their message out with credibility. Then suddenly they can understand the impact of words and how it can have a chilling effect depending on how you use it.
Never found the debate all that interesting because to me, now they're always around the margins. They're always going to be the harder kind of cases. But for the most part, you know, when you like 99.9% of all of the speech that goes on, it's really easy to determine whether it, quote, counts as free speech or whether it ought to count as free speech or not.
She wasn't even like making a prescription. She was really just saying that, she said literally by the end of that, I don't really care about this, but she wasn't even saying that like there's way too much of this shit going on. She's just saying there's a and we need to crack down or something. She was just saying, yeah, it's complicated.
Okay. And the things that shouldn't count as free speech, generally speaking, if you're making direct violent threats against someone, actual threats, and using a pronoun you don't like, that's not a threat. Disagreeing with you is not a threat. Saying something like, I'm going to come to your house and kill you.
This is like slowly zooming in on him.
As a trans activist say to me almost every day, that's a threat. That's clearly a threat. So that's not free speech. At least it shouldn't be. Trying to explicitly encourage other people to cause harm to someone or to commit a crime. Again, that clearly should count as free speech. Defamation, right? Slander, libel, any form of speech, written or spoken.
So we're just like going to insert all of this shit that she didn't say about what does or does not constitute free speech, even though you literally could not extrapolate that from what she said, because she just barely said anything and you're losing your mind.
Where you're lying about someone in order to cause them harm, not free speech. And those are pretty much all the exceptions. You might be able to come up with a few here and there, but you know what the exceptions are when you see them. It's pretty rare when you come across an actual hard case of trying to determine, does that qualify as free speech or not? Because again, I think 99.9% of it we all know. And most of the speech that goes on social media, people might be vulgar, they might be, they might be cruel, they might be rude, but they're essentially just expressing their opinion. And if you're expressing your opinion, that's free speech, and that ought to be allowed on social media. It ought to be allowed on Twitter. If Twitter is saying, if Twitter is saying that if Elon Musk is saying there's a commitment to free speech, if that's what he's saying, that's how he wants to run his company, then that means that people should be able to simply just express their ideas and their opinions, and that's it. And if you don't like what someone says, you can disagree with them. You can even block them. There's a lot of, you can choose not to read it. There are a lot of ways around it. But to me, it's not all that difficult. Let people speak. Let them voice their opinions. That's it. That's all.
So brave, Matt Walsh. Forgot he's part of the Daily Wire Network. Speaking of the Daily Wire Network, we're going to be watching Ben Shapiro talk about fucking like queen out over Taylor Swift for some reason. He was already bitching about her in this other video with Isabel Brown, this like Gen Z conservative activist who tries to pretend like Gen Z is always going to be super, super conservative. I don't. And then was like saying, I don't really care about cultural war stuff. I don't care about Taylor Swift. Then literally on this channel, without like no sense of like shame or irony.
So today
he has a video 2 days ago, James Comey's weird Taylor Swift obsession. And then a day ago, Taylor Swift's new album cover is absurd. But I guess he's the good kind of Swiftie, I suppose. But before we do that, if you're watching me on Twitch and you're not following me, you should go ahead and do so. That way you can know when to go live, which is basically every day at varying times. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream so it pushes it out to other people, or subscribe to me if you aren't already. You can also check out my VODs on YouTube, which are timestamped. Even when I stream for 8.5 hours, I go back and timestamp them so people can go look at the segments with relative ease. If you want to support me, you can sub to me on Twitch using your Amazon Prime sub. You can also just do it the normal way. You can also gift a bunch of subs in chat if you want to share the experience of cute emotes and an ad-free experience. If you want to support me in general, you can follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. All right, let's see. Taylor Swift's new album cover is absurd. Ben Shapiro's mad. Okay, let's turn him down to 1.20.
I understand that it was transgressive back in the 1980s when Madonna was doing it, but it's not transgressive anymore. It's actually sort of bizarrely regressive. I love that we live in a society where we're supposed to jab it.
Why are we showing cheerleaders? Why are we showing these cheerleaders in this video about Taylor Swift?
Ice pick into our eye socket in order to get rid of our prefrontal cortex, and we're supposed.
Is Ben Shapiro trying to pretend like him doing an album review, complaining about Taylor Swift doing something that is like that? This album cover is like not racy, not like he's trying to pretend like this is racy or subversive. To the extent that it is, it's only because it's a departure from her brand, not because it's objectively very, very racy or anything like that. And yeah, that cheerleader who is that male cheerleader that's going across the field, that is still less gay than what you are doing right now, Ben Shapiro.
Pretend that men and women move similarly. They do not. I have to.
I have seen Ben Shapiro's rap video.
You know, Taylor Swift has a new album cover. I know. We have to give these updates. Apparently, they're more newsworthy than actual news. But I have been told by many sources.
The way that he like just tries to pretend like he doesn't enjoy doing this shit the more than any other type of segment.
Period and sundry. It is very important that we talk about Taylor Swift's new album cover. So here is what Taylor Swift's new album cover looks like. Here is the image. And by the way, she is so overexposed. My goodness. If you search Taylor Swift on Google, which I just did because I'm trying to look up her album cover, there's like...
And I have never searched Taylor Swift for any other reason.
Actual Google graphics that appear with animation of glitter falling because she has released the Life of a Showgirl album cover. And apparently it is her in like a bathroom stall or something. I'm very confused as to what is going on here. She is bent over at the waist, putting her arms against a wall while wearing a showgirl outfit that's cut up thigh high, essentially. All right. Okay, so I'm looking through her old Taylor Swift album covers now. First of all, I have to say, it looks like she's done some facial work because she looked very different in 2006. In any case, Taylor Swift 2006.
Unlike you, Ben Shapiro, who clearly has fucking lip filler. Hold on. I know Ben Shapiro's lip filler. Let's see. Jesus, let's zoom out some. Damn. We're going to pretend like Ben Shapiro. Let's see if I put like 2012. Yeah, so apparently this guy has never had any lip fillers. No work done here. Definitely not wearing a shit ton of makeup either for like whatever podcast he's on. This is all natural. His lips just got bigger magically overnight. Who's to say how?
6 looks like it's like a normal country album cover, and then I guess her 2008 album, same kind of thing. 2010 album, same kind of thing. 2012 album, just a close-up of her face. Then there's the 1989 album where she is, it's basically a Polaroid of her wearing an outfit from 1989. There's her Reputation album where it looks as though she's kind of doing a quasi-Madonna thing with her hair slicked back. Her Lover album.
This is only reference that he knows Madonna.
She is clad. Her Folklore album, she's out in the forest. Her Evermore album, she's still out in the forest. Midnight, she is carrying a lighter. The Tortured Poets Department we start to get into. It was really the last 2 years. We start to get into the sort of like, let me lie on a bed in kind of softcore pornographic fashion. So Tortured Poets Department, she's...
Softcore pornographic. Softcore pornographic.
The Tortured Poets Department.
That's softcore pornographic. It's suggestive, but it's not anywhere close to even like softcore.
We start to get into. It was really the last 2 years. We start to get into the sort of like, let me lie on a bed in kind of softcore pornographic fashion. So Tortured Poets Department, she's lying on a bed, reclining on a bed. And now Life of a Showgirl, she has multiple album covers, I guess. One of them is her half underwater, wearing a showgirl outfit, kind of. Which I don't know why she would wear that in the bath. That seems like not a great way to bathe. And then there's her bending.
Oh my God, he will never stop being this much of a fucking dork. This is reminding me of when he like reviewed fucking WAP and was like, if your pussy is that fucking wet, that there's something wrong with it. My wife's a doctor. I'm an expert. I would know because she is.
Up against a wall, almost like, what's her face? You know, Sabrina Carpenter. I don't know who these people are, but I will say that
his pathetic attempts to like caveat everything with like, I don't know about this, definitely don't care about this, I don't give a shit, I'm forced to do this, I really hate doing this.
It is slightly regressive, no? I mean, like it's kind of weird that all of your feminist heroes are now engaged in semi-pornographic album covers. It's kind of strange, isn't it? I understand that it was transgressive back in the 1980s when Madonna was doing it, but it's not transgressive anymore. It's actually sort of bizarrely regressive. And again, from a conservative point of view, I'm not generally in favor of people selling their works by becoming scantily clad. It's not my thing. But just from a feminist perspective, I'm confused why feminists think this is some sort of advancement. Very strange.
What are you talking about? These people will, I also forget that they try to pretend like, because like a lot of shit goes on under the like umbrella of like what's considered like pop feminism, right? Or whatever, that like Taylor Swift is like a feminist icon because she's like very, very wealthy and she calls herself one.
And meanwhile, Other controversy in the cultural sphere. So apparently there have been these male cheerleaders that everybody's been steadfastly ignoring since like 2018, but now they've broken back out into the open. And some video has emerged of one Minnesota Vikings cheerleader who is a flamingly gay man, who is kind of...
Flamingly gay man. What do we think he wanted to say instead of flamingly gay man, but did not say because of YouTube TOS?
Doing a Dylan Mulvaney impression without the sex change. And I'm just wondering why.
Dylan Mulvaney impression without the sex change? So they're doing an impression of a trans person, but without doing the thing that makes them trans in your eyes. So, like, not really an impression of that trans person.
Like, why? Why is this? Why? Here we go. Like, why is he doing the female moves? Why is this,
like, is this about his masculinity and like how fragile he is in that? Because why else would you need to couple your review of Taylor Swift's new album with a homophobic segment? Unless you wanted to reaffirm to your audience, don't worry, it's not gay that I did this. It's not flamboyant. It's not flamingly gay, as he put it, whatsoever. It's very, very masculine, actually. I'm about to demonstrate my masculinity by shitting on this man who, for being a cheerleader.
He looks like an idiot. I'm sorry. He looks like a complete ridiculous moron. He's dancing around and swiveling his hips, and it doesn't have the same impact when it's a dude as when it is a lady. Now, again, as a conservative, I'm not a big fan of the female cheerleaders on the sideline either, because I just think that it's become sort of a glorified stripper pole thing. But having a dude do it is ridiculous, like laughably ridiculous. It's like Bugs Bunny putting on a dress and lipstick and dancing around out there, and we're supposed to believe that this is sort of liberating. Who's the audience for this? Legitimately, who is the audience for this? It's just ridiculous. He looks like an idiot. Okay.
Well, I think it's probably that whole stadium filled with people, right? That didn't I will say riot and throw a bitch fit like you did.
As I pointed out before, my understanding is that male cheerleading did not involve effeminate gyrations by men. Typically, it typically involved either like rah-rahing or actually physically picking up ladies and throwing them in the...
Okay, you literally just said that it's become like a glorified like stripper thing or whatever, and then you're surprised that there's any component to like male cheerleading routines that is in any way, shape, or form like sexually suggestive.
The air. As I suspected...
Although nothing that I saw there was like sexually suggestive. I feel like that's a self-report, but whatever.
This is not how cheerleading originally went. So I asked our sponsors over at Comet, what is the history of male cheerleading?
I guess this is an AI sponsorship.
So, in other words, this is relatively new. And we mean like the last few years. This ridiculous, silly, stupid, idiotic, moronic-looking routine in which the men are just doing female movements. And yes, women move differently than men. I love that we live in a society where we're supposed to jab an ice pick into our eye socket in order to get rid of our...
But you're not even cool with that because you literally just said that you don't even like women cheerleading because you think it's too sexual.
Frontal cortex, and we're supposed to pretend that men and women move similarly. They do not. That is stupid. And a man doing the same moves as a woman looks like a moron. Period.
Oh, yeah. That definitely convinced me.
That's all. And
maybe he enjoyed watching that. That's why he has to like pretend to go this hard on it.
I mean, we all know what this is, right? I mean, what this is supposed to be is, hey, look, a gay man who's dancing like a woman.
He's just mad because, again, I feel like he's reading so much into that being like sexually suggestive when it's like a very typical cheer routine in 2025, as far as I can tell. There was nothing particularly out there. It was way more like hand gestures and like jumping around than anything else. And he's like mad because he's like, this exists to arouse me and I resent you for it. And I don't like it. I don't like that you make my dick hard, like as a male cheerleader or something. Like I cannot get like any other read as to why he would dedicate this amount of time to it in this way after his Taylor Swift album cover review. Unless he was this insecure in his sexuality and masculinity. And that dude that he's making fun of probably has a free fucking ride to whatever school he's cheering for because he's athletic and jumping around.
Woman, stop pretending. In all the coverage of this, it is irritating. The sort of gaslighting is irritating. I don't care about this very much, honestly, because, like, as I've said, I don't like any of the sort of modern cheerleading routines. I think that they're over-sexualized and they look like there's something straight out of a strip club. But
but at least it's women being women and guys, it's supposed to be guys being dudes or something.
My goat is the gaslighting. Well, males have been cheerleaders for centuries, for going back almost 200 years. Males have been cheerleading. It's like, no, it's not the same thing. Once again, you are taking terms and you are robbing them of their meaning, and then you are supplanting them with an alternative, stupid meaning. And then you are pretending that what you
do episode reviews of RuPaul's Drag Race. I think that would be hard for him to pretend like he's not enjoying the entire time.
Men were dancing like the schmuck back in 1870 or 1940 or hell, 1990. Not a thing.
This fucking twerp who easily looks like he was somebody who could have been shoved into a locker every single day of his middle school and high school life is going to be the one punching down from his pedestal of 7.19 million subscribers, because he wouldn't have the fucking goal to do it if he were still like, there was absolutely no way he would think to confront this student if they actually went to high school together.
Not a thing. And pretending it is a thing leads to the normalization of something that looks incredibly dumb. Well, that's all for now, folks. Don't forget to like it.
What a shame. What a shame. That's all for now from Benny Boy. All right. That was incredibly gay. Literally. Let's see. Let's do let me do these Andrew Cuomo leaks really quick before I do PBD. Top off the night. Cuomo seeking a Trump bump. Andrew Cuomo is counting on, this was reported when? Hold on. The 19th. I don't know how I missed this. Andrew Cuomo is counting on President Donald Trump and top Republicans to tell the party faithful to vote for Cuomo for mayor if they want to stop Zoran Mamdani and to not vote for GOP nominee Curtis Sliwa. We can minimize the Sliwa vote because he'll never be a serious candidate, Cuomo told a crowd at a Hamptons fundraiser Saturday, according to an audio obtained by Playbook. And Trump himself, as well as top Republicans, will say the goal is to stop Mamdani, and you'll be wasting your vote on Sliwa, so I feel good about that. So he is literally relying upon the fact that he knows the GOP does not like that nominee because he's actually critical of Trump, and so they just might be willing to endorse Cuomo because he fits right in with the right perfectly. He's a sex pest, he's disgraced, and he's made deals with Trump. Publicly, Cuomo has shunned the idea of getting any help from Trump. Cuomo said he declined an endorsement and denied a New York Times report that he'd spoken with the president about the race. But Cuomo seemed hopeful for the president's help behind closed doors, speaking to the more Trump-friendly crowd gathered at media mogul Jimmy Finkelstein's home in Southampton. Another co-host, former New York City Council President Andrew Stein, briefed Trump last month on how Cuomo would be competitive in the general election, according to the Times. An attendee asked Cuomo directly if he or his team was in conversation with the White House about how Trump might influence the race. Cuomo didn't directly deny it this time. Let's put it this way. I knew the president very well, Cuomo said. Again, contrast this against the language he was employing on the debate stage against Zoran, trying to pretend like he was going to be in opposition to Trump in any way, shape, or form when he's literally open to cozying up with him and getting his endorsement. I believe there's a big piece of him that actually wants redemption in New York. He feels that he was rejected by New York. We voted for Hillary Clinton. Bill de Blasio took his name off things. So I believe there will be opportunities to actually cooperate with him. Yeah, that's definitely what Democrats want to be hearing heading into the general election with a historically unpopular president. I also believe he's not going to want to fight with me in New York if he can avoid it. Sliwa doesn't think Trump would nudge the GOP to Cuomo, saying the party can't get over Cuomo signing the law letting more people out on bail pretrial and him smacking fannies and killing grannies. Okay, well, he would be wrong about this. They're completely fine with this part. They just pretend to be against the killing grannies. They do not care about the sexual harassment, though. Why don't we have a debate and see how many Republicans go with Cuomo, Sliwa said. In the streets, we have a word for that, a fugazi, a fake. Cuomo spokesperson Rich as a party downplayed Cuomo's comments as speculating about a hypothetical. We're not asking for or expecting help from anyone, he said. Governor Cuomo is the only chance to beat Mamdani and ensure this greatest city in the world, baby, New York City, stays the greatest city in the world. Cuomo is planning to rig the election, Mamdani campaign spokesperson Dora Pekic said in a statement. Since he's too afraid to say it to New Yorkers' faces, we'll make it clear Andrew Cuomo is Donald Trump's choice for mayor. Cuomo also talked about getting Mayor Eric Adams out of the race, so the anti-Mamdani vote isn't split among them. A Gotham polling survey for AARP this month showed Mamdani leading with 42% in the general, but his top four opponents collectively got 50%. Adams won't allow himself to be a spoiler, Cuomo said at the fundraiser. If that happened, he'd have to move to Florida afterwards because Adams would be responsible for Mamdani winning. I mean, he still shows his face around New York City, even though he's disgraced, so that's not stopped him. I don't think he was going to leave, even if he indirectly leads to Zoran winning. And he believes Mamdani would be horrendous for the city, and we've had that conversation. That didn't sit well with Adams, who eviscerated Cuomo in a statement as an embarrassing double-digit loser who couldn't beat a socialist, and his failure created this entire scenario. Base Adams, I might actually agree with Eric Adams for once. I don't really see anything that I, would oppose here. He should stop lecturing others, drop out of the spotlight, and maybe start giving his daughter back her apartment. Adams added, what? What is this about? Cuomo battles carpetbagger accusations after it's revealed he recently registered as an NYC voter. Fledgling mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo is being slammed as carpetbagger after it emerged he only registered as a Big Apple voter in the fall and at the luxury Manhattan apartment where his daughter lived. Oh, okay, so he's like faking residency so he can be eligible to participate in their elections. I got it. And then, yeah, I think that's it. I don't know that they have the audio anywhere else though. But you love to see it. I mean, he's like, is anybody really surprised that he'd be willing to accept help even from Donald Trump to win? This guy is like a fucking, he's clearly just an egotistical moron. Okay. Now on to Iranian Cuomo, PBD. I shouldn't say that because as far as I know, PBD has ever sexually harassed anybody. They give me the same vibes though,
Invaded Georgia.
Okay, let's see.
All right.
Okay. Trump mail-in ballot ban, Joy Reid racist take, ketamine queen guilty, and digital guilt tipping. PBD, this ketamine queen thing, this is related to like Matthew Perry's death. This was streamed 15 hours ago to 308 and has 318,000 views. So let's see. Let's see what the PBD Foreign Policy Analysis Desk is turning out.
So what part of the stories, Rob, have we not covered with what happened? Monday, the meeting that they have, we've not covered any of it, right?
About Alaska, the summit in Ukraine and Russia.
Well, we just had, the flyover we talked about with the B-2 bombers.
Pretty gangster.
But the Europe, Zelenskyy, that conversation we haven't had yet.
No.
So let's go through that. So at first,
what's funny is that the last podcast of theirs was titled Trump meets Zelenskyy, and then they never talked about it. They talked about him meeting Putin, and now in this one, they're barely talking about it, and it's not in the title.
You see Zelenskyy posts a video of a meeting some of the guys of what he was going to wear. And everyone's like, dude, this guy's not going to show up with it. Are you freaking... I was myself annoyed, saying, are you kidding me what a terrible diplomat this guy is if he's not showing up with a suit? He showed up like this at first. Look at this.
The pre-meeting.
The pre-meeting. The T-shirt, all this stuff, walking around.
Still disrespectful. Look at everybody's dressed like the rehearsal dinner.
But this is the rehearsal. He's meeting everybody and still got a T-shirt on.
Who gives a fuck what he wears? I'm so confused by this. Also, Chad moved from him to fucking just wear a shirt. Who cares?
Then, all of a sudden, Trump is doing his, waiting to see what the guy is wearing when he gets out of the car. And here's what it looks like when Zelenskyy shows up. Okay, show this clip. Watch this one here. Go ahead, Rob.
For the cameras, yeah, there you go.
He's like, I dare you not to wear a suit. Okay.
Dude, if he walked out with a T-shirt and shorts, Trump would have slapped him right in the face.
That would have been a normal thing to do because somebody wore a T-shirt and shorts in front of Donald J. Trump.
We love him.
We love them.
Oh, well.
We love them.
So that's the visit.
Good.
They go in.
All that looks like
Johnny Cash.
That looks like me standing on the porch waiting for a guy to come take one of my daughters out. And you just stand on the porch and wait there. He walks up there and you compliment the kid. And he's like this tall.
Taps him a little bit.
It's just like because.
So he put on a suit before arriving at the White House. What the fuck are we mad about? There has to be something. Always something to complain about.
Who was the alpha there? That was Trump's
Zelenskyy,
body language,
clearly.
everything sitting there. Trump didn't move an inch. Zelenskyy had to move out of the car toward him.
Pat, if you were there standing and some young man came to pick up Senna, you'd probably have a gun, or what would you have?
I don't even want to go there. I mean, I've been having such
you don't want to be in the bush.
He was like, whoa, when Tom brought up, he was like, oh, this is like somebody, meeting the, your daughter's boyfriend or something like that. I don't even want to go there. I've been having sex.
What? Have a gun, or what would you have?
I don't even want to go there. I mean, I've been having such
you don't want to be in the bushes. I'm going to be hiding.
Oh, he said, I've been having such great conversations. I thought he said, I don't want to go there. I've been having sex. And I thought he was going to say since he was like 16, so he doesn't want to imagine his daughter dating because like boys always think about sex or whatever. No.
No,
make a move, buddy.
But let me show you guys this. Let's stay on this. Let's stay on this topic. Let's not get distracted. Rob, can you do me a favor? I just want to show you guys what it was like the last time they had a meeting. I want to remind you, Rob, if you can show this clip here. This is a clip of how heated it got last time.
In the Oval.
Yeah, not because of Zelenskyy. It was just embarrassing.
In the Oval Office. And by the way, I'm telling you, we've not even reacted to this clip. We've not seen this clip. This is a very different clip. No, we've not even reacted to this a couple months ago. Yeah.
Okay.
I want you to see how heated it got the last time, where Trump pushed him. in ways where you can really tell he was not happy, and you can tell diplomacy lacked from the other side, being entitled, coming in with what America's done for him. So just listen to the exchange. This is the last time, folks. This is not just a couple days ago. Go ahead, Rob.
I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire?
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what,
that wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama.
The way Bannon dresses on a daily basis, they want to rack on. I know Bannon is like literally always in like a windbreaker. He looks like he should be on a football field, and they never say shit.
Who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful.
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
Well, what if anything? What if the bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke.
Trump in his Albert Camus era randomly saying that.
It with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. I don't think you can be a tough guy without the United States. You people are very brave.
Yeah, we saw that. You don't have the
make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out.
I mean, that is by...
You don't have the cards.
Yeah, okay, so we heard this.
That's the part.
Pause it right there.
It's like yelling at your...
Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, who was a pathetic excuse for a reporter, commented on the suit. Yeah, I didn't know that until I reacted to it and chat was pointing that out. But the fact, like, of course, it was going to come back up. I thought for a second there was a chance that nobody was going to even remark upon the suit, and then I was going to be like, why was it such a big deal last time? Now he wears it. Now nobody gives a shit. But of course, they made it an issue.
You don't have the cards.
So just want to put this. That's the last meeting.
We only got a clip of it.
That's the last meeting, guys. Wow. You want to know how this meeting goes? Rob, if you can go to the clip of what happens with this meeting, right, when they're together. This time around, he's got everybody sitting in front of his desk. He's got all the guys there. Wow. That's him. Awesome. Macron is sitting in front of him. Everybody's sitting there. Go ahead and play the clip, Rob.
This is actually an interview that he did with Fox News where he confirms that the U.S. will provide air support for Ukraine if they come to a peace deal.
Go for it.
When it comes to security, they're willing to put people on the ground. We're willing to help them with things, especially probably if you talk about by air, because there's nobody has the kind of stuff we have. Really, they don't have. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think if a deal is made, famous last words, right? But I think if a deal is made, I think Russia's had it. They've all had it. And for a very extended period of time, I don't think there'll be a problem. But
yeah, Russia's really had it. Russia's really tired of all this.
There'll be some form of security. It can't be NATO because that's just not something that would ever happen. They couldn't do that. So who would want that? I mean, if you were Russia, who would want to have your enemy, your opponent, sitting on your line? You don't do that. So it was always thought.
Why are we thinking about what?
But that
it's like just fucking okay.
They couldn't do that. So who would want that? I mean, if you were Russia, who would want to have your enemy, your opponent, sitting on your line? You don't do that. So it was always thought that.
Yeah, we really have to keep in mind what Russia wants in all of this, front and center, at the heart of every single policy surrounding this. We should probably just keep in mind, what does Russia want the most?
That Ukraine was sort of a buffer between Russia and the rest of Europe. And it was a big, wide buffer. Everything worked out well until Biden got involved.
Okay, so Tom, your thoughts on this meeting, the visit, the videos, the clips?
I mean, like the fact that he won't put Ukraine and NATO, I mean, does go to show that Russia is a threat that they are not willing to call a threat.
Thinking.
Well, I love the fact how the meeting ended. And it ended without any of the Europeans going to the newspaper and saying stuff. You remember when the fight happened in the Oval Office, what you were showing there. And you remember what happened? Starmer popped off to the newspapers, and the first place that Zelenskyy went, remember this, Vinny? Yeah. Zelensky's now shaking hands going around Europe with a pat on the head tour. Yeah. That didn't happen. I love point one. I love the fact that didn't happen. Zelenskyy says no.
Pat on the head tour?
to the American media, specifically Fox. He said, nope, I'm going home. I'm not going to do any interviews. Thank you very much. So everybody left the negotiation table not leaking or popping off. They went back to their respective corners. That tells me that the moderation that Trump provided got people to talk and then not leak and go home. Point one. Point two, it says you suddenly had Putin.
Yeah, Trump is actually the one who should be credited with Zelenskyy not going and doing any media afterwards and just keeping his mouth shut.
From afar, saying something halfway positive about coming together to talk. So guess what?
Halfway positive?
Whatever you did, Putin is suddenly not over there. Oh, we'll never do this. Forget it. Never mind. You didn't get that from Putin. So what I'm seeing, the word trilateral is working, and people are going to understand what this means. Trilateral. I am here, and I will try, and the triangle is the two people that are fighting. And I believe this is a...
What? One more time?
The word trilateral is working, and people are going to understand what this means. Trilateral. I am here, and I will try, and the triangle is the two people that are fighting. And I believe this is...
The trilateral is when, TRY.
It's a masterclass negotiation. He got
he's literally... This is not him attempting to dumb it down for the audience. He just is that stupid and probably thinks that was an insightful or profound observation that, trilateral also could be like TRY.
Everybody in the room. You got Zelenskyy there. Nobody leaked. They all went back to their corners. And then Putin speaks up and says, well, maybe in the next step we will get together. We will have the meeting, which is what Trump said he thought would happen after he met with Putin. So it's coming true and it's not falling apart. The thing that I don't like is the way the American media is trying to kill it. I feel the American media, MSM, is actively trying to kill. Well, what about this and what about that? And this didn't happen and that didn't happen. It's and you've got people like Rubio who are speaking back.
How dare the American media point out the objectively true fact that Donald Trump walked away empty-handed from both of these summits?
No. You don't know what happened. You don't know. You know this, but you don't know the other 5 things we did. That's what I think.
Yeah, and it's funny because when you're talking about media, the fact that Zelensky's I'm not going to Fox, I'm not doing any interviews. I wonder how much of that is Trump saying, don't even do any interviews with anybody. I don't want anybody to talk about it. Go home. I'm going to call Putin. I have one request from all of you guys. Don't talk to media. Go home. Let me call Putin and handle this. And then I'll follow up with you guys and tell you what's happening next. I don't know whether that was the exchange or not, but that's the vibe I got. And now the conversation becomes...
Would you have said that? You negotiated.
I would have said that.
I totally would have said, this is going to work, folks. We all got to shut up.
I would have said that. But, mainstream media talking about, well, I can't believe it was like a friendly thing. And then clips came up. President Bush invited Putin and to go with his older son to go fishing together. Mm-hmm. Clinton's met with them laughing. Obama's. There's all these meetings with other people that they had these, Obama went and sat down with a communist at a baseball game for a couple of days and they're laughing and the media celebrating, oh, look what's going on over here. But no, if this guy wants to come in.
Obama sat down with a communist at a baseball game? What are we even referring to?
And create a peace deal. No, he is a guy that's, totally owned by Putin and all the other guys. But this is the part where I'm at. I don't think it works anymore. He's destroyed mainstream media so bad that MSNBC's officially changed their name to Mara Salvatrucha now. It is officially MS Now. Did you see this? Can you imagine that MS? They're so afraid of MS-13 that they changed their name to MS-13 Now.
Oh. I thought it was multiple sclerosis.
The only thing it's missing is the 13 in the middle. If I was Mara Salvatrucha, I would actually sue them for using our name.
Iranian humor.
This is like a, what do you call it? Patent law. You should go out and say, what are you doing using our organization's copyright? Yeah, where is that trademark on the bottom right? What's this one here, Rob?
I'm waiting for Rachel Maddow to get Roman numeral 13 on her neck.
As if MSNBC thinks that's going to change it. Like the people are going to go, oh, this is a new network. Yeah. Nobody's going to forget. The numbers are all-time low. And Pat, in regard to Russia, what people don't understand, and all these morons on the left with the media, Bush in 2008, that's during Bush, Russia went to Georgia, right? Invaded Georgia. Obama in 2014, that's when Russia seized Crimea. And then Biden in 2022. None of this has to do with Trump. He's trying to fix it. And that first meeting was like the arrogant kid Tom that's spoiled that comes in, and the father who's been away is like,
what was that point supposed to prove? No, none of this has to do with Trump.
Hey, listen, we're not playing that crap anymore. The old guy who doesn't even know what the hell day it is or what his name is or who his son is.
Why is he yelling? You must be new here. This is Vinny actually at a good volume.
He's out and I'm the new guy, and this is a great example of a freaking alpha. He's back in charge, and that's what the hell we need, and that's what we've been lacking. And as much as they can say, Pat, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to change anything. Change the name of your network.
Yeah, and by the way, a part of this was the fact that he agreed to sell $90 billion of a weapons package. And the way he apparently brokered this deal, which is brilliant, Rob, I think you got a clip on this.
Brilliant.
The way he brokered this deal is he got, I believe, EU to buy $90 billion of weapons from U.S. to send it to them. So guess what, taxpayers? You didn't pay for it. EU paid for it, the way they structured this deal. So yes, he's getting the weapons, but it's like, hey. Is
that true? I know he said that that's what he wants to happen, but did Trump get the EU? Oops. Did Trump get the EU to pay for Ukraine's weapons? Aren't they splitting from NBC and are obligated to rerun? I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Who is this? Okay. 4 European countries agreed to buy a combined $1 billion in U.S. weapons for Ukraine. This was reported August 5th, 2025 by NPR. 4 European countries have agreed to buy $1 billion worth of U.S. weapons and send them to Ukraine under a new arrangement announced by Trump last month. Ukrainian President Zelenskyy expressed thanks for the assistance on social media. We already have commitments from the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. Over $1 billion for American weapons that Ukraine will receive. Thank you. This cooperation with NATO countries will continue. Zelenskyy wrote on X. He also said he had a productive conversation with Trump. We coordinated our positions, Zelenskyy wrote. The Russians have intensified the brutality of their attacks. President Trump is fully informed about Russian strikes on Kiev and other cities and communities. This marks the latest sign of improving U.S.-Ukraine ties since Trump and Zelenskyy had a televised argument in the White House in February. In contrast, Trump has grown sharply critical of Russian President Vladimir Putin, who is intent to... you tell this article's already old and outdated, who has intensified his attacks on Ukraine in recent months. So air defenses for Ukraine, the Netherlands will said it will send American missiles and other components used in the U.S. Patriot air defense systems already in Ukraine. In addition, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark say they've collectively agreed to support a package of U.S. weapons as well. This one for a little under $500 million. There was no immediate word on which U.S. arms they would send to Ukraine. Trump came into office in January saying he opposed additional U.S. military aid for Ukraine, but at a White House meeting in July with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Trump said he supported NATO countries buying U.S. weapons and sending them on to Ukraine. The U.S. has provided around $75 billion in military assistance to Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, far more than any other country. While many European countries say they will step up their support, it's far from clear whether increased European assistance will make up for the loss of U.S. aid.
EU, if you guys want me to keep sending stuff, you guys want the war to end, well, guess what? Spend your money. No, we don't want to spend anymore. Well, then let's get a peace deal here. Yeah, we do want a peace deal. Then great. Then, because you don't mind spending our money, everybody spends some money, but he's now putting more of the onus on them. Adam, your thoughts on this?
There's a lot to cover, but Zelenskyy dressed up in a suit for one person and one person only. It's Trump. If Trump didn't have an issue with the suit, the guy would have showed up in a t-shirt. We all know that. As far as MSNBC, one of the main reasons they probably changed their name.
I mean, it's like not because he's scared of Trump. I think it's more accurately framed that he cares more about his people than having a stupid PR battle with Donald Trump and getting distracted from the entire purpose of meeting with him.
Is because how many times does Trump go, MSDNC? All right, we don't like that. They're very sensitive over there. The snowflake mentality.
It's worse now.
That's true. MS now. As far as Vinny goes, you said that, I'm not trying to pick on you or anything like that. You said that, Trump had nothing to do with Ukraine, what have you. However, he was impeached over Ukraine. It was a perfect call. I swear to God. There was an impeachment.
It was all BS.
Exactly.
It was all BS.
But my point is, he was almost impeached over it. It technically was.
Okay.
Quid pro quo. That's why I learned that. I'm not getting into all that. I'm just letting you know there is some history with that. But probably the most important thing that Trump said, and this is a global thing, not just Russia and Ukraine. He goes, "Why would you want an enemy?"
Thank you for the follow, Trippy Hippie X6, something like that.
Enemy at your gates, basically. You need to have a buffer, talking about almost putting yourself in Russia's position when it comes to NATO. And that is very true. You don't want an enemy at your gate. Why do you think we want a wall put up between the border of the United States and Mexico? Why is the DMZ between North Korea and South Korea? Why does India and Pakistan fight over the little piece of land right there? Why is this land in Israel and Gaza need to have a buffer?
Go further
between
south, Sinai after the war with Egypt.
Exactly. So when you have enemies at the gate, you better have a freaking buffer, whether it's a wall, whether it's a DMZ zone, whatever it is. So Trump is absolutely right. Putting yourself in Putin's position, I totally understand why you wouldn't want Ukraine as a part of NATO. So last point, could you imagine if Kamala was negotiating this deal right now?
Stop.
Could you just picture Kamala in the Oval Office meeting with Putin, with world leaders?
Yes, very, very easily.
Zelenskyy, Keir Starmer, Macron.
He was impeached, but Adam doesn't understand the difference between impeachment and removal from office. That's why he was technically impeached, I guess. It's like, it's like a two-part process. You can impeach a president without them actually being removed from office.
Georgia Maloney, could you just, how much would she fumble the bag if Kamala was in office? Thank God we have Trump.
Go ahead, Vinny.
Well, I just want to say that fake impeachment with Vindman and all that has nothing to do with them going to war. It was by the way, it was someone who heard from someone else that they heard him on the call saying something. It was all BS, and they even released the transcript that it was a perfect call. So I don't know how you're correlating that with an actual invasion and Joe Biden saying, yeah, they could do a minor incursion. He was inviting them to attack. So that's what I'm saying. You weren't picking on me because it doesn't correlate.
My point is that's why I gave you the disclaimer. I'm just saying he did have something to Ukraine. He got impeached over Ukraine.
Yeah, but Adam,
that's my point. Whether it was a perfect call or horrible call, he got impeached.
Russia, it's all bullshit. Everything with that is BS.
Correct. We're not disagreeing.
Everything is BS.
Well, no, and with his impeachment,
also BS. Is all this stuff BS?
No, that's not.
Don't get him started on that.
No, what I'm going is I had Michael Wolff on a couple days ago. And I spoke to him, and I was expecting him to go hardcore Trump, all this other stuff. He actually didn't. This is the first time I saw him where he wasn't fully, it's all his fault. What he did say is he says they were friends in the 90s and 2000s. They had a 15-year friendship because they would spend some time together. But I was expecting more to come from Michael. Instead, a lot of other things came up about other folks. But let me stay back on this because I went off a little bit. The point you were making here, Vinny, is on what happened there. It's true when you're thinking about the timing back then. But today, now, if they hold this meeting with everybody, where do they do it? Because some places, if he travels to those countries.
That point from Vinny was so stupid. So of course PBD would fucking try to build off of it by going like, that was really true, Vinny. It is true that things that happened in the past when Donald Trump was not actively in U.S. politics are kind of unrelated to what's happening now.
Can arrest them on crime, what do you call it?
Crimes against humanity?
Crimes against humanity. I don't think he can go to Germany. I don't think
Putin you're talking about?
I think Putin cannot have the meetings in certain places. They're talking about, I think Putin wants UAE or Russia. They're talking about back to Alaska again. I think there was a Budapest, Geneva, Switzerland came up. So this next meeting for them to be had, could be a lot of different places. But there's a few other things in the visit. Bob, can you pull up the clip of when they're standing there? And he says, wow, look at that picture right there.
Yeah.
Bad day. Bad day. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's a bad day. You know which one I'm talking about?
No.
You didn't see this one? Oh, this is a great clip. So watch this, what he does.
Thank you for the follow, text letter.
It's pointing to the Butler painting.
So watch this. Go back a little bit. Right. Watch this.
Not a good day. That was not a great day.
I got shot in the ear. It was not my.
That is pretty funny.
Understands. By the way, let me tell you that.
But not for the reason that they think. They're like laughing with him, but I'm like laughing at him for doing that.
It was 12 seconds.
Yeah.
That probably got 50 million, 100 million online views, right? Mm-hmm. He understands.
I love when PBD gets so hyped up about just thinking about all the numbers that like something on social media did. He like constantly thinks about like projections in this way. Like, oh my God, if this thing happened, you guys, could you imagine all of the posts that are going to go viral on X?
It's 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if my tweet goes viral on the day that like Donald Trump is, if somebody tries to assassinate him again, like he always thinks of stuff like this.
That's what you call a brilliant marketer and a negotiator in one.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what he's got, where everybody looks at him like,
or again, I like Donald Trump literally having the attention span of a toddler responded to him being like some master of the boardroom, 10D chess, art of the deal maneuver to impress all of these people when it's him just being a fucking moron.
It's been a good day for a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's interesting when he's playing all of those things, and then afterwards there was a hot mic moment that was released on both sides. Did you hear this hot mic moment?
Hot mic.
So there was two hot rod.
Hot route.
There was a couple hot mic moments that took place. One of them was with European leaders. The other one was with Trump. Which one do you have, Rod?
This is where the European leaders praise Trump for dealing with the press.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's all we ask for is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
He looks old. He looks fucking haggard here. Jesus Christ. Am I wrong? Look at this.
Thank you very much.
Where's the hot mic?
Right here.
Oh, thank you for being so fair.
That's good.
All the time.
But he loves it. He loves it. For he does it always.
Who's saying that? Georgia Malone?
The moment she says it, you speak. This guy, go back a little bit.
You speak Italian?
Adam yapping.
I never want to speak with much.
He's a very good player, golfer.
I know.
He went to college.
But he says you always...
I never wanted to speak to my press.
She doesn't.
That was Georgia Maloney.
Yeah, because they see the issues with the press, right? But then there's another hot mic moment, Rob.
That is not necessarily what that implies. It or follows from that. It could be somebody who's just doesn't like to talk to the press because it's nerve-wracking for them or whatever.
Right, where, Trump is talking. Is this the one? Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
And that's also not some like stunning admission. Like most people don't want to talk to the press. JD Vance recently said, want us to be able to hold two conflicting thoughts as true at once, which is some Orwellian shit. What was the context of him saying that? Because I don't disagree. Oh, is this where he's like, Putin really wants to make a deal with me?
Sit down, everybody.
He wants to make a deal with me. Trilateral. Yeah.
He wants to make a deal with me.
Can I question back? But honestly, how much of a percentage do you think, because I think he'd be safe, Putin's not stupid, okay? Trump going to meet him in Moscow, how much of a statement would that be? Like, listen, the guy is cool. He's going to treat me with respect.
Trump going to Moscow?
In fact, I came to Alaska. I'm going to go there and show everybody, like, this is the respect that he's going to show me, and I'm going to show him. What do you think, Pat?
Listen.
That would get nothing.
Into the belly of the beast.
Yeah. So when you think about that, there's a couple things. In negotiation, you want the other person to come to you.
Yes.
That's a power, sign of strength. And the part here that Trump doesn't have to think about that, he still may. They all came to you. Putin came to Alaska, came to you. Zelenskyy and the leaders came to you. I think it would be wild.
But that's like a gift in Putin's case.
If this was done in Russia. I think that would be epic if it was done in Russia.
It would be epic if it was done in Russia, bro. It'd be so fucking epic. Am I right?
I don't think the EU leaders would agree. No. And I don't think Zelenskyy would agree. Because the same way Putin wouldn't go to Germany, Zelenskyy wouldn't feel safe going into Russia. He wouldn't want that. But if I'm Trump for optics, dude, I'd love this thing to be in Russia.
It usually happens like at a neutral foreign site.
Yeah,
exactly. The Camp David Peace Accords gave a place for Egypt and Al-Nusrat and Hakim Begin to come together. And then the Helsinki...
Is Tom like speak Hebrew or something?
Accords.
Yeah.
And then Reykjavik, where the U.S. and Reagan and Gorbachev met to talk about SALT and SALT II, I think it was called. So it's pretty
epic. How old is this? Is a guy who literally said when some like new Paul Brothers documentary dropped on HBO that he was excited.
To pick a place that's sort of like a neutral field. Go play the Super Bowl in a separate city where nobody has their own fans there and nobody claims favoritism or power moves.
Well, Reagan was West Berlin, right? When he announced tear down that wall.
Yeah, that was a speech he made there, but it was in Reykjavik when he said to Gorbachev's, what did you want me to say? And he turns to him and he said, you should have said.
Aaron, did you see that Jillian Michaels is suing Netflix over a Biggest Loser documentary? No, I didn't. Jillian Michaels lawsuit, Netflix. I've been seeing people watch this on TikTok. Ooh. This will be for Just Press Play.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Pat, you're absolutely right. Don't forget, who's the big boss right now? It's Trump, and it ain't even close.
Yeah.
Every world leader is coming to the United States, whether it's D.C., whether it's Alaska, to meet with Trump. U.S. is still the world's #1 superpower. And you know who's conveniently just like not involved in this whatsoever?
Canada?
Is China. Oh. China, I mean, they're not invited. We don't need them around. They're not involved in the war. The whole world is trying to figure out this peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, and China's over there sort of excommunicated doing their own.
I watched that documentary. It was good, and she looked unhinged. I mean, I'm glad that more people are going, like, it's good timing for it to come out now, but yeah, for sure. I mean, they had them doing unhealthy, unsustainable shit that was sensationalist and not actually going to help them lose the weight and keep it off. They didn't lose weight in a safe way. They were having people that were like morbidly obese, like running and doing exercise that was terrible for their joints. Like, people should fucking know that show is a scam. They don't already.
Their own communist thing over there. Let's leave them. Not invited. We don't need them around. They're not involved in this whatsoever.
Canada?
Is China. Oh. China, I mean, they're not invited. We don't need them around. They're not involved in the war. The whole world is trying to figure out this peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, and China's over there sort of excommunicated doing their own communist thing over there. Let's leave them be.
Yeah, and by the way, there's a reason, but I promise you, I had
isolate China, but not Russia.
Ray Lewis here yesterday.
Oh, but to be fair, Adam is like not so kind of like both sides on Ukraine, Russia as these other people.
Couple-hour podcast, and he was telling me when one time,
yeah, okay, Xi Jinping makes moves you don't even know about, dude. Adam's always 10 steps ahead of everybody, including China.
Bernie Sanders, the running back. Okay, obviously Barry Sanders. I said Bernie Sanders because that lady
Bernie Sanders
didn't even know when Drewski was wearing Barry Sanders jersey.
Why did PBD pose this way in this picture? He looks frightened. He looks like a fucking deer in headlights. This was a posed photo.
And she claims Shador Sanders. Yes,
yeah.
So he tells me one time that Barry Sanders is coming in at a game where he's fighting for a record or whatever. He says, listen, we watched him. We knew he was coming. You know what we did? We said to the team, nothing's going to happen. And the guy ran for 41 yards, 2.2 yards a carry. He's telling the story, right? You know who's watching every single clip as if a team that's sitting on the sidelines, that they're about to have a bye week because they got another game coming up next week, but they're studying the tapes. China's watching everything.
Yeah.
China's watching they've watched that thing, the mic, what do you call it, the hot mic? They've watched that probably 600 times, and they have probably used AI technology to hear other conversations from 20 other people with 60 different screens studying everybody's body language, how people reacted. That's probably how in-depth they've gone. That's my assumption because, they have a target on what they need to go after, and that's Taiwan. And they almost need to do that because, what you see with the numbers that are coming up with China, that they really were affected by tariffs. And now the story comes about with Apple, moving expanding their production to India. That's 60 million iPhones per year away from China to India. What? That's a lot of phones. That's a lot of jobs. China's losing a big account of a $3-4 trillion company.
I haven't looked into this, but I wonder if it's in any way related to the tariffs.
That's going away from them. What if people all of a sudden realize that we no longer need to go to those guys? If Apple's leaving, who else is leaving? Who else is watching? And so when you got Taiwan that's got 61% of the semiconductor chips with TSMC, which it stands for Taiwan Semiconductor Chips, they know there's a monopoly there. Not a monopoly, but they have a lynch. They got control. You got to go through it. China's not happy about it. But Tom, I'm going to come to you with the story from Bloomberg. Is Apple expands iPhone production in India.
All right. Good way to end the night. All right. If you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me you should go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, do the same. Subscribe to me, like the stream. It helps push it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can sub to me on Twitch using your Amazon Prime or just the standard way, or gift subs throughout the chat to other people so they can get an ad-free experience as well as emotes. If you want to just support me the normal way, my donation links are pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade on everything. Is he sped up? Yes, he is sped up. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck time I'm going to be back tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know I'm going to cover tomorrow. We'll see. But we are sending you guys on Twitch to Cinemarxism. Kissing the cop in his head is what it's called. Don't know what he's up to. Have fun. He's gaming. Nobody's live on YouTube. YouTube's going nowhere. Yeah, thanks for spending your night with me, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.